Hi, Prime Minister. What's your message to Canadians planning to travel domestically over the holidays?
My message to Canadians, first and foremost, is I understand this sucks. Nobody wants to see Omicron arriving. No one wants to see the level of communicability we're seeing. This is not what anyone wanted for our Christmas holidays. Not much in the last year and a half has been what anybody wanted.
We know Omicron is very transmissible. There's also a lot we don't know.
The CDC director said yesterday it's been found in 39 states, and they expect it to become the dominant variant in a matter of weeks.
Tonight, everyone at Saturday Night Live planned to do our big Christmas show, but COVID came early this year. So in the interest of safety, we do not have an audience.
I hate this. I bet you hate this too. But Bare Naked Ladies are going to have to cancel the remainder of our shows.
For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death. For yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may soon overwhelm.
Radio City Music Hall canceled its Christmas spectacular for the rest of the season. The Rockettes will not be kicking.
We got an email about pronunciation. Is it Omicron or Omicron?
Omicron.
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 Omicron. Omicron.
Stop. I cannot take any more. I cannot hear any more cancellations and case numbers and booster shots and variants. Can anything else go wrong? There's one person I want to hear from. There's one person that can save Christmas. All I need is to hear 'twas the night before Christmas and everything will be perfect. No one can ruin that. Please, Neal, can you save Christmas?
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the post office not a creature was stirring, not even the feet.
Cut the Christmas bullshit. Okay, everybody knows the superior holiday is Hanukkah. Ladies and gentlemen, just in case you are deaf, dumb, blind, stupid, or let's just assume poor, you are listening to the smooth, sultry voice of the salt of the earth, Maxwell Jacob Friedman. And right now you are listening to the worst podcast in the world. I mean, honestly, Wait Ting's taste. Wait, let me be Wait Ting for a second.
Kenny Omega and Japanese wrestling's the best.
Wait, now let me be John.
I agree with you, Wade. I love it. It's the best.
It's hard. This is the worst. And why is it called post-wrestling? Why? I've discussed this before. It makes absolutely no sense why it's called post-wrestling. If it was post-wrestling, it would happen immediately after a show's over. And it doesn't. Sometimes it takes hours, a day even, for them to put out their podcast. It's unprofessional. Anyway, this is the Christmas holiday bullshit post-wrestling show. I'm MJF, and I honestly hope your ears bleed from their disgusting voices.
Merry Christmas, everybody. I am John Pollock, joined by Wei Ting. Wei, Merry Christmas to you. We have gotten the show off to a terrible start, but we're going to rebound now.
Oh, always maybe good to start off the festive season with a bit of just terrible insults from...
I had such a beautiful intro planned, completely ruined. I don't know how that happened. Our software has been taken over, our editing equipment. I don't know how that all occurred, but there goes my beautiful intro that I had slaved over for hours and hours and hours.
Although I'm sure our audience in Long Island will have loved that. So, of course.
At least they have something to look forward to, because they certainly don't from their hockey team.
Oh, there you go. There's that cheap heat. Yes, a big thank you to Maxwell Jacob Friedman for, coming on and saying those such kind words to the post-wrestling audience.
Yes, I think he has a begrudging respect for you.
I don't know what that would entail. What's begrudging?
I think it's hidden. It's deep down. I think he is a tingling deep down. Well, Merry Christmas, Way. It's Christmas Eve. We have made it to another year. Here we are. Exciting.
Yeah, I know. 2021, 2022 is coming up, of course. Yeah. So, it's been another year. I never really know what to say with these sort of wrap up things. We've had another,
you're alive, Way. It's a time to celebrate. It's a time to look back and say, wow, this was a year. It was another year that had 12 months in it, and I saw through every single one of them, and here I am still standing. I should be overjoyed.
You're right. Yeah, we should be grateful. We should be grateful for every day, But in this particular moment, when once our Earth has spun around the sun, a full rotation, maybe it's especially good to be grateful. So, of course, as always, yeah, really happy to be here. How's your year been, John?
This year, I would say it's I think this has been a pretty good year when you think about it all together. Some significant personal moments, some great professional moments.
Yeah.
You had a very big year, Way. You got married this year?
Probably the biggest thing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got married in August of this year.
How's life changed in 4 months? Has it changed at all for you?
I can't really say it has. We were living together prior to this, so
an essential. That's my advice to all couples out there. Mm-hmm. Live together first.
Yeah. So if anything, the big change probably came when, we moved in together. But for now, it's stable. We're always looking ahead to, what's up next. I mean, the wedding is such a big thing that you have to plan for that it just feels like it's talk about a tentpole pay-per-view that we're trying to build up to. I mean, that really it's like the WrestleMania of your life, isn't it? A wedding. And once it's done, it feels like you're looking for the next project. And maybe right now we're looking for the next project.
Yeah. And then the night after WrestleMania, you did watch Raw. You had it was the Raw after WrestleMania for you. Maybe slightly hungover, but nonetheless, you came to work the next day.
That is correct. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, I also listened to the post profile that you made, which definitely was a highlight of the year. So, thanks again for that. What about you? What are some, both personal and professional highlights?
Well, this year Max started school. So that was, that was like a really, emotional day walking him to school. And it was you watch him going off into the world. It's like that moment that every parent has. It's like, wow. It's like I am giving my child out to strangers for an entire day.
Yeah. Cause prior to that, I mean, he spent his entire existence inside your house. I mean, I guess except for daycare, right?
He really wasn't we had a thing where he would go to a neighbor's house, once or twice a week, but I mean, he was 3 houses down, when I was working here at home. But then that ended, around the pandemic. So, I mean, he's been home for before school, he was home all day for the last, for his life.
Yeah. I mean, they say it's tougher on the parents than it is for the kid. Did you find that, or was it equally tough on him?
He got pretty good, early on, but I mean, there's been several times where, I mean, anytime a child is sick, it's they stay home from school. So he kind of clued into the system that I'm coughing, I don't know if I can go to school today. I was like, are you really sick? And I mean, there's been plenty of days he's had to stay home, but others where I think he understands of I don't think I can go today. So anyway, he's on top of that, but I think he's adjusted pretty well to school. He would come home some days and he would, tell these stories about the teacher doesn't like me. The teacher was calling me names and stuff. And I was like, did that really happen? And our code is did that happen in real life? It's like, no, that didn't happen in real life. So it's like, he'll tell you a story. I'm like, I would be concerned if this were actually happening, but it doesn't actually happen. So it's like, okay, we need to have a way to decipher what is real and what is not. But, no, he's very social. He's got a lot of friends. He just plays with everybody. He's kind of, when I will be out and he's with like his friends and stuff, I mean, he kind of does take the reins as like the ringleader. So it is, it is interesting to watch him, with other kids.
Seems like he's developing a lot of very important life skills, you know, how to lead, how to make friends, how to, you know, get out of a day at work.
All the essentials that you want to have at the age of 4. Yeah.
Of course. And what about little Evie? I mean, this was her first full year of existence.
Yes. She is now walking, which, I mean, it just seems like she is just rapidly moving from like one phase to the next. Like sometimes you have the thought of, wow, I can't believe how much you've grown in the past year. With Evie, it's like I'm experiencing it in real time where all of a sudden it's like, here's another tooth. Now she's walking. She's saying words. It's like, she just seems like she is acquiring all these things so quickly. And I guess being at home, I'm more observant and seeing it all happen so often. So, I mean, she is just in this like stage right now of terror where she will get her hands on anything. She goes into the garbage. She goes and tries to eat anything she can get her hands on. So it is like, it's a full-time job just like watching her and what she can get into. These lights that you put in here, Way, she like took down one of these things. Like these are like lights that extend and go up to the ceiling, and she has like knocked them over before, dented the wall. It's like, how is that even possible?
Oh, they're monsters, I tell you. But yeah, I maybe we could childproof the studio a bit better next time around.
Well, it's keeping her out of here. That's probably the there was the other day she was in here and I like turned around, and then when I look back at her, the entire floor, well, not the entire floor, but the carpet area, it's covered in Kleenex that she has ripped out of the Kleenex box. And I was like, how did you do this in 30 seconds? So anyway, I don't know if this is of interest, everyone, out there or not, but this is my life 24/7.
I mean, this is what we would do with our families around the holidays, is just to kind of gather and catch up on like, you know, things like, you know, hey, how are your kids? Oh man, what about the Islanders? You know, like that sort of thing.
The Islanders are going to be the unifying topic for everybody around the holiday season. It's like, hey, it could be worse. Could be an Islanders fan.
I know. Well, I suppose a lot of people will be listening to this on Christmas Eve, maybe with their families, maybe without their families. And in either case, from Post Wrestling, from me and John, and from anybody that you're about to hear, we wish you a happy holiday season.
And with that, we have a long guest list. So everybody, you know how it works. This will all culminate with the annual Jingle contest. And we are going to see who is going to join the Post Wrestling Christmas show. But this year, Way, when I was looking at all of these guests, I was like, we need to have a theme here. Like, not all these people have distinguishable music that we can introduce them with. So I thought, in my head, this sounded like a great idea. In execution, you will be the judge. I think Way is lukewarm on this idea. I'm kind of lukewarm on it, but we will see what transpires, because the musical theme for today's show is 2001 songs that you likely would have found on my custom-made mix CDs when I was in high school of 2001. So this will either be a joy for people in the 35 to 49 demo, or this will be the only year we ever try this, and we will revert back next year. But let us find out who drew number 1. It is our pleasure to welcome in one of the busiest people out there in the world of professional wrestling media. You can see her work at Fightful. WrestlingObserver.com, and of course, overseeing Instant Culture. She is Denise Salcedo, who is here on the post-wrestling Christmas show. A happy holiday season to you, Denise.
I am so happy to be here, by the way. When the second I got the invite, I was like, yes, I can be there. I checked my calendar and I was like, perfect timing. I will be here. Happy holidays to both of you and everybody watching, listening, both.
Well, it is great to have you on. And we do not, have any preference towards Christmas, but there is a YouTube video that exists, Denise, of you not being such a Christmas person. Is this the case? Do you have an aversion to the holiday season?
The second you brought that up, I was like, oh, I know exactly where he is going with this. So what happened during a podcast, with Sean and I on Fightful, we were talking about, I don't know how it all came up, but we were talking about like Home Alone. And I've never really liked the movie, and also like A Christmas Story. I never really liked the movie either. And I started to think, I was like, you know, everybody's favorite holiday, like you asked like a good majority of people, all their favorite holidays are Christmas. And for some reason, like I didn't want to be that person. And I was like, so I spent my entire life saying, nope, my favorite holiday is like Easter. My favorite holiday is Easter because I loved Easter. And then I started to think like it started to become a part of me where all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, I'm not a big Christmas person because I just didn't want to be the same as everybody else. And so now it's like this whole thing that I supposedly, you know, hate Christmas. I'm just like not like the jolliest person. Like there's people that love like Christmas carols and they'll buy ugly Christmas sweaters and wear Santa Claus hats and bake cookies. I'm not that person.
Well, you know what? It's like Easter gets no love. Like we're not doing an Easter show every April. We're not coming up. You can't name me an Easter song off the top of your head. We don't have malls decorated for Easter. Like it's a very, very under the radar holiday, if you can even call it that. You only get a day for Easter, essentially. The Christmas, it is a season. We dedicate a month, 6 weeks to this thing every year. So I do understand, but placing the spotlight on the less celebrated holidays.
Yeah, I love Easter and Halloween. Easter and Halloween are like my happiness. I'm the person like I will invite people to my house to do like Easter egg hunts and like, you know, put out fresh food because that Easter gives you like the fresh food vibes. Like, oh, you could eat sandwiches and, you know, cold pasta and all of that good stuff. I like it. I think it's a lot of fun. You know, you get to paint eggs, etc. So that's my favorite holiday. But I obviously do enjoy Christmas when I'm like eating tamales and opening my gifts up. And I do like shopping for people. That's always really nice to like give other people gifts.
You know, when it comes to the holidays, I was definitely curious to ask you, as somebody who is involved with so much, how do you manage to find the time for yourself? And, you know, is burnout ever a concern of yours in this line of work?
Yeah, so that's the funny part. Like when I started taking all of these different jobs, I saw a lot of people that were like, oh, I hope Denise doesn't burn herself out. I hope Denise doesn't burn herself out. And it was funny because I started thinking to myself, what a lot of people don't realize is that I had to do so much work to even get here. So it's like, I'm not going to go from doing all of this other work to all of a sudden I got these different opportunities and then stop doing the work. My schedule has gotten ridiculous, like crazy. So this, for example, just this weekend, like literally just like 2 days, I was like having meetings, coming home, getting ready. For example, Friday, literally morning meeting that took me an hour to get to, an hour to come back, get here, get ready, do my notes, pack my gear up, go out, do an MMA show, conduct interviews, make sure that I'm prepared for that. And on top of that, they gave me like a bunch of other additional duties. And then after that, come home, get ready, pack my bags, fly out for my 6 a.m. flight to Texas, get dropped off, land in Texas, come there, get ready, say hello to everybody, prepare for the card, do commentary, finish the commentary, get home, be up super early, like at 3 a.m. to take a flight back to Los Angeles. So, and that was literally just like 2 days right there. It's just kind of like an example of sometimes things can get a little crazy, but I know that this right now, you never know how long things are going to last. So I want to make sure that I take full advantage right now that I have the opportunity to take advantage of that. You know, I don't have kids. I don't have, you know, any of those like outside responsibilities. So I just want to, like, it's worth it for me to essentially go out there and go all crazy. But the one thing that I think keeps me sane is that I'm really good at like listening to, like, I don't know how this is going to sound, but I'm really good at listening to my body. So the second my body says, Denise, that's it, you're done for the day, go to bed, relax, do something else, get your mind off of things. I'm really good at listening to that. Like once I start feeling it, I don't push further than that. But it's a lot of mental preparation and making sure that I know mentally what my schedule is going to be like for the day, for the week, so I can prepare for that. And then when I do plan like certain days off to where I could really relax and, enjoy myself. Like there's days where I will be like, nope, no wrestling today. Nothing. I don't want to read any news about it. I don't want to see anything about it. Nothing. Like this is my day off. This is the day that I use to sort of, reconstruct myself and my goals.
That's really important, I think, to build into everyone's schedule. When you talk about like kind of juggling all these different balls, Denise, was time management something that was always a strong trait of yours to be able to kind of navigate this? Is it something that you've been able to improve upon? Like just tell me just a bit about kind of just the scheduling process when you're staring at a week that is just full of different things that you have to cover at varying times of the day.
Time management is beyond important. I literally have 3 different places where I see my schedule. Like I have a giant whiteboard where I'll see like a quick glance of like my month and then my daily stuff. And then I have a portion here, and I was going to show it to you. I'll pull it out for a second, but I have like a bunch of weekly calendars. So I have to do weekly calendars just so that I can visually see the entire day. And it's gotten to the point where it's like so overly detailed. But if it's not detailed, if I don't write it down, I won't remember, and then I won't do it. So I'm very careful to always make sure that I write everything down and don't miss a single thing. But time management is important, but also, the other thing that's very important is making sure to build strong relationships, because there are times where opportunities come up, but let's say you already have something going on that day, but this is like a big opportunity and you're like, damn, I cannot miss out on this. You have to be able to have that good relationship with your bosses and say like, hey, I got this going on. I'm very open. I make sure never to miss a show. I only ever like have to move my schedule around if something else comes up, and me making sure that my goals, and everything is clear with my bosses and the people that I work with, and that I have a good relationship with them. That's also very important. And making sure to always be like available as well, making sure to always, take other opportunities, because if they see you doing the work and then there's that one day where you're like, dude, I really got to do this, they'll be like, go for it. Like, don't even worry about it. Like, we got your back. So having people that are good to work with and have your back is also really important, because it helps you out when you're trying to like juggle like a zillion stuff. And that's the thing too, like all the people that I work with, like I'm an independent contractor. Like I don't have a contract with anybody. And that for me was incredibly important. So like the second I got brought in to work with somebody, I made sure that they knew like, hey, I'm not planning on being exclusive because I want to work everybody else. And you'd be surprised. Everybody was completely cool with that. Nobody had an issue with that at all.
You are the forbidden door of wrestling journalism.
I've heard that.
Yeah. I mean, you work for so many different reputable outlets, and, I'm curious if you ever notice slight differences in the audiences, and do you cater your content differently across the different outlets?
So I don't cater my content differently. My content is the same across the board. So I like to bring in, my whole thing is the reason I've been able to get this far is because I'm always myself. And myself does not change. Like who you see on camera is who I am off camera, who my fiance sees, who my grandmother sees, who my siblings see. I'm the exact same person. So when I'm on these podcasts, I always make sure to bring entertainment, and you bring entertainment by like being yourself, being funny. That's who I am. Like that's what I try to bring to the table. And secondly, to always make sure that you're knowledgeable. My whole thing is you have to be knowledgeable, and there are a lot of criticisms that come with being a female, and you cannot show any signs of crap, I don't know this. I have to make sure that I'm always prepared. So I make sure to have the knowledge. And if I don't have the knowledge of something, I either bring in somebody who does have the knowledge of that, or I ask questions, or I do the research. I try to find out, or if I flat out do not know something, I will say, I do not know this. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know about this. So I always make sure that I'm fully prepared. So that's one of the things that I like to bring to my podcast is a lot of honest opinions mixed in with, a little bit of comedy, because that's just like who I am, but not in a way that I think some people rely so heavily on having like podcast gimmicks. And I hate that. Like I hate people who have like gimmicks on their podcast because it just doesn't work. It does, like, for my opinion, like it doesn't work. I think people want to connect to something that is authentic. And if you are authentically yourself, that's who you are, and people will relate to that or they won't relate to that. And you'll find your audience in that way. And there is different audiences, but I think like the overall, the people that know me, like my viewers, they're funny. Like they will be funny on Twitter. They'll be funny in the chat. They'll send me memes. And that the reason they're that way is because I've helped cultivate that with the way that I present myself on podcasts, with the way that I, tweet stuff out. And I am very careful with my brand. You'll notice that, like, I'm very careful with the way that I present, which includes the way that I dress, the way that I act, etc., because I know a lot of what I do will affect a lot of my opportunities. It'll affect of who I have relationships with and, who my viewers are.
You spoke recently about, trying out for the WWE. And I'm just curious that, you took it as like this positive, like that door did not open, but it kind of gave you the motivation to go in all these different avenues. And seeing the success you have had, has that changed any of like your ultimate goals? Are you looking at that far ahead? Just tell us a little bit about that and what that whole process was like for you that's brought you to this current position.
That is a phenomenal question. So at the top of this year, to clarify the whole WWE thing, I had essentially been up for an on-air talent position and I had applied in November. And I kid you not, from November to March, they were debating whether or not to like hire me. From November to March, that is like 6 months right there. And for 6 months, I did not know what my life was going to look like. And the reason I had applied to WWE, because I thought that's the direction that I was going to go. I was like, okay, I'm going to, go to WWE. I'm going to, work hard. I'm going to start off as a backstage interviewer and I'm going to work hard. I'm going to be the next Renee Young and I'm going to, bring it my way and do things my way and, be on the post shows and do all of this stuff. And I'm going to travel the world. And this is the vision that I want. And then when they basically decided to go in a different direction, I was like crushed. I was so depressed about it. I like cried like a little baby. It was so pathetic. And then I just like something inside me was like, on a Friday was when I got the call. I call it Black Friday now. It's really funny. So I'm like, okay, Friday I got the call and they basically told me they decided to go a different direction. And then after that, I let myself be like sad and like feeling down like Saturday and Sunday. Like I was just like, just almost looked like I had a breakup. And then come Monday, I was like already, pitching myself to other people. I was trying to get more work and I cannot tell you. So the growth that I have had from March until this point has been insane. I started at the top of the year, I started at 13,000 Twitter followers. Right now, I'm close to 50,000. And that all happened during that chunk of time because when someone tells you we're going a different direction, when someone does not pick you, it motivates you. It like lights a fire under you and it makes you just say, I'm going to prove them wrong. I'm going to continue working hard. And so that's how I started things off. And then out of nowhere, this beautiful thing happened when I realized I did not want that anymore. I did not want to be a backstage interviewer. I realized that I was way more than that and that I love podcasting. I love interviewing and I love creating content. And when you start to realize like, hey, if I would have taken this job, all of those things would have been taken away from me. And now, here I am being able to talk to people like you guys. Why? Because I, ended up going in an entirely different direction. And now I realize that you do not need to work for like this massive company to see rewards coming in. Like if you work hard and you're kind to people, you will, succeed. And yeah, you're going to get down and you're going to cry and you're going to be like, pathetic for like a little bit, but like you got to get yourself back up because I could have easily been like, well, they said no, I'm done. Career's over. Let me try to go back and find something else. But it just really inspired me to work a lot harder. So in a way, I am really thankful for that rejection because it changed my life.
Wow, that's incredible. Go ahead, Wei.
Well, I'm sure you have a lot of people asking you for career advice at this point for people who are wanting to enter the industry and create something that like you have. I'm curious what what you typically might tell somebody in those positions.
My number one thing that I tell people is create content. I just think that if you create your own content, that's the only way. Nowadays, like the reason why I feel I got this far was because I used my YouTube channel as a resume. I used my YouTube channel to say, hey, look at me. I can do these interviews with these wrestlers. Look at me. I can pull news out of these interviews. Look, I can create content. I can talk about wrestling. Why? Because I was doing it for myself. And so when people start to see that, when people see like, oh, she's doing fine on her own, we might want a little piece of that. That is essentially how, people see things. Like for me, my YouTube channel was a resume. My goal was to get hired. And that is why I started a YouTube channel. Now my YouTube channel goals have evolved. They have changed, but that is essentially the premise of it. Like that's why it started. And the reason why I started it was because I couldn't find a job, anywhere. So, that's
jobs found you, Denise. They came after you.
They did. It's crazy. So like, for example, like that MMA job that I worked this weekend, I got that job because the person that was hiring was, scrolling through YouTube, looking for, personalities, found my YouTube channel somehow, and luckily went on to one of my best interviews ever, my Jake Atlas interview, went on to that, and he literally told me on the phone, like, Denise, I was honestly only planning on watching 10 minutes of your interview. And he's all, I ended up listening to the full entire hour. And I just thought to myself, that is the best compliment that I can get when someone thinks I'm just going to come in and watch like a second and see what this girl is all about. And then for me to do like a good enough job for them to stick around. And granted, the story for that interview was really good, but it's little things like that have essentially helped me get other work.
Yeah, and for those that did not hear it, like I thought it was so cool right off the top. It's like, a lot of wrestlers, they can be very hesitant about going out and doing interviews, how it's going to come across. And Jake Atlas right off the top, like he made a point of coming to speak to you, and that has to be just the ultimate compliment.
It honestly was. And I think a lot of that was, it was trust. I made sure, Jake and I knew him before he went to WWE. I had interviewed him prior to that. So he kind of already knew me and he knew what I was all about. And he knew that when he came on to me that he was going to get, I wasn't going to try to I told him like straight out, look, I just want to get your story. I don't want to bury the company. I don't want to do that. I just want to get your story. And, during that interview, that was my intention, to get the real story and the real experience behind, what Jake Atlas went through. And so that literally to this day is my favorite interview that I have ever done, because I think that one really showed more so of like what I can do. Cause I tend to go more of like the entertainment route. I like to have fun with my guests, but this one was like a serious topic.
Before we let you go, Denise, we have a musical theme on this Christmas show. We're going through 2001 hits, and I just wanted to take everyone back. Where was Denise Salcedo in the year 2001 in a sentence or two?
Denise Salcedo in 2001 was the biggest wrestling mark ever. Like, I think that was like my peak of like wrestling fandom, because I was like 10 or 11 during that time. So I was really like becoming like, I was really like a fan, I think at this point I still thought it was real too. So add that in there. It was very embarrassing, but, that's where I was during this time. I was one of the biggest like wrestling fans during this period, my peak markiness.
Awesome. Well, Denise, thank you so much. I mean, both Way and I have such a great respect for your work, and it was a pleasure to come on your show back a couple of months ago, back in October after Dynamite, to chat with you. And maybe we will get you back here around Easter time to celebrate the forgotten holiday. But have a tremendous holiday season. I'm sure it'll be a busy one for you. But thanks so much for taking some time to chat with us.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Denise Salcedo joining the post-wrestling Christmas show, getting things off to a great start. A wonderful person. I got to be on her show a couple of months ago, and I had a great time.
Well, this is my first time speaking to Denise, and I'm thrilled, honestly. Like, doing these sort of Christmas shows is kind of our excuse to be able to reach out to, you know, people in our industry that we might otherwise not necessarily get a chance to. So, that was wonderful. I mean, you know, if you follow the space at all, it's impossible to miss so much of Denise's work, and she does just such tremendous stuff between her interviews and her on-air hosting and her ring announcing now too. So, somebody who I'm very impressed by and I look up to, honestly.
Mm-hmm. She's a fantastic host. Do check out her work, at WrestlingObserver.com, Fightful.com, and Instinct Culture, that she runs. So a big thank you to Denise Salcedo. And I am looking at who might be next, and this has to be a mistake.
Fellas, it's me, Brandon from New Jersey. Just wanted to wish you a happy holiday. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to get on here again after my performance last season. I just want to say that what you guys have built is something absolutely special, especially in this space. What you guys have cultivated in this community is absolutely groundbreaking, and for that, I appreciate you wholeheartedly. As I reflect on the year, it made me think of the time I was walking barefoot in Monarch Park off of 115 Felsting Ave, and it made me think of the wise words of the great philosopher George Grant when he said, "Most human beings are defined in terms of their capacity to consume." I don't know why I thought of that, but anywho, I just want to wish you guys again a happy holiday and continued success. We out there. Thank you. I love you guys. Bye-bye.
Exploration of space.
Christmas would not be complete without a message from the one, the only, thankfully, Brandon from New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, that's been one of my things for 2021 too, is this, never ending, Words with Friends game that I've got going on with Brandon. I have to say, he is, I think, the laziest Scrabble player I've ever encountered. And
is he one of those who uses like OOH? Yeah, is a word. And, is that it? Oh,
I mean, and as a result, I think I'm on like a 40 game win streak. And I'm not even really trying. Like, I like playing cause it's like, I don't have to think about it. You know, I don't have to sometimes I'll play people and it's like, wow, okay, this is like a real game. I have to really be into this. And I have to, I'll spend 10 minutes, trying to come up with the right move. The triple letter, double letter score, double, triple letter, combo word score, Q, X, all this stuff. But when I play Brandon, it's just like, YA.
YA.
I don't know, whatever. I don't even know if that's a real word, but I'm sure it would work. Anyway, so, that's something I'm grateful for in 2021, getting to know, Brandon a little bit better through Words with Friends.
I hope we get to meet him one day.
Someday, sure.
Well, the Christmas show, it keeps going. And coming up next, a man that we would not be able to complete the show without his involvement. This man would not let me live with the guilt if he was not brought back. He is one of the most popular men here at Post Wrestling. He is Damian Abraham.
You forget one of your kids on Christmas, John, they never forgive you. That's the lesson here, right? You need to carry this through your life.
Well, your presence is our present here on Christmas Eve. It's so great to have you here. I didn't think there was a better song to bring you in here. We're doing a bit of a 2001 theme, so that was the inspiration. Damian, where were you in 2001?
2001, Fucked Up was forming towards the end of the year. So if it was this time in 2001, Fucked Up had just kind of formed, and I was doing the band, doing terrible at school and kind of like looking at maybe switching what I was going to be studying in university. But yeah, just starting with the band. So this was actually a big year for me, 2001.
Now, I don't know if everyone can see Damian, but you're in your home. Yes. And you have a mask.
I brought my mask because I wanted to show you guys that I'm still, obviously sensibly masking up. And when I mask, I always mask with my Lucha mask.
Look at that. Wow. Are you masked indoors in your home? Is this like a regular,
Well, before we ran late, my original plan was to smoke a bowl of weed and emerge with the smoke coming out of the mask. But then we ran late and I was like,
like a dragon.
Yeah, I was going to be like I was going to be a lucha dragon emerging. And now I've tangled my mask around my, glasses. There we go.
Well, there you go.
Oh.
On the topic, obviously your profession is a very unique one in that you perform.
I have no profession, Wade. That's the whole gimmick, I guess.
You have many professions. but what has it been like, going out and playing shows again? Are audiences feeling different now than before the pandemic?
I've only played one show. We were supposed to do a tour with Faith No More, and that got canceled. Faith No More has had some issues where they've decided to, not force members that were uncomfortable with touring. And so they're not going to be touring for the foreseeable future. So we had a tour with them scheduled that fell through. And then our drummer couldn't get into America because he was coming from England and had only been in Canada for 11 days. And if you come from England before you go to America, you have to be in Canada for 14 days. So they were unable to play the festival we were supposed to be playing. And we only had played this one show outdoors in Toronto. I've been to a few shows, and it's interesting. So far, until recently, I hadn't heard about too many people getting sick at shows. And now I think that's starting. I think this is becoming clear that this, any sort of airborne illness is very much something we have to deal with seasonally. And we're heading into a time when seasonally this thing is going to be a lot more prevalent, sadly. And I think hopefully wrestling shows are safe because, there was a Raptors game recently where a bunch of people caught it, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. It just feels like I don't think anyone wants to fully embrace what the numbers are telling you, because I think everyone just has this, PTSD from what they've already gone through. But I think this is just going to be a reality that we live through, that it's going to be recurring, and there's going to be, peaks and valleys when it comes to the numbers and what your options, are going to be of what is available for you out there. And I imagine it's got to be very frustrating for someone in your position, Damian, that understands the health concerns, but at the same time, you probably need that kind of outlet, that fulfillment. And it's really tough when you're talking about those extremes and one pulling at the other.
Yeah, I'm lucky that I had a podcast to kind of retreat into, not financially, but I mean, in terms of as an outlet of something to kind of focus on, because otherwise I don't know what I would have done. And I think there's a lot of uncertainty. We're supposed to be touring in January, and I think the reality is we're not shutting down again. I think it's going to be up to people to be safe in these environments, and I think that's going to affect how I perform on stage. I think I'm going to try and find a place where I'm still giving everything I can performance-wise, but is there a way for me to safely pass the microphone to people in the crowd? Is there, because I'm looking at friends playing shows right now, and they're doing it the same old way we used to do things. And I don't know if I feel safe yet doing that, I think I'm still a few months away, maybe another booster shot away from getting there, in terms of where I feel safe with sharing a mic with people. It's also going to change the way I smoke weed on tour. I'm not going to be going into the back rooms with people anymore that I meet, smoking cannabis and hanging out, because it's not safe to do that right now. And I think that's the reality everyone in a performing space has to face, wrestling as well. I know a lot of friends who are wrestlers that have had to deal with, COVID firsthand, and are seeing what it does. And this is something that is really real.
What has your wrestling consumption been like over the past year?
Not so much as it used to be. I think it's been interesting to kind of watch everything shift, and I think the weird thing was realizing, and obviously Ring of Honor has been so different the last few years. I think it's come back actually the last year, and watching that over the course of the pandemic and kind of seeing how that company, when it came back and where it was going to go. But like losing Ring of Honor potentially has been like one of those things where I'm like, wow, this really feels like a type of wrestling coming to an end a little bit as what is the hot indie. And that was like a type of wrestling that I think was like my favorite type of wrestling. That's not to say it's not going to come back around, but I think like if you look at the stuff that's very popular on the independents right now, it's less influenced by strong style Japanese stuff and much more seemingly influenced by, like a lot more, I don't know, just like it's a lot more entertainment wrestling. Not entertainment wrestling, I think that's the wrong way to put it, but like deathmatch stuff's very popular, I think, and certainly, like character wrestling is very popular now, and it seems more in line with like DDT and stuff like that too, which I like, but it's not necessarily what I love in the same way.
When you came on the Christmas show, it was I believe 3 years ago, and you named Nick Gage a Wrestler of the Year.
Yeah.
Did you envision that? You know what? This man will be doing one of these death matches on a major cable network in a few years with Chris Jericho. I can certainly see this happening.
It's weird to see how we sidestepped all the questions about deathmatch wrestling that were like happening around then. Like I didn't think it would happen because of the same reason you don't see Jackass on TV, or the same reason you don't see people openly bleeding on TV as much these days, is because there's a lot of things that, I don't know, like it just sends like a really strong message to the audience. And I think with deathmatch wrestling, like a lot of the conversation we were having around the time of deathmatch wrestling, I don't know, when I was making the documentary about it, was like, are people being tested for bloodborne illnesses? Is this safe for people in the long run? And I think like, wrestling is still not just deathmatch wrestling, but all wrestling. I think like look at the death of Jimmy Rave just recently, and it's sadly like a profession which still has like a real physical cost and physical toll on people. And I think, and obviously that was done safely and was by, two incredibly high level performers in this sort of thing. But I just think like, is the proliferation of deathmatch wrestling kind of like necessarily I don't want to say a good thing or a bad thing, but like, is it going to be something that's going to have ramifications? It's
a more accepted thing. I think there's no doubt about that. The fact that match, and not to say it didn't go without some scrutiny, but I think largely it was pretty much setting the bar much higher of what can we get away with as a wrestling show on TNT, no less, in prime time. Like the bar is that much higher in terms of like violence that you can show to an audience that they were obviously comfortable enough with.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was shocking, I think especially in the wake of like the exploding ring match and stuff like that, where like these things don't live up to the hype, to then see that where it's like, oh my God, this is like way more violent than I thought it would be. I thought maybe a few kind of things would be going on, I don't like, I don't even know if Jericho was that much of a fan of deathmatch wrestling prior to this. Like, I don't recall ever directly talking to it, but I don't think he was too much of a fan of that deathmatch documentary that I did.
But was probably a big fan of Nick Gage from like Dark Side. Like you had this interesting human story in Nick Gage that all happened within like a week or so of each other with the Dark Side episode, him on TNT. And I think the long-term benefactor of that to some degree was Game Changer. That, not to say everything was connected to, one of their top stars appearing on AEW, but a lot more people coming out of that aware of Nick Gage and his home promotion. Like they have been able to kind of, carve out this significant niche for themselves that they are at least on the trajectory of growth as we go into the next year.
Oh, they run independent wrestling. Like they are the company right now. They are the zeitgeist of this thing, in the same way that Ring of Honor was at another time, or other companies were. Like they kind of like, I think, are setting the tone. And it's interesting to watch, AEW in this space now and how reactive they are, and just because we haven't had a wrestling company that's really functions like that. Like WWE exists in its own bubble, And that's not a criticism on it. Like, it exists in its own bubble, but like to watch AEW kind of like be able to pick on what, like Tony Khan looking at what's hot, what's hitting at any given time and being like, okay, let's get that guy on the show. Let's go with this kind of music, like it's very, it's really interesting to kind of see that. You saw it with TNA a little bit, but it was like the tastes were, I don't know, didn't skew as hip back then, I think.
You didn't think a fish market street fight was hitting that audience?
Or having like NASCAR drivers or like, the guy that had that song, about Iraq. I don't know. Like they had some weird celebrity tie-ins back then.
Oh, you mean Toby Keith?
Toby Keith. That was his name. He was a big star for a moment. He was,
Toby Keith was, like a pretty notable star. I'm not a country expert, but Toby Keith, I think is pretty well known. The original TK.
He was the Bad Bunny of the era.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Canadian destroyers, I'm sure. He did a suplex, not a destroyer, but I mean, in the modern era, it would be the same. Are your kids into pro wrestling?
Not at all. I think that's what's kind of like been a challenge for me to kind of watch it, is trying to get them into it, to watch stuff. And like, yeah, it's really like, every time I put it on, they just do not seem into it. And that's probably because I'm into it, like I think that's probably the same with like punk music. But, I think I can listen to that a lot more privately in my own time than watching stuff on the TV. I've been watching a lot more superhero stuff.
Of course. Okay.
Very up to date in WB DC series. If you guys want to do another spin-off podcast about The Flash, let me know.
Don't hold your breath, but I can't speak for Wei. I think that would be more so a Wei Ting text message / phone call. Maybe he would pick it up and dial you, as I have been known to do a time or two.
Very rarely, John. Wei and I went out for lunch the other day. IRL. We hung out, and
I know I was asked, very last minute. I was unfortunately too tied up. I would have loved to have seen you, but I did get to see you quite a few times this year, because you would practice in the area. And then all of a sudden, hey, I'm outside. And we'd come out, we'd have some great chats.
Yeah, we had some great post-pandemic hangs. And also, you have entered the terror dome of having two kids, right? Like, you now know, like, having one kid, that's like having a pet, basically, compared to having two. Like, once you have two, it's like, holy shit, it is real.
Yeah, it's as well like the spacing as well. Like, by the time Evie was born, Max was already 3. And It's like, okay, I forgot how much we had gotten through, and then you start all over again. And I mean, there is when you are, as I found myself last week, all of us are in the car coming home from this Christmas festival. It's dark outside. We are on the Gardner, bumper to bumper traffic, not moving. Both are crying. And it's like, it's so insane that all you can do is just like look up and like smile. Like, this is insanity right now that I am in. This is the definition of it.
Yeah. No, there are real moments where you have to, and you're just like, this has profoundly broken me. So that's why 3 doesn't seem that much like it. The jump from like 2 to 3 was not that bad compared to 1 to 2, because, you go from having to play zone defense to playing man-on-man defense. So there's never free hands. There's never like a time you can be like, hey, can you take this kid? I got to go and do that. And we're both, our partners too. We're all lucky in our situation that we can work from home too. But like, holy jeez, it is hard. Listening to you sometimes on the intros to the show, talking about the dad stuff, like that hits me in the feels so hard. And I relate, John, very much. I relate.
Well, it's it's life. So there's nothing more calming though than finishing a day and then you sit down and you watch Raw for 3 hours.
Yeah, no, I do, and I do. That's the thing, is like I do think there's so much great stuff potentially there on Raw, and stuff that's kind of like happening in the wings, and obviously stuff on SmackDown that's been great this last year too. It just, like I feel like all the pieces are there. I just want everything to click. It's been wild to watch like Matt Riddle and Austin Theory and like these sorts of people like show up on the main roster and have, like Matt Riddle actually, like I kind of thought this was always going to happen with Matt Riddle, because he could do comedy, and at the end of the day, he's also like a legit tough guy. So I think he'll always have Vince's respect on a certain level. And so I think his ascent was kind of guaranteed. But it's been interesting to watch the Austin Theory thing happen finally.
Hey man, the real developmental was Evolve, Riddle, Theory, Drew McIntyre. I mean, these were even for AEW. Like, look at Darby, Ethan Page. I mean, we could go through that. If you go look at like the roster of Evolve like 3 years ago, I mean, it's just like up and down. You're just looking at like these are all national commodities today, and some like really big ones. Yeah.
Yeah, like Zack Sabre Jr. Like, there were like, if you look through that Evolve roster and Ring of Honor, like, that's the stuff I love doing now, is like going through my DVDs and my Blu-rays. I moved into the basement too, which is where I'm sitting now. And, I've got like my Blu-ray player set up down here and all my wrestling DVDs down here. And I'll just like crack open an Evolve DVD and just be watching this like ridiculous match going on there. And I'm like, wow, this is happening in front of like 20 people. Like, now this sort of stuff
at Laboom.
Yeah, at Laboom. And now this stuff happens on AEW TV.
Hey, wait a minute. That's me popping my head out of the curtain at the back as I was watching an pay-per-view. I had no idea you were at the show. And I just texted him like, dude, are you at Evolve? You're popping your head through the curtain.
I feel like that whole trip was just me popping my head through the curtain.
There's a period where it was like almost every show I watched, like Damian was there somehow.
Yeah. It was a good year. It was definitely a great year. I would love to relive it at some point, but I'm very happy I got to experience that year, because I think in retrospect, we're going to look back at 2017 as being like the 1991 of music, where like Nirvana breaks through, and then Pearl Jam breaks through, and then you have a wave of stuff hitting. And I think if you look at that year, 2017, 2016 and 15 too, in wrestling, like, it was just incredible to kind of watch what came through there.
Well, Damian, I hope that we get to see you in the very, very near future. I think I've said it now. I'm going to go 2 years running, but hey, I hope that we will share a glass of J.R. Ewing's bourbon in 2022.
How about on 2021? On the 29th of December, I will be in your neighborhood. We should have a porch.
You're going to come over and watch Stardom?
I would love to, in the middle of the
big pay-per-view.
Yeah, we're going to watch it in like, what time? 3 a.m.?
It's probably going to be around 1 a.m. or something like that. But, no, pop by for sure.
Okay.
Come by.
I would love to. And so we will have one in 2021. Then I will see both of the Pillars of the Post.
Pillars of the Post? How have we never used that way?
You guys never used Tingling's and Pollock's shirt that I wanted to do too.
Oh, you know what? Maybe you should just come, give up this music thing and just come work with us. You can be our head of merchandising.
Done. I'm giving it up already. I don't want to do these chores. I'm coming over, John.
We'll do. You just design merchandise, and you and I will do like Dallas podcasts, and you'll be set. You'll be set.
Well, I want to show you. I got a present for you right here that I got to also meet up and give you. I've got wearing a crimson mask, a Damian Lego figure skeleton one for you.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you very much. I look forward to that.
I think we should make some John and Way Lego figures.
Well, get on it. Head of merch.
Boom. It's all coming to me right now. 2022.
Where can people get those?
These Lego figures?
Yeah.
Eventually they'll be on the podcast. Just find me on the podcast. Turned Out a Punk is the podcast, and
awesome show, incredible guest list. Which let's pull the curtain back. It's another Abraham that's really on top of the guest bookings.
Sometimes Tristan Abraham, my brother, he'll book most of it unless I'm booking a wrestler like Aleister Black. That was all on me. I booked that guy myself.
Well, look at that. A man that will not give up all the credit by any stretch of the imagination.
I can. But yeah,
Damian,
my brother works hard.
You're one of our favorite people, so thank you so much for joining us. And I will be waiting outside with a sign on the 29th.
Okay, I love you guys. Thank you for all the content and everything you give me each and every day.
Damian Abraham, a big thank you for joining us here on the Christmas show. Someone that when I look back at this year, I did not get to see a great many people in person, at least, friends and stuff. But I got to see a handful. Damian, quite a few times.
Yeah, like what are the chances that like he happened to be recording close to, en route to your place? And
yeah, it would usually be on a Wednesday, as I remember, because it would be like right around during Dynamite, and he would show up, but maybe some other days as well. But yeah, he would just be walking by, and then we'd chat for a while, and it's like, yeah, this is great. It's great to have human interaction.
Definitely. I mean, are you still at the point where you're getting it readjusted? Or you know, it's not so much over the pandemic and such. It's more so just finding time and schedules with my friends. Like my closest like group from high school, there's now one living in Aurora. There's one, in Ajax. The other is living like way up in Markham. And then another is kind of midtown. So it's like getting all four of us to just like get together is just a chore and a half. And it's really hard to carve out time. And I'm also at the same point, it's like, man, how many nights a week are we doing shows that when I do have a night where I don't have to record something, I'm not like jonesing to go out either at the same time. So I do plead a bit of laziness in there too. I certainly find that to be the case for a lot of my high school friends too. We all kind of live apart, and it's also the combination of just, you know, being busy with children for some of them, and, or just work. So if anything, I would really just say it was the pandemic, but the pandemic certainly, you know, amplified it, I would say, that distance. So, I don't know. I wonder, like, you know, if it means Zoom readings being a regular thing even amongst your friends, or if you have to wait for, you know, kids to get into a certain age where you can have,
or we could start playing Scrabble maybe.
Words with friends. Yeah. Just don't try that hard. Otherwise I probably wouldn't join you.
Do you have like multiple games on the go? Like are you just with Brandon?
Pretty much. Yeah. At this point. I mean, I don't really start them with too many other people, and it's, you know, it's less about like playing with one specific person as it is just like, you know, having something to fiddle with like on this app. So there's that.
Wow. Well, Damian, always great to catch up with the man and chat with him. But we have two people coming up next, two new additions here as part of the Post Wrestling family, as the countdown clock continues. The latest entrance to the Christmas party, coming to you courtesy of WrestleNomics Radio, Brandon Thurston and Kris Gullo. Two huge acquisitions here in the year 2021. Guys, a happy holiday to both of you, and thank you so much for joining us here on the Post-Christmas Show.
Yes. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Thanks for having us be a part of the post-wrestling world, universe, and so forth.
Kris, I wanted to ask you, this is the first time we've had to chat, just a little bit of the backstory of how you and Brandon, how far you two go back in the Buffalo independent wrestling scene, and how you have become part of the WrestleNomics universe to everybody.
Well, to go back, I would say it was 2012 that I probably refereed some of Brandon's matches for a promotion.
Noel is much better to explain it.
Yes. And yeah, we met there. It was a promotion ran by a guy who did Ultimate Warrior like gimmick. And we met there, and then, I started working for Empire State Wrestling in 2014, where Brandon was a big fixture of. And then we did a podcast for Empire State Wrestling, much like AIW's podcast. I mean,
right.
And we did that for a few years, and then, you know, Brandon was looking for a co-host for WrestleNomics, and, you know, I'm not a mathematician or a whiz or anything, but I think I can talk. So
you're the everyman of WrestleNomics.
The everyman, yes.
We did one or two we did a few episodes in the post Mookie era, where, and like the one I remember really vividly because it was just before Dynamite and NXT were debuting on weekly cable. And, we were making predictions about like who's going to win in the viewership battle and things like that. And, what was going to happen years from now, which I think we were making predictions for like 2021, 2022.
Yeah.
So I have to pull that episode up and see how right or wrong we were.
Sounds like such a calm, non-controversial subject of like viewership between two competing programs, how they would do. I'm sure there would be fans on one side that would say, "Oh, that's great to know," and the other side being like, "Oh, that's interesting." Just calm, pedestrian dialogue among competing fan bases over numbers.
Little did we know the culture war that was about to begin, the disagreements and debate about whether the demo matters, whether
the Roman Reigns gifs that still what a visual that you painted for everyone recently. Do you believe, Brandon, that without how much AEW in some form or fashion has kind of heightened interest into this line of work that you have found like really unique, I think, to yourself, that you have yourself and Kris have kind of carved out now, that there's more of an appetite for this now than maybe 3 years ago?
I think a lot. And a lot of it is, at least for me, and I think the audience feels this way too, is a lot of the interest is being able to compare WWE against another wrestling company. It's not something we've been able to do really since 2001, or maybe there was a brief time when Impact was running head to head and WWE kind of blew them out of the water. And now there's some really interesting comparisons to make, even though WWE is way, way ahead in a lot of ways. For instance, they run way more live events than WWE does, but in average attendance, they're comparable. WWE has way higher, way better TV deals than AEW does, and has way higher total viewership. But in the demo, which may or may not matter, it does matter, by the way, but they're very comparable, at least Dynamite and Raw are, towards the end of this year.
I walked in on this Zoom meeting as Brandon, you were giving some Twitter muting advice to the conversation. I'm really curious if you employ what sort of tactics you might employ yourself every time you hit send on a Thursday afternoon or something.
Great question. This is my Twitter habit. It's unconscious at this point. And I was telling John once, this is what I do. I tweet, as people may know. I tweet quite a lot. A lot of it is about ratings, and it attracts a lot of disagreeing people. So, and pretty much no matter what the tweet is, it could be the most innocuous tweet about how I had a dream and I knocked over my lamp. I tweet, and then I go in and I immediately mute the conversation. And now I've actually been turning the replies off on all my tweets. That's a more recent thing. And people quote tweet me now because they're mad that I've turned the replies off, but they'll just have to look. Yeah, I just automatically tweet and then mute the tweet. No notifications.
It's so unfortunate that it has gotten to such a situation, but maybe it's just, you have to look at the forum that Twitter is just not made for that level of back and forth, that it's a great place to put out information, not as great a place to take in information. And I'm sure you find like it's a completely different discourse when, whether it's in your live chat for shows and being able to speak at length on the show about all of these different things, where it's like you can talk about so many different aspects and learn so much from all these different data points that you've been able to uncover. But it's just, Twitter is just not, at least wrestling Twitter is not made for this level of discussion. I just think there's a lot that are just, it just becomes like, just groan inducing of, it will just totally drive you away from that discourse.
Well, social media and sort of the nature and the incentives of social media. If we think about Twitter as a business is trying to do something different. They're trying to find some other ways to monetize through subscriber revenue, and we have Twitter Blue, but at this point it's mostly ad revenue, and Facebook is like this too, and YouTube, owned by Google, is like this too, and they're supported by ad revenue, and that, and they've created algorithms to increase virality, and virality just so happens to bias toward people getting irate at each other. So I think that's just the nature of social media. But yeah, I realized too, like in text, things on Twitter, especially when you post them publicly, they tend to come off, it's really easy to come off hostile. And I noticed that it's way easier for me to have like a more nuanced conversation. I'll save that for the podcast.
I mean, I am curious, like if you do want to try to engage with perhaps, some strangers that might actually have something worthwhile to say about a lot of the things that you guys might discuss on your shows, like what is your preferred avenue? Is there one?
YouTube, probably, when we do the live streams.
Yeah. Most of the live chats we've had for YouTube so far have been good. There was one a couple of weeks ago where I was getting ganged up on as a AEW show. But that was the so far. People DM me, and my DMs are open, and those are always more civil conversations. I feel like they're just necessarily less performative because there's not an audience watching. It's just between me and the other person.
Yeah, there is a huge performative aspect that comes with Twitter as well, as opposed to just emailing someone or DMing. That's I guess takes out some of the fun of insulting a person. Kris, I want to ask you as well of just it's sort of jumping into the co-host spot with Brandon, and I mean I really enjoy that. I mean, you seem like from start to finish, you are on your toes. Brandon is going to pop quiz you out of nowhere. Quickly, Kris, remind us what fast affiliates are versus fast nationals. I mean, you are just on the ball here. You could get a pop quiz at any turn from Brandon.
Yeah, I have multiple windows up, multiple pages of the WrestleNomics Patreon up. I got the ratings. Give me 1 second. I got it up. And then he just throws me something like, look up Endeavor. And I'm like, I wasn't planning for that. And here we are.
I guess I kind of think you're kind of a representation for the listener, maybe the average listener I know WrestleNomics can get pretty deep into the weeds. And I imagine, I think I've heard this from some listeners, they understand a certain percentage of what we're ever talking about. So I'm trying to, maybe slightly pick on you, but also, see if you're up to speed, then maybe the listeners are up to speed, or if they maybe kind of remember what, for instance, OIBDA stands for, and we'll see if you do, and that'll charge their brain too. It's an educational experience. As well.
I mean, I find myself often in that position whenever, John tries to throw some of these numbers at me, and sometimes I feel like it's up to me to try to ask for a bit of clarification, because if I don't understand, I imagine much of the audience wouldn't either, so it seems like it's a good dynamic. For the both of you, obviously you're both very well connected to the upstate New York wrestling scene, and it feels like over the past year we've seen a whole lot more names, get onto the main stage from that area. Of course, I would say led by Daniel Garcia this year. I'm curious if you guys feel the same way, and if there's just an elevated level of buzz in the area.
Yeah, Blackwood's doing Bola as well as Daniel.
Right.
Yeah. There's just, it's something in this area. I would say it probably started about 4 or 5 years ago, where the training got better in the area. A lot of the promotion stepped up their game as far as presentation. It wasn't just, this guy doesn't know how to do a wrist lock, but he sells 40 tickets. I think a lot of companies are taking themselves seriously, and I think, this generation of guys is just hungry for it. And there's a list of other guys that I could see be the next man up. And I always say forever, there's a guy in the Buffalo area that I don't understand why he doesn't have a contract, and it's Kevin Bennett.
Right. Yeah. He was a regular when Smash was doing shows up here in Toronto. So very familiar with him as well. I'm kind of curious, Brandon, how you feel if we look at kind of the direction WWE has taken with NXT, and they stay on that course, versus AEW, that it's two very different visions at the moment. If you think that, 5 years from now, it's going to be kind of a different mindset for your Daniel Garcia of 5 years from now, of what is the attainable full-time job in pro wrestling, that it might not be WWE, or at least it's going to be more of a tricky path to get the attention of WWE versus what we experienced the last 6-7 years, where it seemed like that path had been just paved for so many independent talents that you wouldn't have think to have been on WWE's radar.
Yeah. I mean, I've worked a handful of indie dates, and then I'm taking a break for an indefinite amount of time. And I was out for the whole pandemic for like a year and a half, so I haven't been around a lot of indie wrestlers too much, but I have been going to training. So I don't super know what everybody's thinking. Maybe Gullo would know better, but I think we're going to be in a future where it's going to be more apparent to people that if I'm an indie wrestler, and if I'm not somebody who has a really strong athletic background or a Division I college athlete or something like that, that it might not make a lot of sense for me to even be in WWE. And I think, like in the case of somebody like Daniel Garcia, that change happened like right at the time that it seemed that WWE and AEW were interested in him. I've told him I think he made the right decision. I don't know how serious WWE was about getting him, but I think he's much better off, considering especially the type of wrestler that he is, as people think of him as this intense technical wrestler, and he's on the smaller side, at least in terms of weight, that AEW is a much better place for him to develop his career at this point.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience over the last year, guys, it seems, especially with a lot of younger wrestlers, the goal is AEW over WWE. Now, some have like goals for Japan and everything, and I think that's not just WWE's new vision, but I think it's just all the releases over the last year. And guys, know some of these guys that uprooted their life to move to Orlando and were out of a job 6 months later.
Yeah, I certainly get that sentiment, is the idea of, at least if I'm signing a 3-year deal with AEW, I'm fairly confident, unless I, make some big error along the way, that I will see the end of that contract. WWE, it's like, that comes with a hope. I might sign a 5-year deal. I hope I see the end of these 5 years. And I think that's going to play a big factor for some. What WWE, they will always have it is WWE. And for a lot that have grown up as fans, I think it's a whole generation is certainly going to have that. That's going to, I think, take a long time to break from people. But that's going to be an interesting development over the next, 2 to 3 years of the kind of the independent mindset towards things. Now, as we go through this Christmas show, we have had a theme of asking everybody that's joined the show of where they were in 2001. And Brandon, can you tell us something about Brandon Thurston in 2001?
I was 16 years old. I was in the 11th grade. 11th grade was a tough year for a 16-year-old Brandon Thurston. The hair that had more hair then, for sure, a lot more hair than I do now. The hair was out of control, and I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I mean, it was 2001. I know 9/11 had just happened a few months ago. Before then, yeah, I don't know.
Kris, how about yourself? Hair and all.
I had a lot. Actually, hair went up here. I had very good hair. I remember being a freshman in high school, 14. I was really into wearing like throwback basketball jerseys every day with the matching hats. So that was me at 14.
What was the music you were both listening to at that time?
I was listening to a mix of probably pop punk and hip hop at that time. So, Cameron with a little yellow card.
I think in that spring, Lateralis album for Tool had just come out, and that was a year for teenage Brandon Thurston. I had become like a big Tool fan, but not so long that I had like been aware of them while an album had come out. So that was, I think it was like the first album since '96 or something like that.
I'm struggling to imagine Brandon being a bad like student at the time. Like you would just think that. I mean, I guess it depends on the subject.
I was not a great student and like extremely quiet. Had like basically no friends at age 16. And then like wrestling towards the end of my high school years really like took me out of this sort of dark teenage period of like, I had some friends through high school who were independent wrestlers, and they were being a part of this new like independent wrestling company called Empire State Wrestling, which still exists today. And I just, like worked the back room for them in the last show a few weeks ago. And that was like a big turning point in my life and social life and well-being and stuff, I guess.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, I was just trying to find the Limp Bizkit fan among.
Definitely me. Yeah.
Anyone our age who denies that they went through a Limp Bizkit phase is just lying. Okay, they were here like a comet. Okay, that flew through your life, but when they were there, you couldn't help but look up at Limp Bizkit, whether they were
after the audio, the music medium of choice at this time, probably, right?
Well, around that time, I'm sure.
I saw them 7 years ago, and they were still awesome. I felt like I was 14 again.
I certainly get from like their last album, it's like Fred Durst is very much in on the joke as like in terms of like leaning in. He's like, I know what I represent to so many people, and I'm not going to deny any of you that opportunity to identify me as such. I get it. So anyway, Fred Durst, an iconic figure of 2001.
I was already, I don't know how this thing come to mind. I was operating a Japanese wrestling website, and I was reading translated Japanese wrestling news that I was like re-reporting as well as collecting a lot of tapes of Japanese wrestling.
Is the site still around?
No, someone is like occupying the domain, and it's, I don't know what site's on it. If you go
It must be archived somewhere.
Everything is the Wayback Machine. It finds everything, or at least tries to find as much as possible that lives.
Oh no, you can buy my old domain for $3,500.
Wow,
Oh,
$3,500. It's amazing. I think we got Post Wrestling for like 10.
Oh wow.
No, I'm kidding. No, Way took care of that. I actually don't know what the figure was. When we were launching the site, remember. Way probably bought he bought any idea we came up with for a name, Way got the URL for, and then we were going to figure out the name afterwards, and then Way came up with the name.
Smart. It's like the guy did with the Washington football team names.
Yeah. I mean, if it comes to mind, grab it instantly. Guys, I want to thank you so much. It's been great to have you guys jump on board here at Post Wrestling this year. WrestleNomics is a must listen to show every single Sunday night on the site. I hope you guys have a terrific holiday season, and definitely want to have you guys back.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
WrestleNomics in session here on the Christmas show. Chris Gullo, Brandon Thurston, who I've been so happy to have these two now part of the Post Wrestling Network, and big fans of WrestleNomics Radio.
Yeah, me too. I haven't really spoken to Kris other than just what you just heard, but I've had some interactions with Brandon, at least through email and Zoom even. And the guy's just incredibly easygoing and cool to deal with. So I've been really happy about developing that relationship a bit more. And getting to know the guy behind the charts and the graphs.
Yeah. I mean, he has carved out such an important part of wrestling media that I think is distinctly his. That is a lot of people's go-to, and it's taking a lot of what at times can be very complicated information or just dry. We're talking about numbers, and it can just be very overwhelming, and finding a way to explain that to an audience, that's a skill in and of itself.
Oh, completely. Absolutely. When we got into wrestling fandom, I don't think we would ever think of ourselves as people who would be curious about 18 to 49 breakdowns, but especially people like Brandon and yourself, you guys do it in such a way that makes it palatable and makes it relevant and makes it interesting. As they often say, it is the scoreboard of, professional wrestling. So, I look forward to hearing a lot more over the course of the next year.
Yeah, there's definitely, I have found there is you can take the same kind of information, and there's a totally different way now that I will write about it versus talk about it. It's, I don't think you want to get too in the weeds when we're having a conversation about it and just inundating people with numbers versus in text form. I think it can work, a bit better. And the golden, way to present is those charts. The charts are just so eye appealing.
They really are. And on that note, maybe I'll kind of let it slip that Brendan and myself and Robert has have been trying to collaborate on some merch ideas for WrestleNomics, so look for that in the new year as well.
I cannot wait. Fantastic. A shout out to the great Robert Peterson, who people might not know. He does all of the graphics every week for the MMA Hour, which are inspired by various themes and movies that I think are just, it's amazing. This guy does 2 of these a week, but has also helped us so much in many of, I think my favorite shirt is still You and Me Sharing a Brain.
That one continues to sell quite well, actually. So yeah, it's one of my favorites as well. And, my brother has one, but yeah, it's cool to see Robert's work, like, being seen by so many people as part of Ariel's show. He puts so much effort into it, and, it's not even his full-time job.
No, he's a very busy man, and, sent me like a really nice holiday greeting recently, actually.
Yeah. He's a very nice man.
He's a nice guy. That's all I want to say. That's all I want to add. Let's keep going.
Say, why can't you keep your promises? No, say you'll be home by 12, come strolling in at 4. Out with the girls, we're leaving with the boy next door. Can you feel me?
Merry Christmas, happy holidays from your friends here at the British Wrestling Experience. I'm Martin Bushby here with my partners in crime, Benno and Andy Ogden. And lads, restrictions have eased to the point this year that we can all have Christmas parties, going around to see our families and, take part in a whole load of merriment this year. So what about you, Benno? How are you going to be spending Christmas this year?
Hopefully, as long as things stay as they are, going to the pub a lot, drinking a lot, eating a lot. Got a big list of my normal Christmas films that I'll watch each year. I'm gonna bust out Home Alone, bust out Die Hard, get through all the classics. I always count Planes, Trains and Automobiles, even though it's not really a Christmas movie, but we don't celebrate Thanksgiving here, so I'm looking forward to watching that. But yeah, just gonna get a bit pissed really, and just hope that keep a sense of positivity. We can't go to the office, but we can have Christmas parties. So that's not, people are painting that as a negative right now in the news, but I think that's a positive. I think I'll take that.
Oh yeah. I mean, do you still do that Christmas horror movie marathon that you used to do with your mates? Because looking through Christmas horror films now, and there's loads. It feels like the last couple of years, like tons of like Christmas horror films have been released.
We have done it though. We didn't do it last year. Like that's the thing. This is, forget how kind of shut down things were last year, because we were getting to the point where Christmas Day, it was like the week before Christmas, it was like, oh yeah, things are going to be fine. And then all of a sudden the rules changed quickly, didn't they? So yeah, all that kind of got knocked on the head last year. But yeah, I think I'm overdue for a rewatching of Saint and Krampus. And like you say, there's always a load of shite on Amazon and Netflix with loads of B movies made by film students and all the stuff. It's become like its own little subgenre at this point. Definitely got to find time to fit in like Santa's sleigh and Santa with muscles as well. I think that's got to be done. It's Christmas after all.
Yeah, it's not Christmas without Evil Goldberg and Hulk Hogan, is it? But I'm similar. I've got tons lined up. I mean, it's always the time of the year where a load of my friends who live in various areas around the country come back home, so arranging to meet up with them for drinks and then seeing various members of the family. It always seems to go by in one big blur. What about you, Andy? What's going to be happening over there in Rochdale?
The usual, really. Our Jeff comes round on Christmas Day evening, comes for his fill on Boxing Day, and then fucks off home. General thing is, the big day, really, to be honest. It's not Christmas Day. It's Boxing Day when all the horse racing's on at Kempton and all the football's on the big sports day. And then you end up chasing your losses on the 27th when it's the Welsh National at Chepstow. So, yeah, ready to do me bollocks in over Christmas and drink plenty of beer. Happy days.
Betting all your Christmas money away on Boxing Day, yeah. Do you tend, I mean, obviously football is a big thing over here on the 26th of December, isn't it? Do you tend to go to the football then?
Yeah, when obviously stuff's planned over Christmas. I think my team Rochdale's playing on the 28th and the 1st of January, so a couple of opportunities to go and watch them. I've also got a trip to go and see the Book and Mormon in Manchester. Nice. And that's our Jeff's treat for Christmas. So we'll go and watching that, and got a couple of like other like drinking trips over Christmas, but it's just trying to fill the time and avoid what crap's on the BBC.
Yeah, that's it. We'll probably be at Haydock races, so I don't know if I'd see you there, Andy. If that's one you do, that's always like a tradition I'll do with my dad, and it's all about that, getting out, doing those types of days out. I'll be watching lots of fantasy football deadlines over the Christmas period as well, Martin. So make sure you get that team sorted. That's important too. But I was going to say the biggest thing for me, not to break the fourth wall, but like, it's listening to this, like the podcast we're on right now, like John Away's Christmas show. Like the last few years, every Christmas morning, the first thing I do is throw this on. It's like, I'll have like a nice little fire going, or like a fake fire on my projector wall. I'll have, the heating on. I'll have my Christmas tree going. And I just don't think anything gets you in the Christmas mood quite like this. It's like, it is. If I didn't have this podcast on Christmas morning, I think I'd miss it. I think it's become a part of like Christmas tradition, at least in my flat.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of people feel like that. I mean, I can't quite do what you do, Benno. I've got to, listen to it in parts over the Christmas period. Might sneak out on Christmas Day to listen to a bit of it on.
It'll be February. People are listening to us,
or whatever. Yeah, yeah, 6 hours in or whatever. But I suppose there are Christmas plans for this year. But as far as the show goes, this year, the British Wrestling Experience, obviously really enjoyed doing it with you two guys, and we've had some good highlights this year. Obviously, it's been great having you on board full time, Andy. Obviously you're one of the most travelled fans in British wrestling, and obviously fantastic insights into shows, and always great to hear about up and coming wrestlers that you've been checking out. And how many shows have you actually managed to attend this year?
I'll be just under the 50 marker, even though it's like COVID time. So
wow.
Yeah. I know it feels like 150 show year with what I've done, but no, it's been obviously a challenging year going watching shows, and like the early ones having our masks on and everything, and obviously like reverting back to that now. But no, it's been enjoyable actually going to see different promotions in like Cleethorpes with BWR, and going to Morecambe to watch OPW. Just been nice to get out, met some nice people, met some nice promoters for a change. Not the ones who are using me DMs. Really enjoyed getting the word out there about these promotions on this show, and it's been a pleasure working with you, Martin and Benno.
No, it's been great having you on board, Andy, and many more episodes to come. But as far as other highlights from the year, obviously, one of the other main ones was doing the 12-hour charity show, raising over $1,400 for the Children's Heart Surgery Fund here in the UK. I mean, loads of great guests. Benno, you joined me for the full day, and I can't thank you enough for that. Looking back, how was the half-marathon stream for you? I mean, I listened back when we uploaded the stuff to the British Wrestling Experience feed, and, I sounded a bit more incoherent than I thought I did in the final hours of it.
Yeah, I can't believe we got through it in the end. I mean, well, the credit goes to you. That was your baby. You put it all together. I was just glad to be along for the ride. And yeah, it was, all of the amazing guests we got. Like Brother Nate was probably both of our highlights, but like everyone, was great. Every little bit that we had, right from, Will at the start to having the honor of having John and Wayne and his brother on, and, just getting to chat to everyone really, to the point where, yeah, we were a little bit out of it and out of sorts by that last hour or so. I haven't quite listened to all of that bit. Yeah, we're probably just talking past each other and not quite with it at that point. But no, it was a great experience. I just remember doing it with you, and then I went, I don't know what was on that night, whether there was an AEW pay-per-view on or a WWE pay-per-view on. And I went round, I finished, first thing I did was went and got a shower, because like I needed it after sitting in front of like a pizza for 12 hours. And I went round to my mate Matty's, and we watched some wrestling, and I was chatting about wrestling even more. So basically I just extended the podcast by another 3 or 4 hours there. So I reckon 24 next time, man. I think it's doable.
Oh yeah, well, we shall see. But obviously, yeah, Dickie Bird doing that amazing work with the graphics, and also it wouldn't have been half the success it was, if it wasn't for all the guests, and then obviously John and Way helping with the promotion of it so much. But yeah, shout out to James Ting. Was great to hear him on that, and yeah, he was brilliant, and everyone else who guessed it. Obviously, other highlights: James making his big comeback to the show for the World Transfer Window. Always a lot of fun of them, those shows, aren't they, Benno?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was great to have Jamesy back. We've been, needling him. I think we talked him from doing that into doing Daniel Bryan's thing with us on Grapple. I think he's been doing a little bit more podcast at the tail end of this year than he planned on. It was always our master plan to get him back, but it was great to have Jamesy back. He's the king of those kind of shows, and yeah, he showed it with his card as well. It was right down to the wire, wasn't it? With him and Way. I don't think any of the rest of us were ever really in the running, but it was a great time. I love doing that. We'll have to turn that into a tradition now, I think.
Oh yeah, I know James, he said he's got a few different ideas on different twists that he can do for it next year. But as far as sort of like the British wrestling scene goes, it's obviously been another tumultuous year, up and down, and not quite the hot ticket it once was. But we have seen some good stuff on a local level, like you just mentioned there, Andy.
Yeah, certainly so. I think one of the highlights has been Alexis Falcon and Lizzie Evil's feud in TNT. They've had like 4 great matches. I know Grapple Gareth on Grapple mentioned the final chapter of their feud at TNT. But it's just one of them. There's been this great wrestling going on, but not the crowds to like show for the effort the wrestlers have been putting in. Yeah, I think me hopes for 2022 with it is hopefully like imports can start coming over, but once you see like the early imports are like Eric Young, Alexander Wolf, not exactly ones that is like shouting me to go to Nottingham or what have you. But fingers crossed, restrictions can fully go and can give it all right kick up the arse.
Yeah, it does definitely seem like a transition period for British wrestling, Benno. There are some promising people and things happening, but who knows what's going to happen in 2022. I mean, where do you see like NXT UK? I mean, we've already seen people, leaving or the contracts expiring. Do you think we're going to see, people just coming out in dribs and drabs rather than, everyone getting let go and the whole thing being closed down in one foul swoop like we sort of thought that was going to happen?
Is this where I play the Christmas Grinch? Is this where this is going? I got nothing good to say about it. No. I refuse. Jeff will shout at me. I'm not doing it. No, I think it's. I do think that's what's happening. I think that I made the joke about it, but I think Joseph, that Joseph Connors promo, we saw in December, and all of, the whole the shackles are off now, and now I'm going to be here, going to get the real Joseph Connors. How many of them do you think when we do our likely unlikely at the start of January? How many? What's the over under on the amount of them we're going to get this year? Because I think there's going to be a lot of that, a lot of those kind of B players in NXT UK who aren't getting used. I think their contracts will quietly expire. Maybe we'll see a couple of high-end guys get released, but I think it'll be more that it'll just quietly happen, and they'll be like the conquering heroes returning to the scene, and there'll be 50 people packed in venues up and down the country to see them. I don't know. I think that's kind of the way it's going to go. I think they're going to be we're going to be flooded with bearded lads from Scotland in the Brit Res scene in 2021.
There you go. What a prediction from Benno for the next year. But yeah, the scene might not be what it once was, but always enjoy podcasting with you two, and obviously look forward to more next year. Some stuff in the pipeline, maybe even a live show, who knows? So cheers, John and Way. Happy holidays to you and yours, and to all the post-wrestling fans, and, thanks for another great year, and more to come next year.
Brit Res is dead.
The British Wrestling Experience, Martin, Benno, and the great Andy Ogden joining us from across the pond, as they say.
Yeah, welcome. I mean, I don't feel like we've emphasized it enough, but welcome Andy Ogden to the British Wrestling Experience and the Post Wrestling team. It's been cool to hear.
A great addition to the experience in 2021.
Yeah, to the trifecta. And Martin's been very busy as well this year with the British Wrestling Experience, doing the drafts, and also doing the show with Andrew Thompson, of course, on the Bushby and Thompson Wrestling Adventure. So always, trying to think of new ideas, and I think those guys will probably have something cool to announce in the new year as well.
Ooh, you've got the inside track on so much stuff that I have no idea about.
Yeah, I kind of do. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. The insider here. And Benno, I mean, has this man found a Twitter controversy that he will not, put a target on himself? I mean, this is a guy that just, he says, bring it on. Come at me, bro.
Man, I guess so. I definitely try my best to stay out of it all, but, some people have the will to handle it, and I guess that would be somebody like Benno. Man, you gotta inform me, keep me up to date, because I don't know if I'm even aware of what's going
Benno
on.
Sometimes he'll just make like an offhand comment, and it's the funniest thing, because it would be, if he said it on the podcast, it would go without anything. But you throw that out to Twitter, dude, it's like just throwing blood into the water. And you know what? It's going to attract the sharks. It's just inevitable. It's like I might have, you could probably take many things that you and I, an opinion we have that is said on the podcast, that if we were to tweet it out, would probably our day would collapse of just people losing their minds and stuff. So it's like, you know what? Twitter's not going to get all of my opinions and whatnot. And anyway, it's the interesting ongoing Twitter experiment that exists.
Well, I mean, is that just an issue of tone being lost, or perhaps us associating, maybe a more aggressive tone to the written word versus?
I think you and I can, not just you and I, like if someone has a point to make, I think when you are hearing them in the tone of which they are expressing it in, qualifiers that they might add, they can expand upon it rather than it being a sentence or two on Twitter. And on Twitter, the other thing is...
And let's not just even extend it to Twitter, but headlines in general that you might see in a newspaper or article.
Sure. And I see those as slightly different, but it is, I understand the comparison you're making. But when you are putting something out on Twitter, you are also giving license to any person that reads it to assert any kind of, they are going to put the tone or how it is meant to be delivered. They can accept it however they want, and you may put something with the best of intentions and it's completely taken a different way. Whereas talking like this, I think you're going to have a much better understanding. You might still completely disagree with the person, but I think you're going to have a much clearer message.
Right. And is there any way to amend that? Let's say, somebody decides to write a transcript of something that's spoken. I mean, as a journalist, you have to do that from time to time. How do you try to portray something as accurately as possible?
Like if I'm taking something from an interview, it's like I'm going to listen to it and I'm going to, try and encapsulate the entire answer. Like the whole point is to not just understand what is being said, but the context of which it is being said. And I think that goes both ways, because there's sometimes when you will see, any public figure that is quoted, when it is taken the wrong way by people, the automatic response is, oh, it was out of context. It's like, was it out of context, or are you just upset about the reaction people have had? Like, you still are responsible for what comes out of your mouth.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the difference, I guess, between people that maybe have had experience, having, dealing with the public, and also people that might be very unaware. But it's a constant, I think, topic of our time, as social media becomes, more dominant in our lives. I mean, Twitter has been around, we've probably had our accounts for 10 years, more than that now?
I think I got it 09 would be my guess when I got my account. And I think I was late on getting Twitter. I think people would have it much longer than me.
And we still haven't really figured it out. I think we're still running into issues, now more than ever. So, I don't know.
And you're gonna get people upset at you. Like if you are talking to a larger amount of people, that is gonna come with the territory. And that's the push and pull of Twitter. It's a great resource. It does a lot of great things. And it can be the bane of people's existence too. But, we're obsessed with it. We are totally obsessed with it.
Yeah, I've been definitely working my way towards trying not to be obsessed with it. But I mean, I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't, take my phone out and check it. I mean, because I realize that I do that though. I mean, that's why I've really purged so much of what's on my timeline.
I can't access Twitter on my phone. And I haven't for the last, I took it off my phone in like 2019, and I think the only time I put it back on was when we were in Japan, because I did need it for purposes when we were at shows and such. But it's so much better where it's taken Twitter off my phone, and I've really fallen in love with the do not disturb feature on my phone that I use more and more now.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're at the point now where we have to kind of create technology to prevent us from using the technology. And, I imagine that'll only perhaps get a bit more, serious.
Well, we're going to go to a man that is an expert when it comes to the world of wrestling news media. The countdown continues. The holiday show just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. A Merry Christmas to Mr. Double Underscore himself, the youngest in charge. Andrew Thompson is here with us. Hello, Andrew. Merry Christmas.
My good fellas, John Pollock and Wade Ting. Always a pleasure to be here, man. I always like doing these type of podcasts with you guys, man. I'm excited. It's my second Christmas show, I believe, or my third. Can't remember. Time is flying. Since I joined Post, it's been 3 years, or coming up on 3 years. So yeah, man, I'm very, very excited about this conversation.
A staple here at Post Wrestling. And, Andrew, you always seem to be in a really great mood. I can always, even when I don't see you, I can detect that smile. But I imagine your smile was never larger than a couple of weeks ago when you put up your Post news update and you were able to weave Hasbulla into your headline story. As I logged on to the site, and I was like, of course, Andrew, this was the headline. Hasbulla has been contacted by WWE, you wrote several weeks ago.
Yeah, man. I was actually talking to Eric Marcotte. Hashtag MMA Marcotte the GOAT over there,
yes.
On the MMA side. But yeah, I was actually talking to him about that not too long ago, when he was covering a UFC event. And we were talking about how Hasbulla was going to be like the biggest sensation in the world whenever he decides to come into the US. But yeah, man, Hasbulla has been contacted by WWE. Hopefully they follow through on that. Big ratings draw for the company if they can do that.
I mean, Bad Bunny was one thing, but I mean, you got 2 nights at AT&T Stadium. I think you could, a headlining spot for one, Hasbulla that, you can certainly do all the Hasbulla coverage for Post Wrestling next year if it happens.
100%, man. Just let me know. I'm willing to do it.
You're somebody who I'm always just constantly amazed at the amount that you're able to put out there and the amount that you're in the pro wrestling space that you're able to just find on a daily basis to provide, just so much content for our site. So first of all, I want to publicly thank you for that. But secondly, I want to know, are you planning on taking some time off? And how are you going to enjoy the holidays?
Mostly for the holidays, man. I just sit back with the family. To be honest with you, that's kind of my thing every year. I like, spending time with my folks, whether it be cousins, close friends, mom, dad, grandma, stuff like that. It's always cool during the holidays just to see everybody get together. Last year we weren't able to get together. Everybody kind of just wanted to, stay in their specific homes and stuff like that. And we hopped on Zoom and, just caught up with one another for a couple of hours. But this year we're actually all getting together. So I'm very excited about that. We've been big talking it in our little mini family group chat for a couple of weeks now. Everybody's excited, and I'm getting older by the year. I'm starting to see my little cousins who I used to babysit. They shooting up. That's just making me feel like that youngest in charge label. That thing about to be gone in like 2 years. I see all my younger siblings getting old. But yeah, man, the holidays, I just like being around family, man. That's it. That's pretty much the thing for me. Just seeing everybody all happy and, excited and stuff like that. So, and especially this year, cause, this is going to be our first time linking up since Christmas 2019. So, well, it's for the holidays, I should say, our first time seeing each other on a Christmas day.
Any personal highlights for you? Any personal milestones that you achieved this year that as you reflect on, you're very proud of? Besides the Hasbulla headline.
I say a personal highlight, man, is just to keep improving. I think that's it. I like that if I can give myself sort of a pat on the back, I like that I think it seems like I'm improving, like with news writing and, with interviewing and stuff. So I would say that's probably a personal highlight. And also with that, like just personal growth as well. I think all of that, like, it's like within that same box. Cause this year has been like a real, like, up and down one. It's had a lot of personal highs and personal lows, for me personally. Like, it's like, I think I've done a lot as far as, like work related stuff. And that's all been like really, really cool. And it's like been cool to see the growth and, see the certain achievements come and, different interviews and stuff like that. All that stuff, that's like personally fulfilling for me. And then like also on the sort of outside of the work level, it's been like a real up and down year because more so I think it's because I lost a couple friends this year, a few friends to, gun violence. And it's been like, I really don't think I've personally, like digested any of that. Like it's been like a weird thing where I feel like, I'm like trying to deal with it, but more so like, I don't know how. Like I've never been like that good with like processing stuff like that. I kind of just try to put it deep down and, just hope I forget about it and stuff like that, or not forget about it, but more so just let it blow by. So I think like even now I'm still trying to fully, grasp that. But like, as I do that within the same time, it's like that mixed bag of me trying to say this has been a good year, while also knowing that it's been like a real up and down personal year because of that. And then, on the top, on top of what I just mentioned, it's like, it's a couple of those I haven't spoken to in a long time. So, you feel that sort of like inner guilt, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause they were like really, really close when we were childhood friends. And then, when you get older, go to different schools, you lose touch. And then, like, you just had all these different memories and stuff like that. So that's been like a real struggle this year. So yeah, man. But it's been some personal highs, some personal lows, but, I think the only thing you can do, in this life is just, try to live the best way you can, keep going forward, man. And, tell your folks whenever you feel like it, whenever you get that feeling or whatever, just, hit your folks up or hit your friend up and, just tell them you love them and, I'll always just be present in the moment.
Yeah, we're both really, really sorry about those losses. I mean, we've kind of spoken a little offline, but I didn't know all the circumstances. But obviously, we're thinking of you. That's very, very tough hardship to go through.
Yeah, it's man, it's like I really don't like have like the exact like words to say, but it's something that of course I'm not the only person that goes through that stuff. It's a lot of people in this world who lose people that's very close to them, or childhood friends, anything of the sort, to a multitude of reasons. But yeah, man, I think my message to anybody out there who would deal with that or, suffer the loss, just, man, I don't really think there's ever a point in life when you lose a friend or a childhood friend or a close friend or a family member where you quote unquote get over it. I don't think that's ever a thing. Then the only thing you can do is try to keep the sort of the good memories you had in your head and, just keep, living through them and, or make sure that you keep them with you as you, continue moving forward in life.
You were mentioning maybe like, having the time to keep up with friends, and certainly the holidays always just provide a decent excuse to, send a message of like, hey, like happy holidays or happy new year. It's always, nice, even if, I haven't spoken to that person. Just to kind of like have that acknowledgement is always good. So thank you for the reminder for me to do a bit more of that this year. But, as far as, I guess, like even amongst your friends, like, is there much discussion about professional wrestling, or are you really kind of like the only person in your group who even, I mean, obviously is deep into this stuff, but is it popular amongst your circle of friends these days?
You want to know what's funny? Like most of my friends do like professional wrestling. They're not like in it how I'm in it, but they like enjoy it. Like they can sit down and watch certain stuff. And I think that's really cool. Like, the ROH Enterprise show, I went to back in February 2020. I took a couple friends with me to that, and they liked it. And they know some of the people that's in like different promotions and stuff. They like keep up mostly through social media. So like they know and stuff, like they keep up with like the VR wrestling account, and they follow a Ring of Honor or Impact. Like they're not like in it how I'm in it, but they're very much away. And it's funny because you wouldn't think that like, they would be like as interested in wrestling as they are. Like some that I've known since we were a kid, like they were interested back then. But like to see them like now as we are like adults and they're still interested. Cause I wouldn't think that they would, that they would have liked it. So it's cool, man. It's cool to have like a group of friends that do have like a diverse amount of interest, and professional wrestling being one of those. We talk every now and then about, certain stuff that's going on. Like my favorite thing is the people that I know that don't watch wrestling. Like whenever something happens, like on social media, on Instagram, they'll like tag me. Like I'm talking about anything wrestling related. Like it don't got nothing to do with, like it can probably be like some, like a father, like play wrestling with his son on Instagram. Like they'll tag me and like, it's like little funny stuff like that. So yeah, man, I think wrestling is like it's like a common interest for a lot of people. And it's definitely one, between me and my friends.
How have you found the chemistry with yourself, Nate and Kris doing the NWA podcast this year?
Oh man, Uncle Nate and Kris Ealy, the one and only Kris Ealy. We just recorded, a podcast not too long. It was, I think literally on, what was that? It was either Sunday I think it was Sunday. We just recorded a podcast a couple of weeks ago, as it's being pushed out.
I believe it actually came out on Saturday.
There we go.
Andrew, we've all heard it.
we listened to it. We all know it was a great show.
But yeah, man, we recorded that. That was a good time. I love doing the podcast with, Nate and Kris. I still remember the first one we did together. This was, I want to say November 2019 when we did that first pod together. And that was hilarious. That was probably the quickest 2-hour, almost 3-hour podcast. Nate is always a great host. And I think Kris adds a very, very great perspective. Like he always looks at things from, both sides of the field. I think that's a really cool thing to have. And it sort of makes everybody else, looks at both sides as well, or two different, varying perspectives. So yeah, I appreciate Kris's perspective when he jumps on the pod. And yeah, man, I really do appreciate them, including me. And they brought me on like on the, they hit me with the full-time role for the podcast. Like Nate sort of wanted me to, sort of just start, sprinkling different news stories during the show and, sort of, being like a better term, like a guide to sort of, bring people to the next topic and stuff or transitions and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely appreciate them. Good people right there, man. And I'm glad I met them through the Post Wrestling Network.
Yeah, Kris was a regular caller on Live Audio Wrestling that I have probably been hearing his voice for 2 decades now. Like I have known Kris forever. Not like, in terms of working with him, but just it has been a constant. Like Kris in LA was just, always a regular caller. And, it's always a great time listening to the three of you. I just think you guys, work off each other so well.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. Like Kris and Nate, like I said, those are two good dudes, man. They help me a lot, support and good stuff like that. So yeah, shout out to Nate and Kris, and looking forward to many more, NWA podcasts with those two.
I think one day we really do need to just send like a camera crew to follow Andrew Thompson I'd just be curious to see like the process, like what is the process that he goes through? Cause it would be really curious just like how you and I differ in terms of like, how we put together like our stuff together.
That would be funny. That would actually be funny.
It might be enjoyable to the two of us and to nobody else, but
that's not true. I'd be very curious.
Hey, no, wait, you want to know what's funny? Cause I remember this had to be a couple months ago. I remember I was talking to John about, I can't remember which story it was, but, I remember I was talking to John and I was like, I don't know if we should run this cause I don't feel like confident in it right now. And John was like, you know what? I kind of feel like the exact same way. He was like, we could just hold off on that. And I that has happened like this year alone, happened at least more than like, I would say 12 or 13 times. Like when I hit up John or John hit up me and be like, we should probably hold off on that. Or like, I don't feel that confident in that story. Like we should wait until something else come out and then we could run it. Like I feel like me and John kind of like on the same, like as far as news writing goes, like we're really like on the same like type of wavelength, and we're always like thinking sort of the same thing. Like I hit him up about something, I'd be like, "Hey, what do you think about this?" And then he'll say exactly what I was thinking, and I just needed his confirmation on it.
I think, dude, you and I are like simpatico on it. So many different fronts. Like I have like a meticulous level of like detail, and you have the exact same traits as me, and I think that's really good. It allows me to have a lot of like just confidence of just putting things in your hands, because I know you think very, very similar to me. So that's
I appreciate you and Wade for like trusting me with the site. You know, I know y'all built this thing from the ground up, and I know it's not easy to like just be like, hey, trusting this dude with your site. But like I think that really, so I think that trust level sort of went to the next level when you guys went to Japan for Wrestle Kingdom. What was that?
2 years ago.
Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, that was 2 years. Yeah. That was 2 years ago. But, I remember when you guys, had first told me, you was like, hey, can you watch over the site? I remember I was like, oh, they about to leave it in my hands. So I was like, so I got to show out now. I was like, they about to leave the site in my hand. I was like, oh yeah, look, Post about to have something on the site. This about to be the news cycle going crazy on Post. But yeah, I think that's when that sort of trust level sort of went to like the next level. And I genuinely appreciated that, the fact that y'all like just let me sort of do my thing. Like I'm talking about specifically that weekend, like y'all were just like, look, just do what you do. And, we're pretty sure you'll handle it. And I can't really put into words like how much that meant to me, and just y'all letting me know that, hey, we trust you, we trust your judgment, and, we're pretty sure that you'll, handle the site accordingly. So that only made me want to show up for y'all in the way that y'all showed up for me with that trust. And even, to this day, y'all still do that, and, always support me and showing me love and stuff like that, and always putting me forward, because y'all don't have to do that. So, I just really appreciate all the support from both of you. I know you guys are here on this Christmas show to, tell people, how much you appreciate them and stuff like that for the work they do on their site, but for the work, that we do on the site and stuff like that. But I appreciate both of y'all for the support over the past almost 3 years now. So yeah, it's greatly appreciated, and, much love.
I know, John, Andrew might be the youngest person on this podcast, or it's either him or Eric, but I think he's the wisest person, that we've had on. I continue to be amazed, and, thank you for all the kind words, but honestly, you are the one doing us the favor. The reason we're able to at least, relax a little bit during that time in Japan, the reason we can, do as much as we have, and have our name out there as much as we do is because of you. So thank you so much for everything, and especially for your attitude, which is, I think, your greatest gift,
Yeah, so. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. I try to keep you know what I'm saying? We all have our up and down moments, you know what I'm saying? But I just always been in the mindset, even growing up, even if I got a shitty attitude, I try not to bring that to people, cause you know what I'm saying? Most of the time, other people that you're dealing with don't have nothing to do with that, so it's no reason to bring that to them. So I just try to always, keep that in my head whenever I'm going through something. I just sort of step back and just take that time for myself, cause I don't like bringing that energy towards people that don't have nothing to do with my issue or my problem at the moment.
Our last question for you, Andrew, is we're doing a bit of a 2001 theme this year on the Christmas show. If my calculations are correct, you were 5 years old in 2001. Do you remember anything from 2001? Can you tell us anything about Andrew Thompson circa 2001?
You want to know what's funny? So what was that? Do you guys remember when The Rock beat Triple H for the WWF title? Was that 2001? Backlash?
That would have been 2000.
Okay, so yeah, I was. Okay,
do you have a memory of that? Do you actually remember that?
I was there.
You were there.
That was at the MCI Center in Washington D.C. when The Rock pinned Triple H for the world title, and my dad took me to that show using the cheat sheets. I remember that. I remember that vividly. That is things burned. I know how people they often say this thing about how the moment they knew they loved wrestling and stuff like that. I think that was one of those moments for me where I was I'm really into this, cause I still remember the reaction when Rock got the 3 count. I think he hit the people's elbow. And, of course I went back and, I see it every year now when they do when you see the little, on this day, clips on Twitter and Ariel Helwani doing the little slow 3 count. I still remember that moment vividly, man. My dad has no recollection of this. Like, he has no recollection at all, but I vividly remember him taking me to the MCI Center to go see this. Like, he don't remember the wrestling part. But yeah, man, that was a real highlight from that point in my life. And I think that was the moment when I was like, yeah, this is the thing right here. So forget the basketball, forget the football. Like, this is it right here. Professional wrestling. I'm in.
And I'm sure a young Andrew Thompson was thinking, you know what? One day, Sean Waltman is going to address this ring bell busting him open on his podcast. And I'm going to transcribe the hell out of that interview of him describing this moment at Backlash where he got, it was the wrong side of the ring bell that clocked him in the head. And dude, he just bled like a gusher in that ring with Edge and Christian. That's what I learned from that show. Anyway, Andrew, thank you so much for all the great work this year. I know there will be more to come in 2022. I hope you and your family have a terrific holiday season, and it was great to have you here on the Christmas show.
I appreciate both of y'all, man, and I will talk to you guys soon.
Andrew Thompson, the youngest in charge, joining us here, a man that you can hear on the NWA podcast, on Bushby and Thompson's Wrestling Experience, and the daily news updates at postwrestling.com. Man's always got something on the go.
Oh, he's so incredibly hardworking, and again, his attitude, I think, is just always so tremendous, and he puts out so much for us to make us look good. So, one of my favorite people, Andrew.
Way, I notice, you started really, pounding back that eggnog. I think you're going to need to, go relieve yourself.
Yeah. You can handle this one, right?
I guess so. Try and hurry back. Christmas show continues. We're having a crazy time. Wei Ting has had a bit too much eggnog. He is off in the washroom as we speak, which is unfortunate because he, I know, wanted to be part of this celebration with the one and only W.H. Park and Mike Murray, Scarborough's finest, with all due respect to Mr. Ting. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas, John.
Merry Christmas, John.
Now, I know that when I put out the call every year, I know Mike is always more than happy to come on. WH, I feel this is a bit of an obligation on your part that you feel that you do have to contribute. Are you excited to be here for the Christmas show?
Of course. It's because I'm actually, pull back the curtain. I'm in your studio doing this.
Well, of course, we do Christmas in person.
That's right. And I'm happy to be back here. It's been a while. But, I'm happy to be here on the Christmas show.
This is your second Christmas back in Canada. Last year, I imagine it was a very, subdued one because nothing was happening. Last year was a very nondescript holiday season, I would say, in Toronto.
Yeah.
Is it a bit different this year?
No.
No,
I'm just working and dealing with all the scum that come to
Are you getting the day off work on Christmas, or is Scrooge here putting you to work on the 25th?
We're not working. If I had to work Christmas, I have too much money they have to pay me? Nah, that's not happening.
Mike, what are the plans for the holidays?
It's going to be busy as usual, right? Working retail, kids, hockey, so much good times. God, I love it.
What are you looking forward to on the wrestling front? Because once Christmas is out of the way, we have one of the most insane weeks coming up, the first week of January. WH, you and I will be getting together to do the Noah/New Japan review, which is going to cap off one of the most insane weeks in recent memory.
Yeah. What am I looking forward to? Two things, that show and Stardom and nothing else.
I'm very excited about the Stardom show coming up in a couple of days.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it might become show of the year. At least from Japan.
What's like the stuff you are keeping up with? Like, Mike, it's like what has kind of fallen out of your routine, and what is still kind of the pillars of what you're following?
The Fed is definitely out completely, pretty much. Watch some of the big shows and that's it. AEW, almost weekly, keeping tabs on New Japan, but it's been a bit more of a struggle this year for sure.
I think with everyone, like New Japan has become this like very much like pick and choose promotion for a variety of different reasons. And I think that's only going to continue in the new year, like regardless of restrictions being changed. Like, yes, you will have hopefully like more foreigners coming in, different appealing matches. But I think for a large amount of fans now, they are getting so much product that it's going to be a fight for anyone to kind of keep that attention beyond, like, if you are following WWE on a semi-consistent basis and AEW, that's the fix for a lot. And I think that you're going to see a lot of these companies that are just struggling to maintain attention for people. And I think New Japan has definitely been one that's been hit the most.
Yeah, definitely. I think with me, it's this feeling of sameness. It's staleness of New Japan. It's like everyone's fighting the same people again and again and again. There's no fresh blood coming to that company. And just the booking is horrendous. Like they take all these promising, young guys and then they just turn them into terrible characters and doing terrible work in the ring. Like Sho Tanaka is now like some evil wannabe, but in the junior heavyweights. And it's like, that's not how he should be portrayed. And it's just, I think it's indicative of a company as a whole. And I'm not interested in watching any of that.
One thing I did want to quickly chat about, you guys, because there was, a casualty this year in the greater Toronto area, and that was O'Grady's Tap and Grill, the famous bar that shut down. There's two locations of it. The main one shut down, as I understand, which I think you told me about this.
Yeah. I think you mentioned it first to me.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think this was a Blog TO post, but O'Grady's is gone. And for those that maybe are newer listeners of the post-wrestling era, O'Grady's is the reason that the three of us, I think, all kind of met one another.
Yeah, for sure.
This was like the staple on like Monday nights that the Law did their Monday night watch-alongs, which was pretty much unless you had a satellite, it was the only place you could watch Nitro on a Monday night in Toronto.
Yep.
And then they would have them on both screens. And then, as I've said many, many times, the highlight for me was not so much Nitro or Raw, but it would be whatever the hell was in WH's backpack on a VHS that we would put on at 11:05. And it would be, that is where I saw the Kobashi Misawa match, from Noah in March of 2003 that everyone raved about. And you had the tape. Like that month, you had that tape.
I remember the suplex off the ramp.
Yeah.
I remember your reaction to this day. It was great.
Because that was a match that like for 3 weeks, it had just been the match everyone had talked about. And then when you had this tape, I was like, Jesus Christ, I've got school in the morning, but I'm definitely staying to watch this. It was like an hour trek for me to get home after those shows. And I must have stayed till well after midnight that night because that was like a half-hour match right there.
Yeah, it was a great match too. And I just remember some people at Grace were like, maybe no experience watching any Japanese wrestling. They watched.
It was interesting. Like it was like their complete palette was like WWF, and then you throw on stuff like this, and it was just so novel.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to like the chemistry Kobashi and Misawa had in that match that it's gonna get people who have no experience with like the culture of Japanese wrestling and the style of Japanese wrestling to be like, wow, I'm going to stay even longer like yourself, maybe risk missing their last train because, Toronto trains, the TTC doesn't stay open 24 hours. So,
This is not as bad as in Japan where they would go right up till the end of your train. But, TTC it was okay on Monday nights. I think you go to like 1:15 in the morning was like the cutoff. Yeah. And I don't think I ever missed it. Cause then you had to get on the Vomit Comet and go like north on Yonge Street, which is a bus ride I would not wish on my worst enemy.
That was the worst. Vomit Comets are the worst in this town.
God, I cannot. I've been on the subway recently, but I have not been on like an actual bus in the city during the pandemic. Don't miss it.
I have once, and man, I was like, pardon my French, what the fuck am I doing here? Jesus.
We'll end on this. What has been during the pandemic, something that you have dropped from your, like any kind of ritual? And I'll throw out my own. I don't use money anymore. Everything is credit or debit.
Okay.
I don't use the bus. I've used the subway, I think 3 times during the pandemic. It's just crazy how many of you just change habits so easily.
I mean, at work, I spend cash all the time, like buying stuff from people.
Right,
And
of
people
course.
are like, oh, real money? Who does this anymore? But yeah, personally, for sure.
It's just so easy.
They're on your phone, you're done, whatever it is. I almost exclusively drive because I can't stand the idea of like arguing with someone about, I don't want to wear my mask. You're like holding me down, man. And media's gonna, shut up. Honestly, at this point, I'm done. I'm burnt out with people arguing.
You have definitely had the most extreme encounters of people I know.
That's right. If you guys need to hear encounters, that's another time.
Anthony, WH, anything that's changed for you lifestyle-wise during the pandemic?
No, just because like I take the subway to work. I don't drive right now, and I've occasionally taken a bus here and there, and I'm not a big fan of it, but I just do what's necessary. I haven't quit smoking. It's been like a year and a half now.
That's incredible, man.
So like I have no cravings.
Really?
At all.
You haven't wanted to like go back like at all? Like,
nah, maybe once or twice. I'm like,
down?
nah, I'd like to have a cigarette. But then I just get over it. It's like, I've been smoke free for like so long now.
That's really impressive. Like, there are people that'd be a lifelong struggle. So that's incredible.
I came back. I quit. I had my last cigarette in Japan the 2 days before I left. I came back. I went to isolation for 2 weeks, and like,
was it a cognizant thing when you left Japan that I'm going to stop?
Oh yeah, because I thought that's a good break, and also like it was going to be such a cost prohibitive measure to start smart smoking in Canada. And I just thought, no, it's time I quit. Like I've been doing it for so long. And yes, you know what? I'll be honest. I enjoy smoking, and it was fun for me. I enjoyed it.
It'd be like that for me with coffee. I'd have a real hard time kicking coffee. Like that's my vice, and I would not want to quit it. It'd be hard for me.
But going into isolation, especially like in a space like at home, like that, I've never had a craving because I've never smoked at home.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have the psychological triggers to have a cigarette in that space. That helped immensely. And then I just thought, I'm done. So like, here, you're not a single cigarette has touched my lips,
That's really impressive. I'm very impressed.
Or anything, because I've been to the BDE,
Oh, yes.
Nothing's touched my lips from there either, so.
for your safety all around.
I think he should be like a coach for teaching people how to stop like smoking. Like,
he would.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Motivational coach in WH Parker.
What the fuck are you with that in your mouth? Get that out of your mouth.
Guys, thank you so much. You guys are very close members here of the Post Wrestling family, so I want to wish you a happy holiday. It was great to get together with you a few weeks ago for ROH Final Battle, which feels so long ago now. But here we are once again, and I know we will do this again soon.
Definitely. Maybe not with an ROH pay-per-view.
I don't think we're going to see
one of those, but yeah.
WH wants to get together for Impact, so Mike,
for sure,
we'll book you.
I'm there.
WH Park and Mike Murray. Are you okay, Way? You're good? You're good to go?
I didn't want to interrupt. Like, I saw you guys talking behind the doors, and I was just like, I'll just chill here.
Oh, I could see you like peeking through the window. You just could have walked right in.
I didn't want to, get a certain Mr. Park in a bad mood. I also wasn't wearing my best today, so I didn't want to feel the brunt of his critique.
God, did you vomit up that eggnog and decide to wear it? Jesus Christ.
Yes. Hey, isn't that one of the, I would say that's one of the big things about 2021, getting Mr. Park back into the country of Canada?
I mean, he was back last year. It was towards the end of the year. Didn't he get back here?
I don't remember.
I think he was here by the end of last year, but the pandemic is all a blur. But he is here and here to stay. One WH Park.
Yeah, we hope, certainly. And, the continued blossoming of relationship between WH and Mike, working at BMV Books, best bookstore in the city. So
could you hear through the door when we were raising a glass to the great O'Grady's, which saw its demise in 2021?
Yeah, I could see. So, wow, that's very kind of disappointing, but whatever. Like, there are a bunch of bars.
Do you remember first going there?
I do. Yeah, of course I do.
Was it when you were already working on the show, or did you come prior to that? I
didn't go prior to it. I didn't go prior to working on at the show. Cause I lived in Scarborough. It wasn't really convenient. Yeah. But,
It wasn't convenient for me either in high school, and I would go on Mondays, and it would be I would pay for it on the Tuesday where and that's not an allusion to like I was underage. I could not drink at the time, but it was just I would not get home till probably 12:30 or 1 at night, and then I'd have school at 8:30 a.m. the next morning.
Do you think there'd be a market if people aren't like, I think those kind of dried up when Raw became
3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah, we saw it instantly. Yeah.
But what if there was a Wednesday O'Grady's night or a bar night?
It would have to be a bar. I don't know if it would be, if there would be that kind of weekly demand. I mean, we saw like O'Grady's, it seemed like it was like I started going in 2000 and it's like, dude, that bar was packed for wrestling every single Monday night. And it lasted for a long time. Like we did those until I want to say 2007, 2008. It was years of doing those. And then it's like we ended up moving to the other O'Grady's and that kind of declined things. And yeah, I just don't know if people would necessarily be in the habit of going out to watch wrestling every single week. But yeah, you're right. It would be, if there was any night to do it, I would say Wednesday as opposed to Monday. I just could not see people going out to watch Raw.
I mean, now more than ever, I feel like that would be a possibility again because Dynamites often feel like they're eventful. I mean, just, look at Winter is Coming, for instance. I'm sure there would have been enough people wanting to have a communal experience watching that 60-minute draw that,
the other positive about Wednesday is no Monday Night Football because that was always, a hindrance was, for the bars was, they've got Monday Night Football. The thing was we brought in numbers for wrestling that it made sense for them, but that's, you have a competing sporting event that is going to attract people, or at least I don't even know what like bar numbers are like on a nightly basis, but maybe that's like an idea in the new year, like just not to say a weekly thing, but just if there was a big AEW Wednesday night show just to try it out, see if, people would come out for that.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, we know plenty of people with bars. I mean, I don't know if you and I would be, a part of it, but because we have to do the shows, but,
that was a disaster. We tried the one night back at O'Grady's a few years ago, the SummerSlam weekend.
Yeah, I didn't like it because I
didn't either.
We couldn't be social because we had to pay attention to the show. We can't hear the show oftentimes.
What we should have done that night is no show on the Monday night, and we would have recorded the next day because you're right. You and I were trying to take notes. We could barely hear the audio. It was like a poor setup. And you didn't get to necessarily mingle with everyone. It was just, maybe not as well thought out as we realized that night. It was like, there was a time and place for this O'Grady's thing. That time and place is over was my conclusion that night, but it was nice to see people because there were people that came back that I had not seen in years and years.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. We did trivia too.
That's right. That's right. Not exactly designed for the smartphone era, but hey, the countdown continues. We bring onto the show, perhaps we will dub her the post-wrestling rookie of the year, Karen Peterson, our Stardom correspondent who has just brought an incredible wealth of knowledge and analysis to the site. A happy holidays to you, Karen. Thanks so much for joining us.
Happy holidays, guys. Thanks for having me. Sorry, that just made me I have a total fangirl moment. You're like, rookie of the year. I'm like, oh, sure. Great. Fine. Thank you.
We don't have a trophy or a plaque ready, but I think we can certainly bestow this award upon, Karen. Previous winners include Andrew Thompson. It's a very prestigious award here at Post Wrestling. Let's just, start on that and kind of, you have come on and you have done these just unbelievably thorough reports. I have said many a time that it is more than just kind of like a review of a show. It feels like it's my Stardom newsletter because you encompass so much information. I love the formatting of it. I'm a big fan of these, as you know, Karen.
means a lot to me. It was one of those things where I would have rather done too much and you'd be like, you need to scale it down a bit and or cut it down a bit instead of being like, yeah, you might want to write a bit more. So I just wanted to give as much as possible because I know for a lot of people, Stardom isn't necessarily a promotion that they're familiar with in detail because while they do have English language support, they don't always fill in the gaps for the non-Japanese speaking fans.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's never too much when it comes to stuff on our site. Clearly, by the length of the show, people can tell. I'm obviously somebody who really appreciates clear formatting, and I'm just kind of curious. Do you take inspiration from any sort of writers that you typically read when it comes to other things that you're a fan of when you're doing your own?
Well, truth be told, back when I was in college, I actually started out in the College of Journalism, well before the internet became this massive thing it is now. But for me, I still blog and it was always digital media was always an interest of me. But for me, it's like when I read something, I can't do a whole wall of text. I need to have something that's like a newsletter that's very easy to navigate and easy to break down. So it was one of those things where it's like, I looked at it as if I'm going to sit here and read something that's as long as what I write, I would hope that it should be an easy to read format for other people as well.
How have you found this year? It seems like, Stardom has really been the success story that has grown. I think a lot of, as we get to the end of the year, there's going to be a big spotlight on Utami and Shuri and their influence, but it extends beyond that. It just seems like there's been a growth with Stardom World. What are some of the key reasons you think that Stardom has been able to somewhat break through on top of a year where a lot of companies have been handicapped by a pandemic?
One thing I think is falling under that Bushiroad umbrella and having that sibling partnership with New Japan, especially having the formerly dark matches and now actual matches on their biggest events, has given them more exposure. And the other thing is that when they had their All-Star Cinderella back in March, it was such a massive show at the Budokan that I think it brought in a lot of fans, both old and new, especially with a lot of the outside Joshi promotion guests that participated and a lot of the legends, even though, 10 years is a very short history, but the Stardom legends were able to come back as well. And they've consistently, and I know WH has said this plenty, they've consistently had outstanding cards month to month to month since then. And yeah, Shuri and Utami, I'm very excited for the 29th, and Utami getting Women's Wrestler of the Year was another outstanding point because other than Shuri, there's nobody else in my mind who would have gotten that award this year.
Would you categorize the 29th as the biggest show in the company's history?
It's a queendom. So you know what? It's probably going to be the biggest show other than their Budokan show earlier this year, purely because of the location and how much they've expanded it.
Cool. As somebody who really just keeps up with Stardom through a lot of, I think, your work and what I hear from WH and whatnot. What do you think is 2022 looking like for them as far as expansion outside and potentially even at some point being able to, start running regular shows in North America?
One of the things that was great was when New Japan had that working partnership with Ring of Honor. Stardom also had that link, so they were able to do the Women of Honor's tournament, and they were able to participate in the dark match on the G1 Supercard. I'm hoping, unfortunately, now that Ring of Honor's kind of fallen to the wayside, I don't know which promotion they could partner with unless New Japan and Bushiroad were able to help bring them over, just to give them a platform until they can get their own footing. Because I know there is a very significant Joshi fandom in the United States and abroad. But trying to sell out a building, if they're going to focus on, last minute ticket sales like they do with New Japan, where it's like, there's a show in January, we're going to put it on sale in December. I think doing a partnership, maybe for the first couple of shows until they can, get engaged to see if it's profitable, might be their best thing.
Yeah, it seems like this, being both under the Bushiroad banner, that you've seen this kind of the interdependence of both kind of grow. We were there at the Tokyo Dome 2 years ago where it was like this controversial decision to have Stardom matches that were going to be dark matches exclusively done for the live audience. And it just seems like it's been a slow inroads, in that relationship. But I think it makes, it would have been really novel to see if we could did not have the state of a pandemic where travelers could go over there, building to like this 29th show, piggybacking with the Tokyo Dome shows, I think it would be just that much bigger of an audience that wants to see them up close and personal. And, the idea of Stardom and New Japan having a lot more of that interconnectivity.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was very fortunate to. I was also at that first Wrestle Kingdom show where they had Arisa and Mayu and Hana and Julia in the dark match. And it was almost like a scandal because everyone just like, show the match, show the match, show the match. And it was a good match. Mm-hmm. I am glad that they're finally starting to progress to the point where they figured out the intricacies of airing their matches purely because both companies have separate TV deals on separate TV stations, which is part of the problem.
Right.
But it's one of those things where slowly but surely they're starting to get more traction. But I am going to put this out here. I am firmly in the camp that New Japan does not need a women's division. Stardom is Stardom. New Japan is New Japan. They can work together, but they don't need to be like WWE together.
I completely agree with that. I'm thinking more so the idea of like a big show that can come on the eve of a New Japan card, the idea of, just using the resources of New Japan's scope that's going to put more of a spotlight on Stardom. And I think it's just an interesting relationship to see where it continues to grow.
I was surprised that with 3 nights of Wrestle Kingdom, they're only getting 1 match on night 2.
Right.
Because on both of the MetLife Dome shows and both of the Tokyo Dome shows this year, they had a match on each night. So it's kind of like if they want to have these ambitious 10 match cards, they kind of need to slot in another one on the 4th, because I don't know if there's a place for it on that New Japan Noah card on the 8th.
It's also been, for all of these companies, I think it's being able to make your product. If you are in search of like a Western audience, it's catering to the English language. How would you, as someone that has been able and is fluent in the language, how would you see, companies like Stardom? You have Noah now, that English commentary has become a staple of their big shows, of how companies are, taking their product and making it an easier bridge for a non-Japanese speaking audience. Because for me personally, like having English language was never any kind of barrier for me, but in speaking to a lot of people, like that is kind of it scares some people off that they won't be able to get into the stories without it being in their native language. It's
one of those things where I'm glad that they're starting to do more English language with their Twitter account and stuff like that. And whenever they have a show, they never live stream their shows other than the big shows, which are done on a separate platform from Stardom World. And they usually add subtitles, which is very helpful, but it usually comes like 2 to 5 days after they've taped the show. I know that they've had several, like some of the bigger shows, they've had like Mark Pickering and Stuart Fulton, like some that are in Japan, but of course work in like 12 other different companies at the same time. And with the New Japan crossover, of course you have Chris Charlton, who's bilingual, and then you have Kevin Kelly, who's amazing at just about everything. But I think they need to start considering developing or hiring their own English commentary team, whether it's a remote team or if they find some bilingual people that are stationed in Japan that are available to do it. That would be the biggest step. It doesn't have to be for every show, but if they're going to do this whole, like every, all their monthly big programs, it would be beneficial, especially because of the rapidly growing external outside of Japan, non-Japanese speaking fandom.
Karen, as we focus on the holidays, what are your plans for the season?
My last day of work for 2021 is this Thursday, and then I get to relax for a couple of hours and tape MCU later with WH, and then I am off for 3 glorious weeks. I work in at a public university, so we close for Christmas holidays, and I just took a couple of extra days to get me through Wrestle Kingdom, and then I can just ease into 2022 on a Thursday.
And there will be a ton of wrestling in those 3 weeks.
So much wrestling. My sleep schedule's already wrecked from Super Juniors and World Tag League. It's just going to keep going probably. Who needs sleep?
Well, before we sign off here, we do have a bit of a 2001 theme here, for at least a musical theme going in here. So tell us in a sentence or two about Karen Peterson in 2001. Take us back 20 years.
In 2001, I was preparing. I had just, this time in 2021 or 2001, I had just graduated university and I was sitting at a desk And I realized there has to be more to life than just sitting at this desk. And I applied for the Japan exchange teaching program the year after, flew off to Japan in 2003, and here I am.
Wow. Is that where you and WH met? Did you two meet in Japan when he was living there?
Yes and no. I met him in person outside of Korakuen Hall right before Wrestle Kingdom. My friend had dressed me in kimono and we were going to go meet a bunch of people for a meetup. And I think he was going to either a Noah show, and I think Y was there actually. We just kind of like crossed paths. He's like, Karen. And I'm like, WH, bye. And we just kind of like went that like our own ways. But after, when Hana passed, we started talking a bit more purely because I was doing a lot of translation of tweets and contributing to different articles as a translator. So it just kind of snowballed from there.
Wow. Well, that's fantastic. It's always interesting to see where everyone like intersects. But I just want to say on behalf of everyone here at the site, thank you so much for all the great work. I know much more to come in 2022, and you will be all over the December 29th card. So look out for that at postwrestling.com from the Rookie of the Year, Karen Peterson.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm very excited to be part of the team.
Karen Peterson, the Rookie of the Year, here at postwrestling.com with an appearance by Zelda. I don't know if everyone could detect that Zelda was present there on the call.
The Legend of Zelda. I look forward to.
Very nice.
Well, she said that actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I look forward to hearing more from Karen and Zelda in the future.
Yeah, Karen will have a big report later this week. Stardom has their huge show on the 29th, so in a couple of days. I'm very excited for that show. I would say that is on par with any of the big shows coming up over the next. Well, do you have a top 10 list of the wrestling shows coming up in the next 2 weeks? Dude, I'm not kidding. We've got Stardom. We've got 2 Wrestle Kingdom shows, third with the Noah show. You've got the Noah show on January 1st, with Kenta on the show. We have Day 1. We have Battle of the Belts. We have the Impact pay-per-view. Like, holy Christ. There's so much wrestling coming up over the next few weeks.
You're not even counting MMA.
I'm not counting. Actually, UFC is on a bit of a break until the 15th. They don't have any show until the 15th. There's also the TBS debut for Dynamite. That's going to be a big show. That's on the 5th.
I think we've really come to realize, like, this stuff is not going to slow down anytime soon.
No. I came to that realization a long time ago. Yeah.
We've had busy weeks and busy months, like just constantly now. And, every week now feels like it's a WrestleMania level sort of week. And that's just good. That's just the norm these days.
Is that good or bad over the long term? Do you think
it's good? I think it's good. I mean, it means the industry is healthier. I'm not going to say it's at full health, but it's healthier. There's a lot of content for audiences to choose from, and hopefully that means a lot of places for people to work and a lot of content for people like you and I to cover. I think you're going to continue to see a further splintering of audiences and people choosing, like 1 or 2 items that they're following strictly. And, like the days of being on top of every single thing, as much as maybe like, even people doing podcasts might try. I mean, that we're going to have to pick and choose now.
Oh, I think we're already at that part where you have to choose. And I guess that's my reluctance, is that it's a landscape where you are forced to choose. And, there's in one sense, it's a really competitive environment because these companies, they have to put out the best products to attract you. I would say maybe like at this point, like you have your companies that are going to be guaranteed successful. But for the others, it's this scramble for your attention, and there's going to be winners and losers. That's kind of how the market will dictate things.
No, absolutely. But I think there's enough audience to go around. I have to think that there is, people like, Choco Pro is like talked about all the time on like Reddit, and that's something I've only heard about, but I've never really taken the time to watch. But something as niche as that, and you look at the success of GCW. I think even if something is at one time completely very niche and thought to be not for many people, there's still enough people to watch it that'll sustain it. I think.
Lots of wrestling in 2022. That is our prediction. Let's find out who is up next.
It is the Christmas show here at Post Wrestling, and that song brings us to two of our favorites. Braden Herrington, Davie Portman. Merry Christmas to you both.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Wow. 'Tis the season to be jolly.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you guys too.
Yeah, we are bringing, these are multiple countries that are merging together here on Christmas Eve because Braden, you are joining us from Mexico. Thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy vacation.
Viva la Raza, baby. That's it. See. I know everything in Spanish.
You're
now.
super Mexican now.
Yeah,
right?
I know everything.
And Davie, thank you for taking a 10-minute break at work to come chat with us, as I'm assuming you're probably working on Christmas Eve. If not, I don't know what you'd be up to right now.
No, I've got no idea what I'm up to. I've got a couple of days off this Christmas, but no plans, and it's kind of nice. I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah, you have a very interesting Christmas because your best friend is totally abandoning you at Christmas. Yeah. So you're
Peace out.
But having been to being at a visitor at the what is the concept now? The BDE2?
The BDE 2.0.
2.0, of course. You've got plenty of options, Davie. You live in a tremendous area. You could go skating. Tonight on Christmas Eve. There's many options for you.
Yeah. I think I know a friend's bar is open Christmas Eve, so I'm going to go down there later. But I'm quite looking forward. I have been don't feel sorry for me, people. People have reached out and been like, "Hey, do you want to do Christmas with us?" And part of me's like, "No, I don't really. I just want to chill, have the place to myself, watch some Christmas movies, eat a bunch of food, and go for a little walk, and maybe see what's going on." But
what do you mean? I
want a break from this.
You're just gonna chill?
I'm doing Christmas in February, so I'm gonna
going
celebrate
back.
it then.
You're
Yeah,
gonna see your fam. Yeah.
So
That's all right.
Just enjoying the days off this time.
Are you guys exchanging presents at least? You two?
Yeah, I mean, Davie bought what was supposed to be a gift for me, but then right as I'm opening it is actually it's for us. And it was a little pinball. I mean, did we already put that show out? We record things and bank them too. So
we can.
Is it kayfabe already? Yeah.
This is live. We've all listened to your
live,
show.
Yeah,
by
that's
now.
right. Yeah, sorry, live. Well, I opened this pinball.
It's like mini golf pinball machine.
We've been on this little bit of a pinball kick at different bars and such. And looking into it, buying or renting a pinball machine is really expensive. So, little tiny small one there. I said I'd try to get some tequila and stuff, but we treat ourselves every week.
Yeah.
So
that's what best friends get you when they go to Mexico. They bring back tequila, as someone on this call got me coffee flavored tequila.
Wow, coffee flavored tequila.
Yeah,
I had certain choices, and I got Braden and Davie the stuff that's actually disgusting, but really said to be very reputable. And then for John, I got the coffee flavored one. So
we've almost
figured,
finished it.
Yeah.
You have.
You guys
Okay.
tequila. We've had a few shows. When did we open that? A little while ago.
It's whatever gets us through 2.0 every week. It's you
didn't give us enough.
Briggs
tequila.
and Jensen in at a country fair again. Braden,
sorry,
crack open the tequila.
Give us a shot. It's going to get us.
You guys are so down on NXT 2.0, but I think you guys have Harlan to look forward to in 2022. So I think things are looking up.
Harlan, Hook.
Yeah.
There's just the difference there is.
Hook didn't lead to a cervical fracture of Brian Kendrick.
Yeah, Hook hasn't thrown Brian Kendrick downstairs yet, has he?
Yeah, so he's a safe worker.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. We're going to be doing the best and worst of show with Braden and Davie in the very, very near future. So we will have lots of time to talk about wrestling. I want to talk about Succession. Number one, Braden, do you even follow this show?
No.
Oh my God! How you're the only person to
spoil it for
Well, yeah, because I listened to your show and you told me everything that happened on it, John.
Shut up!
So I don't need to watch it.
You're not going to watch it, so it's not a spoiler. You have opted out. You opted out. If you were to start today, you would not even remember that Tom.
Stop it!
So I can't talk about Succession with Davie, someone who does watch it. This is ridiculous. I have two kids and I follow this show, Braden, and you don't. There's no excuse.
Yeah, I go out, John. the world opened up again, and I went, I don't need to watch TV shows right now. No, I do want to watch.
Davey's doing fine. Davey watches it, and he does a podcast on it every week.
That is true. I mean, Davey's been doing a great job with this show. He had every week this past season, he did a different show, whether it was on our free feed, and then he did some shows up on there on the Patreon. I mean, Way, you were on it. I know, John, we were talking to get you on it, so I know you're coming back for next season.
I think,
yeah.
Davey, I think that's probably the only show of any of our networks where there actually might be people that reach out to you to come on to the show. You don't even have to ask. I'm guessing by season 4, there's going to be a lineup of people.
Yeah, I think more people are going to jump on board this show for season 4. And, it was pretty easy to find someone every week to talk about, which was, pretty fun. I mean, Marvel, Way, I know you do the Marvel shows and, you reach out to other people, and that's really popular, but it's pretty cool how many people are watching Succession this season. And there's always a lot to talk about.
I think good TV is always going to attract an audience, whether we all be wrestling fans or what. But I'm kind of surprised because it's really crept out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, like, all these people that we happen to know, happen to watch it as well. So it's been really cool to hear all of their opinions.
What I love it every week is the guest normally goes, half the time I don't know what they're talking about. I don't understand any of the business side and all that, but just the characters are so compelling and the writing is just so good. We wish we had a bit of that in 2.0.
As non-spoilery as you can get, Davey, what do you think are going to be like the big, storyline developments in season 4?
I think it's got to be, the kids uniting forces, and
I think so.
Is Macaulay Culkin going to show up?
Maybe they need Macaulay as well to set up.
This show does not need Macaulay Culkin, with all due respect to Kevin McAllister.
But yeah, it seems like finally we've got some people on the same page, and it's. But I don't know how much leverage they have anymore.
Well, except Connor. Connor, maybe Connor is the missing ingredient that is going to be the what puts them over the top, truly creates the super majority, which could be
they need to back his presidential campaign, and then they're winning.
Well, then Connor's got some juice, and then they've got a political ally in Connor. Once he's just useless. Once he has power, now this man has a function to these children.
Yeah.
As most things. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but we're dancing around all of this for your consideration. It makes no sense. I think Logan's gonna die as well. Sorry, Braden.
Someone's gonna die.
Like that's the next major event. It's like the chaos in the wake of the patriarch being gone. That to me is the inevitability, and that was certainly one of the big themes of this year is his declining health.
Yeah, it's definitely it's something that's more public. You've seen like Madsen, the guy he's joined forces with, has mentioned kind of, hey, when's your dad gonna die? And it seems like maybe the wider world are more aware of his health issues as they are with the current president in that show.
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, I think a lot of it's going to focus around Shiv and Tom and their relationship and whether or not, Shiv is actually pregnant. And if she is, how's their like incredibly fucked up dynamic going to, sort all that out, with what happened at the end of season 3. So yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces, and it'll all be really interesting.
Yeah, we gotta wait, a year now before it's back?
Have they said when season 4 is,
I don't even think they're shooting until June.
I don't think we'll even get it next year, probably.
Maybe not.
Darn.
Same time, maybe.
You got a lot of time, Braden.
I gotta catch up.
Yeah, you have no excuse to, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go and rewatch, at least the first 2 seasons, before.
I rewatched episode 1 last night.
How is it? How different is it from, now that you've watched them all?
Yeah, the characters, I think you can tell are far, like, definitely, slightly less developed stages. They're a lot more like caricatures, I would say, of the very complex people they would become later on. But Brian Cox's performances are just as incredible, this time around. I think Kendall's great. They're all really great, but you could definitely tell that, like, they start to find their voices a bit more throughout. But it's a very rewatchable show. You definitely get more, the more times you view it.
Are we ever gonna find out the whereabouts of Greg's mom? that sent him into this world?
Oh yeah, she just fucked up
in the bedroom.
Yeah, she like sent him to like the party, and then that's the last, and he's on the phone with her. Isn't that the whole first episode?
Yeah, that was her. Yeah, that was her involvement. That's it.
That's it. We never heard from the mother again. Well, there you go. It's a good show, Braden. Trust us.
I gotta watch it, but I'll catch up.
Did you get a chance to read that New Yorker article on Jeremy Strong at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did. It's actually an audio form if you go on the website, if you just want to listen to it like a podcast. Yeah, no, it's like, I don't know, it just describes him as like a really intense actor. And, it sounds like he alienates, some of his castmates, but
you've alienated me from this conversation. By talking about
no,
this
we've
show.
actually included you very much so. We've given you way too much power in this conversation because us three could really dive deep into the show. But out of respect to you, we are not. So you have actually dominated this conversation. It's very selfish of you.
We're selling it to you, Braden.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I definitely want to hear Braden's thoughts. Like if you want to do a rewatch of the entire season with Braden, I would definitely listen.
Yeah.
Cause like, I'm not a TV show guy. It takes a lot for me. Like Breaking Bad was my apex. I think that's still the top. During the pandemic, I tried watching The Sopranos and I was like, oh, I get it, why this was amazing. And it seems like HBO know what they're doing when it comes to TV shows. So, I mean, hey, I couldn't get into like Game of Thrones and stuff. I can't do dragons and wizards and stuff like that. Like, no, like a show.
I didn't follow Game of Thrones either. I didn't.
Yeah.
I watched the first episode and listen, I'm sure I would have gotten into it if I continued it, but I didn't go down the Game of Thrones path.
I like shows more like that where it is real people sort of thing. So I can, I can totally see myself binging it and then catching up. But, when it comes to TV, I love movies. I can easily put on a movie and then you can check out. And then when they put a sequel out later, it's fine. But TV shows, you gotta like watch every week. And sometimes for certain shows, there is so many shows or episodes in a season that I'm like, this is too much work. And I just can't do it. Or I watch a episode or 2 episodes and then I just don't ever finish it. And I never know what happens. But when it comes to a show like that, where so many people are like behind it, then I feel like, all right, maybe I should jump in and get hooked or whatever. Cause as soon as you do, so many people like you guys are like, oh, this show's amazing. So it's like, all right, I gotta give it a shot. But
you know what I gave a shot to, Davie, and it's totally reeled me back in.
What's that?
Dexter.
Oh. How is the new?
It started off. I sat down. I was just. It's been so long. Like I like everyone. I detested the end of Dexter. It's a horrific series finale years and years ago. But I couldn't pass it up to at least swoop in and see what they had planned. So I watched the first episode and I came away with like a thumbs in the middle is best I could describe it. But I still continued. And by like episode 3, I found myself looking forward to this episode each week. And I'm not going to say this is great. Hardly as we're talking about Succession. It is not that. But I think that they have greatly rebounded from the horrific fall that this series took. We're not talking Trinity levels of season 3, but I would say like this is a solid like 6.5 to 7 for me out of 10. And I have found myself watching it each week.
Like, so you just told me not to watch that. See, like people will be like, oh, it's all right. It's not bad.
But sometimes I feel you need a good like 6.5 show.
That's what it is.
When
That's
you
what
just
it
need
is.
to relax, you don't like Succession. I put everything that like I don't go on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm like, right, I'm giving my whole focus to this show for an hour. But sometimes you want a 6.5 show where you can just put it on and don't really care. It's Dexter. He's going to kill someone. He's going to get away with it.
We watch Dexter every week, but it's a different guy. Also, is supposed to be a murderer.
Yeah.
On NXT every week, but everybody's favorite killer on that show.
What are the New Year's plans, guys?
I don't know yet. I might be working. I kind of am tempted this year because I either get New Year's Eve off or New Year's Day off. But if I get New Year's Eve off, I'm probably going out and then feeling horrendous at work New Year's Day. Yeah. Or I could work in a bar where it could be quite fun, make some money, and then get the next day off and relax. So I think I'm more inclined to do that.
I find New Year's is, but it's kind of an amateur night. We call it rookie night. I feel like it's when all the people who don't usually go out want to try to go out. And of course, like the pandemic messed up last year. So maybe people want to make good this year. But I think I'm just like, maybe feeling like, just low key, keep it like, whether it's going out.
Bring the pinball machine to my work.
Yeah.
Set up.
Yeah.
You don't want to hang out with amateurs? What's wrong with amateurs?
Absolutely nothing. No.
I've been drinking Jameson all night.
I'm just saying, like, it's the one night of the year, that and Halloween are the two biggest nights out in the world. And you go out on either of those nights, and people tend to be sloppy. There tends to be more fights. There tends to be everything that is the bad aspect of like going out and having a night. And you usually see it. You'll see breakups. You'll see like all that will happen on a New Year's.
It sounds like a reason to specifically go out.
No,
100%.
it sounds like my daily walk here in the West End of the city that I encountered these things in my everyday. I've seen fist fights. Yeah. I've seen breakups. I have seen people ordering Tim Hortons as they're screaming on their Bluetooth at people. I mean, hey, that's the world we live in, Braden.
I know you love Tim Hortons, John. Have you had any luck finding the Tim Biebs winter hat, the toque? Have you tried Tim Biebs?
Okay, so at the one I go to, I'm certain that they had the hats there. I just had no inclination at all to purchase one. I'm sure they're gone by now, but
I'm sure you've got some US listeners who will pay some good money.
I've heard stories that people are like buying the actual Timbits and sending them to people in the US. Like the fuck?
Insane.
Tim, you're sending actual donuts.
Yeah. I don't even know how that works. I don't know why there would be such a demand for that. Yet at the same time, it sounds, completely plausible.
A conversation I overheard at work the other day. Some customers were talking about the Tim Biebs thing. Apparently, Beaver Tails are trying to get him as well.
Yeah, they've been sliding in his DMs. Beaver Tails.
Yeah.
I don't know do Americans even know what a beaver tail is?
Probably not.
Not thinking about what you're thinking it is, but it's like,
I don't think most Canadians know what beaver tails are.
Yeah, it's not.
It's right outside our place.
There is one right outside our place. It's like
almost like a waffle pastry kind of thing.
Yeah, like a churro.
Chocolate all over it.
Think of like a flattened churro and then like a flatbread of sweet stuff, and then you put your toppings on it. And now they want to make beaver tails.
Beaver tails.
Yeah.
Well, guys, before we let you go, I came up with a concept this year, and let's be perfectly honest, I don't know if it's a big hit or not, but the musical theme of this Christmas show is 2001, specifically off of my mix CDs of 2001. And I want to ask each of you, in a sentence or two, describe yourselves in 2001, where you were in life and what you remember. Braden.
2001, I was probably like 10, John. So what was I doing when I was 10?
like that you're checking with me about your age.
Just making sure. Just letting you know that I am a lot younger. So when I was 10.
You were actually 12, if I have my date right, of how old you would have been. So you would have been off by 2 years as your guess.
Well, wait, no.
You were born in 89, I thought.
No, I wasn't.
Oh.
Born in 91.
Oh, you were born in 91.
Good thing I wasn't asking you.
To be honest, though, I trust John more with dates.
I would, yeah.
I don't know why I had 89 in my head for
guess
you.
how old I am. I'm like, wait a second. Was I born in 1988?
Well, you did not sound confident when you said 10, as you were deferring to me to check your birth certificate that I might have here.
When I was 10, I was just living the good life, probably in like grade 2, whatever. I don't know what you're in 10, in grade 10, maybe grade 3, grade 4.
You definitely weren't in second grade if you were 10 years old at that time.
I remember in 2001, I was young and I was so mad at 9/11 because they're going to have to now edit out the Twin Towers from the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie that was coming out. I remember telling my mom that and she was like, hey, listen.
Perspective.
Yeah. Hey, maybe that's not the worst thing out of this news story that you have to edit Spider-Man that's coming out. I was a big fan. So that's what I remember. I don't know. I do like music from the 90s, 2000s though. So I was probably jamming to some big tunes, but.
Okay, Davie, you cannot possibly give a worse answer. So where were you in 2001?
2001, I would have started secondary school. I think I had my last family holiday just before 9/11, going to like Disney and all that. And, and then this time of year, Christmas 2001, it would be the end of my first term in secondary school, and I went to see Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. in the theaters on
come
opening night. With my
and when you walked out of the theater,
it
was 2002 probably.
Yeah, it's a long film, but like that is definitely one of my like favorite cinema like experiences. That's when I saw that first film. It's like, oh, I kind of feel like what people felt when they went to see Empire Strikes Back for the first time, that kind of thing.
Right.
Because they were my favorite movies every Christmas.
So we're reviewing those next year?
We got to at some point, yeah.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, that's what I remember. Lord of the Rings in secondary school and Disney.
You know, with me, when I saw Lord of the Rings that same year, we were in a car getting set to go to the theater and leaving our job where a friend of ours had like this severe peanut allergy. And the people at the movie theater were giving out these gift candies to everyone, like a bag of like different candies and stuff. And he always like makes sure about like his peanut allergy. Anyway, he starts eating these things and dude, he starts to have like the craziest reaction and it like near death experience. And and amazingly, he ended up being okay, but they had put like some kind of peanut into this candy thing and then I don't know, gotten it wrong. So that's what I think of when I think of Lord of the Rings.
How mad were you? You're like, can you just calm down? I'm trying to watch Lord of the Rings.
Well, the funny thing was,
exposition at the beginning here.
After like 20 minutes, he gave the okay, and we went and we still watched the movie. So anyway, all's well that ends well, I guess. But anyway, guys, thank you so much. A happy holiday season. Braden, you can get back to your tequila drinking, and Davie, enjoy the Christmas of Davie Portman.
Yeah,
it'll be fun.
It's going to be my year. 2022 is going to be lit.
2022. Everything will be great. Guys, we love you and we miss you.
Guys.
We can't wait. We love all the post-wrestling marks. What do you guys, the post-marks, the post-wrestling universe, everyone out there, the love is real. Thank you.
Thanks for listening, Davie. Braden, thanks for trying to pretend that you listen. We appreciate it.
Hey, I listened and you were spoiling things. So I turned it off, John.
Braden Herrington, Davie Portman of Up Next. Braden Herrington, joining us from Mexico.
Yeah. I mean, I can I can hear the tan.
Yeah. I assume he's in Mexico. That's what he, alluded to. I assume he made it to Mexico.
I would assume so as well. And hopefully he can make it back.
I'm glad I'm not traveling. I'm just going to say that. I'm glad I'm not traveling right now, but all the best to Braden.
I think he's probably having a hell of a time. I like, having a great time is what I mean.
It's the bookends of the trip that I would not be looking forward to. In the middle, once you're there and you're good to go, fantastic time, I'm sure.
It's just, it's disappointing because, we thought we'd be out of it by now. And at least in Toronto with like Omicron hitting just as Christmas season is beginning is going to be difficult for, a lot of people to deal with. So, it's, a year ago I felt like, I don't know, were we optimistic? Like, where were we at a year ago? Were we like, how far along were vaccinations and all this stuff?
I mean, we were still several months before. I mean, I'm thinking back, my parents got vaccinated around March, I want to say, and I didn't get my vaccine until I think I got my first shot in May and my second in June.
That's right. Yeah. Well, Pauline works at the hospital. She didn't get hers till January. So, this time last year, I'm guessing very few, if any, Canadians were vaccinated. So,
and we were seeing like just the impact of like Thanksgiving, of people getting together. And I think everyone, like we had Alex Patel on the show last year talking about, Christmas. It's, there's going to be people getting together. Like this is an inevitability that we are going to see, cases in January. So I wouldn't say it was, by any means, people thinking we were through it. It's remarkable when you think about here we are a year later and we have vaccines. That's a miracle that that we were able to see, not just one vaccine, but multiple vaccines created in this window of time.
Yeah. Like in the grand scheme of things outside of our little niche, of course, like that is probably the biggest difference. Compared to this year and last, at least for now, as we're recording this, John, despite numbers going up, like hospitalizations aren't going up as much, not nearly as much as the cases. So that to me tells me that what's going on is working. So anyway, enough of this.
Yeah. All the best to Braden and Davie in the new year, but the countdown continues. Kick dirt. A double entry here. We are joined by Kate from Montreal. Happy holidays, Kate.
Hello. Happy holidays to you.
And a Merry Christmas, John Siino.
Merry Christmas, guys. And Kate, how's everybody doing?
It's the post-wrestling Christmas fun. Way is pounding back the eggnog. We have a steady stream of guests, and definitely want to chat with both of you together here. This is John and John plus Kate, no Nate. Not as catchy as some of our other names that we came up with. So Kate, what are some of your plans for this holiday season as we speak to you on Christmas Eve?
I don't the holidays around the From Montreal household are not a really big deal. I don't know if people know this. I'm a full-time caregiver for a disabled person who's basically bedridden, so it tends to be kind of quiet. But we're going to have a nice dinner together and do gifts and that sort of thing. So.
And John, is Lorenzo excited for Christmas?
He's extremely excited. And the fact that his father now works with the Lego brand retail store, he's going to be getting a lot of Legos. Actually, everybody in my family, my nephews, my nieces, everybody's getting Lego. But you know what they're not getting is the Home Alone set, because that thing is impossible to find right now.
So is this like the Tickle Me Elmo of 2021? Is this like the hot pickup for Lego connoisseurs?
As far as Lego goes, yes. I think about every 15 minutes I get a phone call that I just want to answer the phone and say, thank you for calling Lego. We do not have the Home Alone set, because that's the question that they're going to ask. It's either that or the Titanic. Titanic is a little bit on the pricey side, so it's not asked as much, but the Home Alone set is definitely the most popular one.
Is that appealing to you, Way? If you were like an 8-year-old child and your parents got you the Titanic Lego set, it's like, thanks, this looks like really challenging, but this is also a real downer to be getting as opposed to like the Home Alone Lego set.
Yeah, I don't know if either of those sets honestly are really targeted towards, young children. I definitely think they're more targeted towards people our age who are either nostalgic for Home Alone or nostalgic for the Titanic, I suppose.
Just for Lego.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What better way to it is kind of bizarre that you can take a tragedy like the Titanic and now it's like a collector's item for Lego collectors.
Well, I mean, beyond, the tragedy, of course, it was also at the time like an engineering marvel, right? And I don't know, maybe to some people it still is, but it's more so I think impressiveness of the actual like model itself for me.
Kate, as you look back at the past year of like big wrestling stories, what are like some of the big ones that jump out at you? Obviously, we have a major shift, I would say, in the industry, the WWE's sort of policy of like where they are seeking talent, the rise of AEW, and the impact on other companies. I think like this was a very interesting year as we look back at it and some of the shifts among the major companies.
Very much so. And I think that a lot of the biggest memories of the year, the biggest moments of the year are clearly going to be things like the Punk debut, the double debut at All Out with Danielson and Adam Cole. I think that there and in terms of matches, for me, I'm still kind of mourning the loss of the first round of NXT, but I think in this point, like you clearly see WWE is going in a direction, and it's funny because at this point, I almost think of what WWE and AEW were doing as very different things. Like it's becoming increasingly problematic, I think, to compare them. But I think that certainly the rise of one is sort of the wrestling company, and the other really embracing the sports entertainment and this kind of splashy, like almost cartoonish model of what wrestling can be is gotten more marked as the year has gone along. Not that it's just been a year entirely about those two companies, but clearly there are always going to be the ones, particularly in North America, that you think of first. Yeah, I mean, I found it a very promising, very dynamic year in a lot of ways. I think some companies had it a lot rougher than others, not just WWE, but I'm thinking New Japan. I think have had, for all that they've had, probably my choice for best performer of the entire year in Shingo Takagi, just because of what he was able to do with relatively, like, with a lot of limitations placed on him. I think that they've really struggled a bit to, more so than in past years, to generate excitement for what they're doing. And even now, like, I find that what's going on with their New Japan Strong brand in the States is to me getting more interesting than what's happening in Japan, which I think that's a bad sign for them, but we shall see. And, and clearly this is going to be this renaissance for promotions outside of WWE with all of the talent that's been available, which is in itself its own big story.
How about you, Siino? You know, what has gotten your interest outside of perhaps what people are typically talking about over the past year?
Yeah, I mean, I've been luckily able to cover a lot of these shows on the Shot in the Dark podcast. I think I was even talking away about how it's kind of like its own Shot in the Dark cinematic universe, because like within the last year, I'll be following the careers of these guys, and like 1 week they're on 205 Live, 2 months later they're on Ring of Honor, then they're jumping to New Japan Strong. So it's literally, I'm like following the careers of these guys as they're bouncing back these like B or C shows even. So it's pretty cool to see like the kind of like the transformation of a lot of these characters and gimmicks and how they work one way in a company and then they're totally different in another way. It's pretty like remarkable to see how like a single company can treat somebody totally different than another company would.
Is there anyone kind of on your radar? Like both of you, you know, follow like AEW Dark and Elevation. Like when we're looking at sort of like the talent that is kind of at that level right now that you could see really making a jump in the new year that stands out. Does anyone instantly come to mind, Kate?
This is going to be like a severe case of recency bias, because the first name that jumped to mind was Marina Shafir had an excellent match on Dark this week versus Kris Statlander, and I was very happy to see, even by the standards of Dark, the women's matches on Dark tend to be very short, but they gave this one some time, and they did, which is usually a sign that they're interested in someone. So again, recency bias, she's the first name that's come to mind. There are a lot of people who they've had on there who I think they want to look at more closely, and they probably want to bring in, particularly on the men's side though. It's crowded. I don't know. I guess it's almost more likely at this point for singles men's stars that being on Dark or Elevation is a way of just getting general attention on you, not necessarily just kind of auditioning to be on AEW. But it's of course there are a number of names who I think could be incorporated, but hers is just, like I said, the one because it's fresh in my mind that I'm thinking of, and because I think AEW does need some more. They need more women's talent, and they need more women's talent that has some experience. Not that Shafir has a huge amount of experience, but their women's division is very good, but a lot of it's very green.
And that seems to be just such a recurring theme, John, is the logjam that is AEW. It's just so deep with talent, and it's constantly looking at, well, could they grab this name or that name? And it's like Tony Khan has showed a great ability to juggle a lot of talent in the air, but it's like, how many can you possibly have before like there's kind of that talent unrest as well about, you know, that every single talent wants to have that kind of a spotlight. And it's just, I don't care how much TV you have, like it's a fixed amount, and it's such an embarrassment of riches when it comes to talent on that roster.
Yeah, that's why two of the names that stand out for me, and I'm actually happy that they're not going to AEW just yet, and that's Roxy, who's the current Ring of Honor Women's Champion. I'm totally fine with her going to MLW. I know she's going to be wrestling Miranda Gordy, so like let her do that. Let her get some more shine outside of that. And another name I have is Darius Lockhart, who's recently been working with NWA. I know he recently suffered an injury, but he cut a promo at their last pay-per-view, and he like totally like impressed me so much with his mic work, and I'm sure he's great in the ring. I've seen him wrestle on AEW Dark before. So those two names stand out, and like for the next year, like not not stay away from AEW, but if you can do something in NWA or an MLW, do it. Get your name out there, get a little bit of notoriety before AEW gives you a chance. And like Kate said, maybe down the line they will have some open spots and it'll be a little bit easier for them to get some TV time.
Mm-hmm.
What are the promotions?
The other name that just sort of occurred to me off the top of my head just when you mentioned that is also, she did one very quick appearance, but someone who I'd love to see more of in 2022 is Trish Adora.
Yeah, I mean, very high on a lot of people's list. It's like there's just so much great talent out there, and you just hope that there's going to be, when a Ring of Honor is downscaling, that's where I look at that. It's just so devastating for the industry when you're taking away that many positions for a company that had, not the strongest television, but nonetheless syndicated television that covered a good amount of the country. One other question that we are throwing out at all of our guests. We have a bit of a 2001 music theme going on throughout this episode. So I want you to take the listeners back 20 years and tell us where each of you were in 2001. John, we start with you. Tell us in a sentence or two about John Siino circa 2001.
2001. So I was a sophomore in high school. I want to say I was listening to a lot of like Jay-Z, Ja Rule, DMX at the time. For some reason, the Rush Hour soundtrack sticks in my head. So I'm going to go with Jay-Z, Can I Get A? That song, that music video just kind of like resonates. It's probably not even around that time frame, but that just sticks out to me. Cisco, sticks out as well.
Cisco.
Yes, I don't know why. I think of Rush Hour and I think of Cisco. Maybe it's the whole Dragon theme or whatnot. But yeah, 2001. A lot of hip hop, a lot of mainstream hip hop, I would say.
Were you big on the message boards in 2001?
2001, I was probably roaming the Wu-Tang, message boards with a Benno, who, back then I had no idea that years later we'd both be working for the Post Wrestling Network. It's funny how things work.
And that's our recruitment, Wu-Tang alumni. Kate, how about yourself?
It's funny, actually, 2001, I was not Kate from Montreal. I was living in Toronto at the time. Or I guess
you were Kate from Toronto at that point. Wow.
I was
a whole
Kate
different
from Toronto.
moniker.
Yeah, I lived in Toronto for like 6-7 years. It's funny, actually, I woke up this morning with the Ladytron song stuck in my head, and it occurs to me that is something that I was listening to back in like around that time. I've always been a little more into, like, I listen to a lot of more experimental electronic and, I guess industrial and techno music. Around that time, I'm not really sure what I would have been into. I think it's sort of transitional period for me, but, yeah, I'm not much used to here. I guess in terms of what you're saying about message boards, that's funny. That was sort of like a new world. Like I was sort of playing around in it. I never got totally into it. But yeah, I was certainly aware of and kind of lurking in a lot of places.
That's the best way to analyze message board cultures. Just be a lurker in the background without actual engagement. Well, guys, thank you so much. A happy holiday season to both of you, and for all the great work you provided here at Post Wrestling over the past year. We look forward to much more in 2022. And you are two of the people that follow as much as anyone out there. So it's great to get your analysis on here about the future of pro wrestling as we know it.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kate, for joining me.
Thank you all very much. That's been a real pleasure this year.
John Siino and Kate from Montreal, who we discovered was once Kate from Toronto.
Surprising.
I did not know that.
I had no idea either, but okay. I'm sure she was Kate from many different places.
Wait, tell me about this Home Alone Lego set. Is this on your eventual purchase list? Is it of interest to you?
Not quite. I'm not as nostalgic for that movie as many people are. And I mean, despite me being as big of a fan as I am, I mean, space is very limited and this thing is huge. So
yeah, I bet
I have to be very choosy about what to add into my collection. But, I think
how much does the set, go for?
Oh,
roughly?
Good question, actually. Well, right now it's completely sold out. So I imagine probably quite a bit more than, the retail value. But for instance, let me see here. I mean, it's out of stock everywhere. Let me just take a look. The McAllister's house. Okay. It is $350 Canadian.
That's not crazy. I was expecting much higher.
Yeah, American, I'm guessing 200 something. So.
Yeah, it's not a crazy amount, especially given, its popularity.
Oh, are you considering 250 American? Are you considering?
No, definitely not. 100% not. But, it's cool. Like if I was someone that was like into Lego, that would certainly have my interest level. We were watching, me and my wife watched Home Alone, cause I was going to do the review with Braden and Davie, which is out now on their Patreon, I believe. And I was saying to her, what year do you think would be fine for like Max to watch this? And we got like 20 minutes into the movie and we're like, probably quite a few years. Dude, I always remembered this movie. It's like fairly violent. It's really violent. Like when you think about what this movie exposes the possibilities for kids with homemade weapons. Like, dude, yeah, like homemade blow torches, like absolute, like, it's like 20 minutes of attempted murder by an 8-year-old in this movie.
Pretty much, yeah. But I mean, cartoonish violence, right? Although not being depicted by cartoons. Like, at what point would you be willing to show your kid like a Looney Tunes, Bugs Bunny type of thing?
You know what? I don't even know if he'd necessarily be interested in that. Like he does watch, like we monitor like what he watches. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that because I feel I watched a lot of stuff like really young. I would have seen Home Alone when I was probably 7 or 8 years old, but my parents had a very liberal view of like what I could watch. Like if we went to rent a movie from the video store, it was pretty much I had my choice of like whatever I wanted to rent was fine.
Okay, well, I mean, you turned out perfectly fine. I mean, you do cover, a bit of a violent sport for a living, but that's not so bad, right?
Yeah. I don't know. 4 is young, but once we're at like 7, I think 7 is like an and also like explaining that this is not what we do. If we have burglars, Max, we're going to call the police. Okay, that's going to be the move. Okay, yeah. And I guarantee we are not going to forget you in the attic when we go to France for Christmas.
Has he expressed any interest in professional wrestling?
Zero. I don't think he knows what professional wrestling is.
Okay, no, I'm just checking.
Well, here we go, everybody. Things are about to get good.
Stronger. More than power, never.
Joining us now on the Christmas show, he is the co-host of The Wellness Policy, along with Ting, Jordan Goodman, joining us on the post-wrestling Christmas show. Jordan, you have finally made it to the Christmas show.
Oh my God, yes, gentlemen, I am done with the cowbell today. I bring the jingle bells. I have finally made the post-wrestling Christmas show a career.
Years in the making.
Years in the making. Not only had we scheduled this, I think in 2018, and I had to respectfully bow out until a future time. But quite literally, this is a career and perhaps a lifetime in the making for me.
But no pressure. I mean, this is high stakes here on the Christmas show. It is great to have you on, and we definitely wanted to bring you on to chat about the year that was, and also about the wellness policy that I believe, as kind of a spectator of such a show, I think it's like the most unique show on the site, and the two of you have grown this thing into such a cool addition to post wrestling.
You listen, John?
I listen to everything, Jordan. I'm always lurking.
Wow. Well, this might change everything. Well, first of all, thank you both sincerely, for allowing me to express myself and to help cultivate this community with the way, within your broader community of pro wrestling, and post wrestling more specifically. But, the wellness policy, it has been, one of the bigger surprises and dare I say gifts of this absurd period of a global pandemic the past year. So
I want to go back to just this Christmas show idea, Jordan. And you have expressed to me many times in private conversation how much you like it's actually a goal of yours to be on the show. I'm definitely curious why, not just I just don't want to hear compliments or anything, but I'm genuinely curious why the Christmas show.
Sure. So in the spirit of sincerity, I've been a listener and a fan of both of you and the host of post wrestling shows since I believe 2013. And the internet, the beauty of it is that it allows us to connect at the most niche level, with whomever, across the world. So, for whatever the reasons may be, the two of you, have always felt to me like guys that I'd want to be friends with. And thus listening to many, many hours of both of you, talk about not only wrestling, but your lives, has been meaningful and interesting and, energizing for me. So much so that at a certain point I was like, what do I have to do? Like, I know everyone has their different path, to this, shared North Star. But, I figured if I could maybe somehow convince Ring of Honor to create a full-time job for me, then maybe at that point I would have enough social currency to perhaps one day be a guest on this post-wrestling Christmas show.
Oh, Jordan, you were someone I think born with currency.
So you got a job at Ring of Honor specifically to get on the post wrestling, or at that time, live audio wrestling Christmas show?
I did. It seemed like it may have been, the quickest route, even though it took a good 5 years or so. But it's 2021, rounding the corner to 2022. I have made it. They say it's the journey, not the destination. I feel like I've made it to the mountaintop. This is the destination. It's all down from here from I don't know. I'm getting mixed up on my words right now. I'm genuinely, nervous, shocked, appalled, and proud of myself, gentlemen.
I would say it was definitely in that situation probably about the journey, because you ended up with quite the career path, I have to say. You've been a great help, of course, for us and even for me personally, trying to, we talk so much about wrestling. It's really nice to be able to, especially with our community, who I'm sensing has a lot more interest in things beyond wrestling these days. Getting to talk about a lot of topics that we usually wouldn't be able to get into in depth on our regular podcast. Just kind of like much of the discussion that we typically have on those shows, of course, is just talking about general wellness and mental health. And it feels like it continues to be a big topic in the world at large, but specifically when it comes to professional wrestling. But have you sensed that, Jordan? And are there any maybe particular events over the past year that stand out to you as far as mental health discussion and awareness in the pro wrestling space?
Sure. Well, I think just more broadly, all of us collectively going through a global pandemic, perhaps gave an opportunity for us to sit at home and maybe consider what's actually meaningful to us personally and as a collective society. I think that in partnership with just a growing trend of mental health awareness, has helped us get to where we are now. Obviously in the past year plus, things like the speaking out movement, unfortunate, deaths via suicide and more generally just issues of depression and so on. More people are comfortable talking about these things, both those that are experiencing or suffering certain experiences, and then even in the aftermath of certain unfortunate experiences, it just seems like as a culture, as a society, and more specifically as a pro wrestling collective of human beings, we feel more comfortable and perhaps even feel more of a responsibility to literally speak out and to share our experiences and to share resources and so on. And thank God for that.
Yeah. And it's one of the pieces of feedback that I got a while ago where, we just kind of started this Christmas show, and I can't even really, put my finger on what the impetus was, other than it was an idea that Way and I had. And it's kind of growing into this yearly tradition that's a lot of fun to just chat with like all of our friends and have different people on. And there was a point where I was wondering, like, is it something that, you know, we continue to do this and such? And hearing from some people of just what a big part of like just their Christmas was like listening to this show. And I never put that amount of weight into anything we do. But sometimes you do kind of have to put yourselves into that perspective that this is, you know, giving people entertainment. It's something to maybe just turn their brain off, listen to friends chat for a couple of hours, because Christmas is not always the greatest time of the year for some people. It can be a very hard part of the year. So if this is like a small portion that is a positive for someone, I definitely take that into account as well, that this is providing some form of like entertainment or distraction for those that maybe are not having a great holiday.
It's a great point, John, especially for a secular Jew in Baltimore like me. But more seriously, years ago, so for those who don't know, I am a licensed psychotherapist. For many years, I was also a client of psychotherapy. And as I was navigating not necessarily the full transition, because Ring of Honor was lovely and allowed me to maintain the various careers that I've had for a while now. But I was chatting with my therapist about this possibility of taking on a full-time position in pro wrestling. And this is after a career of building my own lane as a mental health therapist, but still maintaining my identity and providing my skill set as a drummer and a musician more generally. That's how I prefer to see myself, and I feel like I'm most alive when I think of myself as a drummer. And I was sharing with him, man, I have these thoughts, and some of it may come from my mom, and I know a lot of it just comes from society, of if I leave much of my time and energy to mental health in order to engage with the pro wrestling business, there's a part of me that's saying this is lesser than. There's a part of me that's saying that I could provide more value in my lifetime to humanity. And he offered me such a gift in his response, in saying that pro wrestling has always meant so much to me. It has provided me such great joy and entertainment and community and just something, you know, even just especially growing up, every Monday night like was fucking awesome, because I knew that there was something of significance to do, especially as I was growing up. So he helped me realize that if I could take all of that and try to help a company like Ring of Honor bring more of that to more people around the world, then in that way, it was an endeavor that could be meaningful and productive to society. And I think the two of you are great examples of that. Yes, when it is Christmas Eve or Christmas morning and the post-wrestling Christmas show shows up in my podcast feed, like, I'm genuinely fucking excited, and I'll call up a cousin and maybe some other friends, and we'll get excited together. So even in that way, it's a communal experience, even if we're not specifically and directly interacting with both of you.
You know, I find like personalities in the pro wrestling space maybe might have like sort of like a unique position to discuss topics like these and maybe have a bit of extra influence. And I'm more so talking about, you know, performers and people like, to me, like somebody like Eddie Kingston coming out in that like Players Tribune article and openly talking about his depression. I find that like really impactful in ways that, you know, let's say like if an actor came out and said it, obviously it would be very powerful as well. But like, because we see professional wrestlers every single week, you know, like if a Jon Moxley takes himself out, you know, to deal with his like, you know, addiction issues, that is perhaps a lot more, like we sense it, immediately, rather than, you know, let's say a performer in a movie, taking a break, you know, between films and perhaps, you know, dealing with those things, at that time. Like, as a community, we kind of feel, and it feels like we're a lot closer to like the people, at least we think we are, you know, than maybe like some other mediums. And yeah, I don't know. Do you ever feel that way, Jordan? That like pro wrestling kind of like is for me at least, obviously the community feels a lot stronger in some ways, than some others.
I do, and it's a great point, Wayne, and a few things come to mind. So one, yes, I think there's something unique about the pro wrestling community in particular where, look, I was at Final Battle recently, and I was watching, grown men acting in ways in which they seemed completely alive and comfortable in their own expression. And my guess is that they don't act that way at work or at the mall or at a TGI Fridays, for instance. So there's something about feeling safe within this pro wrestling culture and community. I think a piece of it too, with your example of, say, an actor sharing some of these personal details, we very much can separate an actor from the character that they're playing. With pro wrestling, it's more of a blurred line. We understand at this point that these are human beings ostensibly playing a character, although there's just more gray between where the person and the character starts and ends. So perhaps if Spider-Man was a real person and was talking about his struggle with addiction, that may mean a lot to people who treat Superman or Spider-Man as a hero. Many wrestling fans treat someone like an Eddie Kingston or a Jon Moxley as a superhero. So when they are a bit more forthcoming and vulnerable about their personal issues or struggles or achievements, I think it packs way more of a punch. Last thing that comes to mind with it as well is that, and I'm speaking more to just like a classic Western masculinity, it holds more weight when a Moxley or a Kingston is being vulnerable and talking about these things. The wellness policy, at least for me, the blueprint for it was another podcast that I've had called Chocolate Croissants, where we're really talking about a lot of the same things, but we're speaking directly to music fans and more particularly mostly male rock music fans. And for us, it was important to talk about and to quote unquote rebrand mental health or mental wellness in a way that would resonate with them. I think Moxley and Kingston have been great examples of that, to really reframe this idea of things like empathy and active listening and caring about other people and taking responsibility for our personal lives. Like, that's not weak. That's not soft. In fact, I think these things within us that we're able to admit and express, these can make us the baddest motherfuckers alive. And many of us look at someone like an Eddie Kingston as one of the baddest motherfuckers. So if he's willing to take responsibility for his mental health and well-being, then why not us?
My final question for you is that for the longest time in pro wrestling, I mean, a lot of its appeal was stars that are quote unquote larger than life. Do you think in this next generation that it's going to be more so of sort of an audience watching people that are more relatable, that are more grounded, rather than this larger than life kind of presentation that we've been so accustomed to? Will that be sort of the norm for the next, generation of stars?
To a degree, yes. And I think it really depends on the brand or the genre of wrestling. It seems like WWE is perhaps rethinking how they want to present an entertainment product with a capital E. But yes, I think more perhaps on the digital or social side will be revealed in ways that you're talking about. One of my big ideas at Ring of Honor was this concept of honor is real. And that essentially was wink, wink. Yeah, wrestling is fake, but honor is real. And what does honor represent? And for me, honor represented many things, including these world-class athletes and performers being human beings who have often families and travel great lengths to go to these shows and spend so much time in the gym and at airports and sustaining injuries and doing all that for a real passion, to express a real artistry and connecting with real fans, through an emotional connection. And for me, all of that encompassed this idea of honor is real. Authenticity is a buzzword at this point, but perhaps for good reason. I think, more and more, and especially a younger generation, has a great bullshit detector. And whether it's podcasters or pro wrestlers, or physicians or whomever else, we want to feel like we're getting an honest assessment and an honest expression from whomever we're interacting with. So yeah, the type of pro wrestling that I'd be interested in, the type of pro wrestling that I think many companies will be presenting as we go on, will be rooted more in realism and authenticity.
And tell me one fact about Jordan Goodman in 2001.
In 2001? Yes.
Yes.
In 2001, I was I think a 14 or 15-year-old actually training and performing as a pro wrestler. And it perhaps was 2001 in which I had my first experience with a female stripper in the middle of a wrestling ring for a Thanksgiving party.
That is probably the best story so far that we have gotten, and many to come in 2022. Do check out The Wellness Policy. It's such a great show, hosted by the great Ting and the great Jordan Goodman. Jordan, have a wonderful holiday season, and we look forward to more in the new year. I hope that the Christmas show lived up to expectations for you.
Yes. I can't wait to listen. I'll ring the bells one more time. In all sincerity, I appreciate you both. You do such great good in the world, and much respect for that. Thank you, guys.
Jordan Goodman, co-host of The Wellness Policy with Mr. Ting. Another show that came out of 2021.
Yeah, and honestly, I would say a relationship that, even personally, I've gotten to know Jordan a lot better now over the past year. So it's been great, and I think our reception to the Wellness Policy has been really, really, really nice. We have a very core group of people that like to join us live, but then a lot of people that like to listen to the shows afterwards too. So hopefully that continues next year.
In terms of phone conversations, would he be near the top?
Yeah, he's among them for sure.
You and I don't ever talk on the phone. Like the other day I called you and it was an emergency, but I mean, we never talk on the phone.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. We're more texters, you and I. I mean, we talk, I talk to you the most, but
yeah,
for these shows, of course, but yeah, beyond that, I think we'd probably just prefer having, our time, like with our families and, doing other stuff.
Do you ever run into that where you are talking just with someone, just in everyday life, and like maybe this is just me, but there will be times I'm out with my friends and they'll be talking about we'll be talking about other sports or whatever, and I'm still if we're talking about certain details, making sure I get them right and such, and it's like, you know what? I'm not recording this. This is not going out to anyone. Like it's a sign of problems. I understand as I say this out loud, but my brain is like wired that way. That it's like there could be an audience hearing this if I get some detail wrong.
I don't think about it like that, but you can check it. Like it's always good to, I guess,
it's like
check.
So much of my talking is for consumption by people. Like seriously, beyond talking to my wife, like seriously, there's, my conversations during the day are pretty much with you, and it's with a record button on. Like that's a little weird.
It's unnatural, sure. But, I mean, do you find it to be a problem? Like,
no.
Has it affected you?
No, I don't, okay. I don't think so. It's just an interesting observation I'll have where I've got this mode on about,
well, think about it. Like a good chunk of your life, will have been recorded or broadcast, like if we're doing like 2 hours a day.
Yeah. Our lives are here. The archives are, if you want 4 years of our life, it's right here, and the rest doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Especially like this type of podcasting where like we spend a lot of it just not even talking about the subject, but like talking about ourselves. yeah, I'm sure like if you were to dig through, I mean, shit, you dug through mine. You found a pretty good slice of it, I have to say.
That was an interesting experiment on my behalf of how much of your life could I learn. I learned a lot about you, and it's all stuff that is generally accessible for most people.
Mm-hmm. No, it was fascinating, and honestly, again, such an honor that anybody would devote that time and energy. So thank you to the archivist for that. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And you know what? Like, think about all the people that are on Twitch. Think about all the people that are on TikTok or Instagram Live these days. It's like, it's going to be more of the norm than not.
I assume the first time Pauline heard it, her reaction was, "Dude, this guy's fucked." Referring to me.
No, I mean, anybody who I like in my, family who's heard it, like my brother was like, wow, like, this John Pollock is a great friend. He put in a whole lot of work into this, and everybody, I think, more so just appreciated that aspect of it.
I'm pretty great. As are these two people joining us next.
Merry Christmas wrestling. You sure did treat me nice. I said, Merry Christmas wrestling. You sure did treat me nice. Kris watched NXT 2.0 once. He damn sure won't watch it twice. What's going on? This is the NWA podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. Nate and Kris here to wish everybody a very happy holiday season. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Festivus for the rest of us. Kris, in this time of year, we like to look back a lot, man. We like to reminisce and think back on some of the best moments of the year, maybe even some of the worst moments. Who knows? I don't know how you feeling tonight, Kris. I don't know if you'd have put some Moderna and Hennessy up in your eggnog. I don't know how you feeling tonight, brother. But for you, what's been some of the best moments in wrestling this year, man?
Yeah, I have had I'm a little sauced, but not too crazy. I did Uber home, no drinking and driving.
Yep.
We just watched one of the best moments, Daniel Bryan, Daniel Bryan Danielson, DBD.
Yeah, man, DBD.
Yeah, we watched DBD and Hangman Page just put on one of the greatest moments I've ever seen. This is going to elicit a lot of recency bias, but I do think that this is recency bias that's going to hold up with this match that we just watched with DBD and Hangman Page. So that's going like straight to the top of my list.
So for anybody listening in the future, me and Kris, we talking about the Winter is Coming edition of Dynamite for 2021, where we just saw a classic, man, an instant classic. 60-minute time limit draw between Daniel Bryan Danielson and that man, Adam Hangman Page. Page, of course, retained on the draw. And I thought it was excellent, Kris. Like, you and I have talked about AEW a lot over the past couple years. And one of the things that we've loved is how they kind of take time with their stories. And this Adam Page story is a story that they've been telling since day one in this company. And to see him, like, not only go through the ups and downs, go through the stuff where, he finally, finds a family with the Dark Order. And then, he takes some time off because he's a good father out on these streets, Kris. Then he comes back and beats Kenny Omega for the title. And then in his first defense, we get just a hell of a match between him and Danielson. And I thought, man, Adam Page has been one of the best stories in wrestling this year. Like, we talked on the NWA podcast about some of our favorite moments, and I think I'd put Adam Page right up there with Big E in terms of like moments that made me feel good as a fan, and two dudes that genuinely seem to be good human beings. So I'm always happy, when good things happen for good people, Kris.
Right. Yeah. Which part of Virginia is Hangman Page from?
He's from don't get me to start lying on Christmas, Kris.
Right. Because since I've been in Tennessee, there have been people who have been claiming the DMV, and they're not from the DMV.
Okay, so
They're
Adam Page is from Halifax.
Okay. That would be, I would consider Halifax a DMV. No?
Yeah, we'll claim it. We'll claim them.
Yeah. Cause, like one of my, homegirls I was talking to this weekend, Courtney, she was saying, trying to claim the DMV in, Kingsport, Virginia. I was like, no, that's like
that's
right
a little
next to
suspect.
Tennessee. Yeah. So that ain't the DMV, goddammit.
Nah, but Adam Page will claim because, like going back to that Dynamite that was in Norfolk, like,
yeah,
you could tell like this dude is over, man. And there's been some people out there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to say their names, Kris. I might say their names because he's a friend of the program. We love the brother. But, there's some people out there, Righteous Reg. We see you, fam. Righteous Reg been downplaying this brother.
Right.
But I think Adam Page is the real deal, man. Like, Adam Page is legit. Like, the fact, just going back and watching that match, Kris, the fact that people were actually booing Bryan Danielson. Like, you got to be over if they're going to boo DBD like that. So, yeah, Adam Page, to me, has been one of the best stories of the year.
He has been. And I understand, Righteous Reg's point because I was listening to him on, Grapsody, and he was saying that, the story with Hangman Page has been told. It's got a beginning, a middle, and the end. And that makes sense. I'm kind of one of those people too, that once they signed Daniel Bryan and CM Punk, that one of those two needed the belt, because I do know that whoever the world champ is in companies, in wrestling companies, that's what draws the ratings into these shows. But I think now, as someone who's trying to learn more patience in my relationships and in my just everyday life, dealing with my girlfriend, my students, all that stuff, I understand the game that Tony Khan is playing, and you can't even really say if he's right or wrong until the whole tapestry of what's going on plays out. I'm loving the journey, even though they're not like consistently hitting 1 million right now. As a wrestling fan, as somebody who wants to like all wrestling, AEW makes it very easy for me to like every form of wrestling there is. Whereas when I'm watching WWE, I just don't get that. Like the shows are, and they're not even like always horrible, SmackDown and Raw, but a lot of times they're just bad shows.
Hold on, Kris. Look here, man. It's Christmas. You can't be out here telling stories to the people, man. You got to be. You telling me that you don't get enjoyment from Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss?
Yeah, see, that's the problem right there, right? Are those guys? I just don't. There's a lot of guys in WWE, a lot of guys and a lot of ladies in WWE who are not being utilized to their strengths. And you see too many of their exposed weaknesses. It's bad enough when it's on NXT 2.0, but it's even worse when it's on, what's this? The Raw and SmackDown, it's, well, not worse on Raw and SmackDown. Let me rephrase that. But it's just, it doesn't make sense for things to be this inconsistent on those shows, right? You expect the inconsistency on NXT 2.0 because it's a garbage show. But Raw and SmackDown, even if they're bad every week, you still expect a little more from them.
You know what, Kris? I was going to have us talk about the worst of the year, man, but let's not ruin the mood here. Let's talk about what we wish for people. Like, who's somebody, because I know that there's so many good people in this business that don't often get recognized. Who's somebody that you want to send a shout out to this holiday season, brother?
Well, I want to, because we didn't do it on this show that we've got, our NWA podcast. I definitely want to give well wishes to Big Swole.
Definitely.
Big Swole, on the female side of things, she's definitely a pillar in AEW. I was looking forward to seeing what she was going to bring to the table. I was looking forward to watching her feud with Britt Baker over the women's title. I was looking forward to her feuding with Jade Cargill. I was looking forward to her in a revitalized AEW. So I was looking forward to her in a match with Ruby Soho. And these are just so many matches that we're not going to get for the time being. I'm hoping that in time, and I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't know if it was health, money, whatever, but when everything is settled with her, what I want is for her to just come back and feud with either Britt Baker or somebody. And I think the pop she would get would be massive. Yeah. So I want that for her. I want Braun Baker to do good too. You know, like, I don't hate the guy. You know,
after all that slander you threw on that man on the last episode of the podcast.
Yeah, y'all was over here saying this dude's gonna run up on me and stuff like that. There's one thing I don't want people to think is you're just gonna run up on me. I don't fight anymore. That's old. That's old hand. That's old bag. But you know, don't be thinking that I bite a motherfucker. I don't fight fair, Braun Breaker, or anybody that's, you know, don't mistake me for somebody that does that.
Nothing encapsulates the holiday spirit more than the Professor Chris Ealy saying, "I'll fight a motherfucker." But I think my last thing, Chris, to wrap things up, I think that we're in a cool time right now in wrestling. You know, I think there have been some adversities, and much like in life, like the last couple of years, we've all gone through different adversities and things we've had to overcome. But you know this, Chris, with adversity comes opportunity a lot of times. And I think, you know, with all the people that have been released from, you know, WWE and ROH and some of these other companies, there's going to be opportunities for people to find the right spot to land. And so I'm excited about what 2022 is going to bring for us in the wrestling industry, particularly, you know, when it comes to wrestlers of color. You know, that's kind of what we focus on. That's our bailiwick. But I think there's a lot of excitement right now from the fans out there, a lot of excitement, you know, from people like us who cover this sport. So I'm excited, man, for what 2022 has to bring for us, Chris.
Right. I am too. I am going to watch Raw and SmackDown. I won't watch 2.0, but I'll watch Raw and SmackDown. I'm not watching NXT 2.0.
Hey, forget about it, Chris.
They'd have to come with a huge bag if you want me watching that stuff. Yeah.
Chris said he need that money like Tiffany Stratton if he gonna have to watch NXT 2.0.
Daddy's girl. Daddy's. Yeah,
that show is so bad. But you know what wasn't bad, Chris?
Yeah.
This show, man. This thing we do every year here at Post Wrestling. It's great to hear from all of our friends. And again, man, shout out to John and Wade for what they've put together here, the culture they've established. And shout out to the listeners. That's right. Shout out to you right now listening to this show. We appreciate you. Thank you for all the support for the NWA podcast we received this year.
Thank you.
The constructive criticism, from some. We appreciate the constructive criticism. We hope everybody has a safe and happy holiday season. Be safe on New Year's. If you're drinking like Chris, don't drive. Don't get behind that wheel. Go get vaccinated. We appreciate all of you. Chris, anything you want to say before we leave?
Oh no, just the same stuff. I wish everyone a very happy holiday. Whether you celebrate pagan holidays or not, I do. Because, you know, I think it makes everyone feel good. I like, you know, celebrate Christmas. I like seeing my nieces and nephews, get presents and enjoy them. You know, all the good stuff that comes with the holidays. And then after the new year, we, hopefully we can carry some of that holiday joy into that. So, thank you, John. Thank you, Way. Thank you, Brandon, Thurston, Andrew, just everybody, who, makes this show, Kate from Montreal. I don't want to forget her. Wow.
The WH Park erasure. The WH Park erasure is real. You just disrespecting this man.
No, I'm not disrespecting WH Park. I was gonna name him next, but I didn't. Okay. I was gonna blank on Kate's name, and I didn't want to do that. So, but
shout out Braden, Davie, all them boys, BWE. This post wrestling squad deep, y'all. We roll deep on these streets.
Yeah, and I appreciate every single person here, man. So
no doubt.
Thank you for all that. Did we name Bushby? Mark.
I included Bushby with the BWE boys.
Yeah, the BWE boys. Okay, cool. So that includes him. Yeah.
Shout out to everybody here, Post. Shout out to y'all listening. We appreciate you. From the NWA podcast to you, have a very, very happy Christmas and a very safe New Year. It's Christmas all over the world tonight. As bad as that was, Kris, it's still better than NXT 2.0.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm about to bump that Wham song, the George Michael song. What's
Last Christmas?
Last Christmas. That's what I'm going to bump when we get off.
Let's do that then. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all next year.
Kris, Ealy, and Nate Milton from the NWA podcast wishing everyone a happy holidays. Another show. Man, we added a lot of shows this year, didn't we not, Way?
Yes, we did. Yeah. I mean, Nate was already doing the Rocky Maivia picture show, but I mean, that's taken a bit of a back seat right now. That will be back, but for now on a monthly basis, maybe soon to be weekly, but, at least for now, on a monthly basis, we're really happy to have the Nubian Wrestling Advocates here from formerly from the Kings of Sport Patreon, but, now giving them, it's just a show I personally enjoy listening to.
Yeah, I think it's got tremendous response from everyone. The three of them are terrific together. They brought on some fantastic guests over the past year. And, and a shout out to Kings of Sport alumni, Marcus Vanderberg, who, left to join this upstart, trying to just get off the ground, ESPN.
ESPN. I don't think we get that here.
No, not really. But, They've got a bit of a following in the States, so it's a great pickup for them to have Marcus, who can probably lift them to new heights in the new year.
I'll try to look for it.
They are the MMA arm of the post-wrestling empire. We are joined by Phil Chertok. A happy holiday to you, Phil.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
And Eric Marcotte, who is with us, the man that watched every single UFC fight this calendar year. Hello, Eric.
Happy holidays, everybody. Hello.
Eric, you sound completely full of energy, full of life here on Christmas Eve. How is your?
Yeah, it's Christmas
how are
spirit,
things?
Man. I'm fantastic. Woke up bright and early. It's just a beautiful time of the year.
Phil, what are your holiday plans?
Well, I actually did some shopping today, so that was pretty exciting.
On Christmas Eve, very ballsy.
That's wild.
Yes. Yeah. I'm hoping it arrives tomorrow, just in time.
Amazon's incredible. You could do all your orders today. It'll be here by tonight. I've been shocked. I listened to this podcast that scared the hell out of me of Amazon's power and the churn of their employees, and they are like dead set on being able to just blow past any expectations people have. Like if you want to order gifts and get them within a day or two, they will make it happen. It's crazy.
I'm all for it. The drones,
the
right?
inner workings of Amazon, we're probably best left not knowing all the details.
You never want to see how the sausage is made, right?
But they will deliver that sausage very quick, while it's still warm. Eric, are you done all your Christmas shopping, or is that, tonight you'll be venturing out on a Friday night on Christmas Eve?
Nobody's getting any Christmas gifts this year. I don't have any money. Maybe next year, guys.
Oh, there is always next year. We wanted to have you two on, to talk a little bit about, the year that was. And Phil, first of all, I want to chat a little bit about the Discord, because I look at you two as two of the people that have really, led this anomaly that is the post-wrestling Discord. How would you assess this year when it has come to, the growth of said Discord?
Oh, well, the growth has been amazing. We started the Discord in March of 2020 at the start of the whole, pandemic at least in North America. And, it was growing, steadily. But then at the end of last year, the two of you decided to get behind it, full force and started promoting it. And then we made some changes to the way that the, topics are organized, much to Eric's chagrin. But we've seen incredible growth. We've had many live events in the server. We've added, MMA fight predictions. We've added, predictions for wrestling matches and predictions for soccer matches that are being run by our friend Chris Elliott. And it continues to grow. We have a great time in there on fight nights and off of fight nights, sharing, memes and food pics. It's a really fun place to hang out with postmarks, and talk about wrestling and MMA or other stuff.
Who are some of the MVPs of 2021 in the post Discord?
Wow. Well, I mean, okay, this is a very long list. I'm actually very glad that you asked me this. So I do think that I need to list a few people. So, I mean, of course, Eric, number one MVP. He's there, helping out all the time, moderating.
The predictions king, correct? He took the crown this year?
That's right. The number one, MMA prognosticator.
Is that going to go on your email signature, Eric?
You're goddamn right it is.
And of course, we also have Neal Flanagan, our man, the first subject of the Postmarks series. I already mentioned Chris Elliott, who's helped out so much with predictions, and he's been doing live play-by-play of F1 events this year as well as they happen, and that's been amazing. Brandon from New Jersey is a regular contributor in the Discord, and he's always delivering, edgy, on-topic comments. Scott Ferry, who is number 2 in the prediction polls. We've got JW, who's like the music king. Maddie B, Miguel, Chris Leone, Joe. We've got Kevin SLC, Kris Post-Hacksaw, Kendall the King from Ohio, who also joins me for the Twin Peaks watch-along that we do every Thursday. Dickie Bird, the man Dickie Bird, who sits atop the leaderboard, the master of graphic design and video production and streaming and all that. If there's anybody else I forgot, I'm really sorry. There's been
I love how all of
Megan, Orange County Chris. Oh my gosh, Antox.
Name every single person who has an account in the Discord.
Man, there's a lot of...
These are people who are regular contributors. These are people that, week in and week out, they're delivering, participating in the chat, just wanted to shout out as many of them as I could. Thank you for, you're the reason why the Discord's so great, coming in and contributing. So thank you to all those people. And for anybody who I didn't mention, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Truly sorry. Chris Leone. Did I say Chris Leone? I don't know.
You did mention him. Okay. Yes. I will try and do more than just lurking, as I often do. I kind of just, I'm always like kind of overseeing, and then I'll just swoop in, every now and then. I took part in some predictions, here and there, but was not a very active, predictor.
Well, I can actually tell you exactly what, let's see this.
You see the
F-stats. Let's see. I am.
This is like Siri I've got here in the form of Phil.
Let's see. John Pollock. Where's this guy? Okay. F-stats. John Pollock. Here we go. You were 10-7 with a 58.8%.
I predicted 17 fights this year. Wow, that's just over one UFC card. I'm selective. I'm very selective when I make picks. There you go. Winning record for myself. I'll take that percentage. Eric, for you, when you are looking at this past year, what would jump out at you as some of like the big stories this year outside of Jake Paul?
Jake Paul has definitely ruled the year from the casual interest. Aside from Jake, we did get 2 Conor McGregor fights this year, which is something that we haven't been able to say since when, like 2016? Yeah. Of course, he was brutally finished in both of them, but
he'll probably still get a title fight off of those. So
yes,
I mean, it's a net positive.
Only one win since 2016, but that win was against Donald Cerrone, who at one point in time was a title contender. So, I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I would say that, going into 2022, it's remarkable how it just seems like clockwork. It always like just the UFC world always resets itself on Conor McGregor. And, whether you can even look at him as a fighter that is, anywhere near the prime that he was years ago, I still think he's going to have big fights for the rest of his career. And the idea of him fighting for a title next year, is preposterous on paper and a completely realistic option for me.
Definitely. It'll be interesting to see how much longer the lightweight division revolves around him despite his inactivity. And I mean, if we're saying it like it is, lack of wins and lack of successes throughout the last half decade.
Phil, when it comes to like monitoring, whether it be like the Discord and just like fight nights, I mean, there's so much UFC product. It's not all that different from like what we talk about in pro wrestling now, is that you have your fans that follow WWE and AEW, and it's very little else that it's just tougher to break through. I would say in MMA, it's even more concentrated on just the UFC. And I think this is a year where Bellator, they put on some excellent fights this year, but I also think it is, at a much lower profile, than of years past.
Absolutely. They continue to try to sign fighters and put on big fights, put on tournaments, bringing in fighters from other organizations. But as you mentioned, it just doesn't seem to be able to connect with a wider audience. You see the same thing with PFL. They have Kayla Harrison, they brought in Clarissa Shields, they brought in, some UFC veterans, and they're struggling as well. I mean, it's sad to say, but the only MMA promotion that was able to make a dent outside the UFC is Triller. They're the only ones that made some noise with these, ex-UFC fighters, these boxers. It's a very difficult landscape, especially with, all the boxing that's happening every weekend as well on DAZN and ESPN. So yeah, it's very difficult for these other MMA promotions to create some traction. We did see Bellator move to Showtime, the former home of Strikeforce. And I think that brought some subtle changes, but I think they're going to need to do a lot more to garner the interest of casual viewers in 2022.
We're not going to keep you guys too long, but, I don't know if you guys were able to identify the hit song that we played to lead you guys into this. So, we went with a theme this year of 2001 classics, with our musical themes. And we've been asking our guests to take us back to 2001. What was going on in their lives? Eric, were you just being brought home by your parents in 2001? Where were you 20 years ago? Give us the Cole's notes of Eric Marcotte circa 2001.
Well, I was in preschool and don't actually have any memories of that time of my life. So that's that.
And Phil, I think I can take you back to 2001, and I'm not going to take too much credit, but let's be honest. Of all the friends you made in 2001 at your part-time job, which is the one that has paid the greatest dividends 20 years later? Is there anyone close?
Okay, wait, 2001. So you're referring to the movie theater that we worked at together, but I thought we met there in the year 2000.
No, I did not start there I did not start there until
you
2001.
didn't start until the following year. So then, yeah, probably, John. I mean, to be fair, though, that was my first year in university, and that's where I met a lot of longtime friends. The guys.
Am I top five? Am I top five?
Oh, you're definitely in the top 5. You're top 3, top 2, maybe even the top 1.5, John. It was actually a really good year because I did meet a lot of good friends in university at that time. And you ended up coming there a few years later, the same program. So we got to share some time as well. But 2001 was a good year for me. In the memory bag. So it's
what if I told you? What if I came down to Ryerson University in just before Christmas break 2001 and told you, Phil, in 20 years time, you're going to be co-hosting MMA shows with a preschooler?
I would be surprised. I was barely watching. I was sort of out of the MMA loop at that time as well. That was sort of like before the Ultimate Fighter kicked off, I think, right? It was
years before. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the dark ages when they were still banned, I think, on.
It was Zuffa's first year. It was like Zuffa had bought the company at the beginning of the year and they were still, it was still the dark days.
I was watching wrestling with you, right? You and the guys from the theater, right? That was the hot product, and we were enjoying the pay-per-views that we could watch in the theater. It was a good time.
Well, before Eric nods off, I want to just thank you guys for all the great work this year. Tremendous MMA coverage, and I know it goes beyond just MMA. You guys are pillars here at Post Wrestling. So thank you so much. Have a great holiday season, and we look forward to more in 2022.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
And I forgot one person, Adam Joyce. Shout out to Adam Joyce. Peace.
That was Phil Chertok and Eric Marcotte, the MMA duo here at Post Wrestling, who will be coming at you next Thursday live at 3 Eastern on the Post YouTube channel with a MMA year in review show, as they will go through all the pertinent categories of the year that was.
Very interesting. Okay, I'll catch up on everything I missed.
What are you, are all these songs bringing you back to 2001 way?
Yeah, man. Definitely.
Some real gems. It was quite the year of music, wasn't it?
Especially for Eric Marcotte, who was in preschool.
Jesus Christ. He was in preschool in 2001. Yeah. I mean, if that does not make me feel like I'm old.
Yeah, like if you're happy and clap your hands. That was a jam, I bet.
Yeah, I'm sure. Barney was probably big around that era.
2001? I don't know about that.
Did Barney make it to the 2000s? I know Barney was certainly mid to late 90s was still relevant because my sister watched Barney.
When I think of Barney, I think of like Pogs, like the same era as that. So
Pogs definitely were like the gateway drug to Magic cards for a lot of people at my school. I never got into Pogs. I thought they to be kind of meaningless. But of course,
unlike Magic, so much meaning.
Dude, Magic cards was like, when I figured out that game, like I said to myself, you know what? I figured out life.
Yeah, lessons that I'm sure you still take to this day.
It is. Everyone needs their mana, because without mana, you'll never have enchantments. You'll never have creatures. And you know what? You can only live your 21 lives, to the fullest when you are on a foundation that can propel you to destroy your opponent.
Would you ever like LARP? Are you into LARPing?
No. I don't know what that is.
It's like dressing up as a cosplay to play like wizards and stuff like that. Like, would you be into that?
Wait, do you have to ask me that question?
I wouldn't expect
I'm going to knock on your door as
I wouldn't expect you to be so into mana. So crazy about potions and stuff.
Well, I think if you're this deep into the show, you're probably loaded on Terra mana.
Ah, I got it.
Yes.
Nice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting down to the end. And up next, it's Mr. Headliner himself coming back. The Christmas show
would not be complete without this man joining us for the very first post-wrestling Christmas show, Ariel Helwani, the man that has had quite the year. And Ariel, this was the year I finally had enough bravery to invite you before I am inevitably going to invite you in multiple weeks to do the prediction show. But here you are on the Christmas show. You were very quick to get back to us. So thank you so much for joining us.
Well, a few things to say off the top. When I got the email, and yes, John still refuses to text me to invite me on any of his programs. It's still email, which is a very bizarre method. I would never email someone to get them on my show because I feel like
in fairness, I literally went to text you.
Yeah.
And it was just after 4 p.m.
Yeah.
And would you have wanted a text right in the middle of your show?
I get very annoyed when people who I'm quote unquote friends with, especially people who I work with, like TST, my guy. I mean, he for some reason is adamant about texting me non-show related things during my show. Like, well, you can't wait 2 hours to do this. In any event, you sent me the email and I appreciate it. It just would give me too much anxiety to email someone because I feel like it's like, throwing a pin in the ocean and then trying to retrieve it. But I'm pretty good about responding. And so I saw the email. I was like, oh, this is the prediction show. It's usually around this time that you reach out. And lo and behold, it's the elusive Christmas show, which I thought was really interesting because secretly, I've always listened to the Christmas show, usually on vacation. I've never gotten the invite. And it's usually, a cavalcade of characters, but I've never made the cut. And so I'm very honored to make the cut. I do wonder, though, if this is going to hurt the ratings for the prediction show because it's a lot of Helwani on the feed. But nevertheless, I will let you worry about that.
Well, we did get very ambitious this year, Ariel.
Oh.
This is your fourth appearance this year. You did post podcast day. You were the headliner of the inaugural event that decades down the road, we will be able to say that, that first post podcast day was headlined by one Ariel Helwani. You then were gracious enough to come on for, of course, the prediction show. Then we did that interview that just rocked the entire world.
Oh, yes.
And then here we go, putting a bow on things on the Christmas show.
I forgot about the interview. Was the interview post ESPN?
It was the week before the MMA Hour was returning.
Oh my gosh, yes. We talked about Brendan Schaub, all sorts of things.
Yeah, you made like a comment about Brendan Schaub. I was like, oh man, that can maybe ruffle some feathers. And then
it was
just an insane month period after that. That was a wild time for you this year.
It was a wild time, yes. Some people thought that like I did that in order to boost our views. And by the way, hello, Wei, how are you? Good to see you. Mazel tov on the nuptials.
Thank you very much, Ariel. Much appreciated.
I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to keep the talk stuff, so I didn't want to be rude and not say hello. You guys are doing such great work. It's really a pleasure to follow you guys, especially with wrestling. At its current point, it's a fascinating time to be a fan and to just watch from afar and to observe all the great journalism in wrestling right now. So I appreciate you guys very much. And I'm always very excited when you invite me on. But yes, that was a crazy time. I wasn't doing that for views or ratings or anything like that. It just kind of coincided with the, independent Helwani coming out. And, yeah, it was weird. It was like a weird stretch every week where people were just waiting for pipe bombs to be dropped. It was like 2011 CM Punk week after week after week. But I've mellowed out in my old age and I'm just, I was actually just talking to someone before I came on with you guys. What a crazy freaking year for me. It feels like a tale of 2 years. Like the first 6 months were very, stressful and anxiety ridden and confusing. And then the last 6 months have been just filled with gratitude and happiness and excitement and renewed enthusiasm, optimism. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, but I'm very, very, very thankful as to where I am at right now and how everything worked out.
Just getting back to the whole Helwani deal, like, is that something you would have been able to engage with if you were still with ESPN?
Hell no, absolutely not. In fact, a lot of people, people take shots at you and they tend to take more shots at you when you are with, the big bad network, ESPN. And there were plenty of times where I wanted to respond, whether those people are the likes of Dana White or some, jabron online. And I was always told not to take the high road. And that's why one time I said, high road Helwani is dead because I just got tired of taking the high road. And I wanted to defend myself. Now, I don't respond to every person who tries to take a shot at me, because I know some of them are just trying to get the old rub. But this one particularly pissed me off because of, talking about me as a teammate, as a colleague, a lot of things that I take pride in. Not so much my work, but my character. But yes, to answer your question, no chance. They definitely encourage us not to do that. And I would argue there is a method to that madness, but also like people just want real human beings, right? They want unfiltered, personalities. They want raw, authentic hosts, podcasters, whatever. And, I think that sometimes we try to put on a front. And honestly, I thought you were going to say, like, would I have even engaged in that 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago? I don't think I was comfortable enough in my skin to do that. And I think I was maybe, affected by social media and comments and things like that. And, now I just don't care. If I know something is true in my heart, if I feel a certain way, I'm just going to say it, and people just have to live with it.
As you embarked, leaving ESPN and going into, all these things you had on the table. And when we last spoke, it was, a week before you were relaunching the MMA Hour. Is there anything in that time period that you went in thinking one thing, and here we are several months later? It's like, wow, this turned out completely different than how I anticipated going into this next chapter of my career. Or did you sort of see this on the horizon that, you kind of had a good idea of the landscape?
I had a pretty good idea. I'd say two things somewhat surprised me. So, all right. So the MMA Hour, nothing's really surprised me. I knew that the fans wanted it back. I knew that the fighters were excited that it was back. People have come on. We've had big names, big shows. I can't tell you just the joy that I feel every time I walk back into that studio. The team behind the scenes are so great, are so nice, are so supportive. There's not a jealous bone in their body. There's not a vindictive bone in their body. I mean, I just love those people, and I love working with Vox Media again. So nothing really surprises me there. Getting to do stuff for Substack has been great and has been rewarding, and it's been fun to kind of, flex my little, writing muscles and things like that. So nothing really there. The BT stuff has been cool. It's kind of shifted a little bit to where it's like mainly the WWE stuff, and I'm cool with that. And I think we've done some really different-ish type of stuff. Survivor Series, being backstage and interviewing Becky was very unique and kind of felt like I was back at a UFC event, interviewing Seth Rollins as well. The pre-event stuff was cool with Paul Heyman and the stuff that we did at SummerSlam. So I'm really looking forward to that. And what's been fun about, everything that I'm doing, I keep comparing it to a puzzle where it's like this piece fits with this piece. And I keep thinking like, wow, how did it happen that I'm able to, I think at this point I'm working with 6 different people. No piece overlaps with the other. Like there's nothing where I have to, like even with BT, like it's actually kind of perfect that I sort of fell into this thing where it's just the wrestling for now, at least. Because I'm not doing wrestling for anyone else. And if I was doing MMA for them, then it might have, conflicted with the MMA Hour stuff and all that. So everything is just fitting really nicely. I'm only writing for one person, etc. So that's been really cool. I'll tell you the one doing the BetMGM stuff is cool. The one that surprised me because I wasn't really quite sure how it would turn out is the stuff that I'm doing with the Ringer / Spotify, because I'm working with my old friends, Chuck Mindenhall and P.T. Carroll. And I always wanted to do like a post-fight show live on the radio, because I love sports talk radio and all that stuff. But the community that we have somehow gathered and developed on those shows that we do for the Ringer has been so much fun. I don't know if you guys have ever checked it out, but it's on this app called Spotify Green Room. That's where it originates. And it's sort of like Twitter Spaces / Clubhouse, but we also record it and then it goes up as a podcast. And there's like 10 or so consistent characters that come on. And honestly, like sometimes I just want to go straight to the callers because they're so funny. They're so different. They're so unique. They're from all over the world. And I really genuinely enjoy hearing from these people. Like there's one, psychologist from the UK that calls in, who's actually a big pro wrestling fan, a girl. There's a guy from Chicago that calls in all the time, a guy from New York, a guy from India that calls in. We had a guy from Kuwait, a guy from Israel that calls in. And it's just like, where else would you get this mix of characters that call in and talk about MMA? So I've really, really enjoyed that, and I wasn't quite sure how that one would go, and it's the perfect sort of complement to the stuff that I do in MMA Hour. There's no phone calls, there's no guests on that show. It's just, yeah, so that is great. And then the stuff that I'm slowly but surely doing with Showtime has been fun as well. Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley fights, doing a press conference for them recently, doing the weigh-ins, doing some basketball stuff. So I'm just really excited.
Tremendous coverage in Tampa, by the way, a few weeks ago.
Thank you. Yes. I really enjoyed getting to do the rematch. It was a real thrill. We got to do the face to face. I appreciate that shout out. Thank you, John. And there's another one that I actually have in my back pocket, but I can't quite tell you what it is. So you'll have to wait.
You also got to rekindle your relationship with Nick Khan this year?
Yes. How about that?
That
one rocked the pro wrestling world. Huh?
The NXT thing, like that was a pretty big news item coming out of that interview, like the restructuring of NXT, which is a complete utter facelift, like right down to its core, of where the product was versus.
Has it been a
now.
success?
No.
Okay. I agree with that. I don't like the logo. I don't like the look. There was something special about NXT. And even though it was under the WWE banner, it didn't feel like a WWE. It almost felt like, when they brought back ECW for One Night Stand, it was like, oh, cool. We know the corporate machine is behind this, but it felt indie, and real special. And yeah, I don't know how they fix it. I mean, like, to me, not to go on a tangent here, but like Braun Breaker is like the perfect analogy as to why that whole thing is not working. That guy's last name should be Steiner. Are you kidding me? Like, to a fan like me who knows the Steiner brothers, who grew up watching those guys, I hear what? Rick Steiner's son? Of course I'm going to watch this dude. The only reason I know that, though, is because I follow guys like you. How do you not take advantage of that? I mean, it would be like calling Charlotte Flair, Charlotte Morgan. It makes no sense. So, yes, I agree with that. But it was cool. I never thought I'd be interviewing Nick about all that stuff, and I don't think he's done another interview since. So I appreciate him giving me that.
How has your MMA audience taken to the increased coverage in professional wrestling that you've been doing? is there still that divide, or has it gotten better?
I get that sometimes. Oh, can you make a different feed? Can you do this? Can you do that? There's the people who are supportive. I actually have gotten some people who are like, I haven't watched pro wrestling in 20 years, and you got me into the Becky match against Charlotte Flair with her being on the show, or just because I'm a fan of yours, I'm going to follow this stuff. So I have actually gotten some positivity, but yes, I get a lot of this is stupid, this is fake. And you know what? I don't give an F. I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to them very much. I kind of started all of this back in 2000 working on a radio show called In the Ring, CFMB 1280 AM. I was Ariel the franchise. Like in college, I had a show called In the Ring where I'd interview the likes of Bobby the Brain Heenan and Paul Bearer and stuff. So I've always enjoyed them. There's a lot of similarities with the MMA fighters in the MMA world. And I don't really care. I'm going to do what makes me happy. And I think that there's a connection enough there's no difference, in my opinion, than doing that and doing basketball. It's like the basketball stuff is more of a departure. And of course, people come to me for the MMA. And of course, anytime MMA stuff and anytime I do MMA stuff and post it, it all does better. I know that, but there's like a long game to this. And that other thing that I'm doing on the side on my own YouTube channel, talking to people like Daniel Ricciardo, the F1 driver, or Kelly Slater. I know, I hardly ever look at the views for those because I know that's like a long play. I'm trying to show people that I'm not just an MMA guy, that I have interests in pro wrestling, in basketball, in all kinds of things, not even sports stuff. So it's the same old crap that you would guess people would say, but there's actually been some positivity, and the truth is I don't really care. And the BT Sport people are super cool. They are a great bunch. The wrestling department, if you will, they really care about wrestling. And I would argue, just to say, I think they do a better job of covering WWE than the broadcast partner here in America, if you follow their social channels and whatnot.
Yikes.
No, I mean, am I biased, or am I telling the truth?
No, I think it's been like a really smart play to utilize you to send you to like the big events to do like the sit down interviews. And I think thus far, like those have generated, a lot of, interest leading up to it, because for the wrestling audience, they are familiar with you, and it very much is kind of like a Michael Landsberg, of somebody that was, well known to people, but you knew these interviews were not going to be fluff. They weren't just going to be someone that has prepped for an hour to do a wrestling interview and it's somehow beneath them. That's not the case. These are intelligent discussions with people that do not provide a whole lot of access. It's like, I'm not going to be getting a sit down with Nick Khan. And the fact that you're equipped to ask a lot of the questions that the diehard audience would be most curious about.
It's also a weird thing because like I'll get that access here and, there's no access in the sport that I'm actually known for with the top organization there. So there's a weird juxtaposition, but I don't mind that at all. It's fresh. I will say they've been very kind. I know it's not very cool to say that the WWE PR team, it's obviously different than, my experiences in MMA, or I think how most people, are treated or have experiences in the world of wrestling. And I'm thankful and appreciative and I'm aware of that. But I do hope that people realize that I have respect for the business and for, the athletes, the executives, all that stuff and more. And when I went to SummerSlam, which was kind of like my reemergence after my little hiatus, which I was very, very thankful for, I was talking to them afterwards. I was like, man, if I respect this business and I'm never going to go in the back and be like, all right, come on, Becky, like that was obviously fake and this and that. Like I have enough respect. And I actually think taking the model of doing backstage interviews from an independent entity not working for the company can bring out different type of stuff. Like I was doing, with the UFC shows back in the day and Strikeforce and all that stuff. And so, then the next big event was Survivor Series and we got to do a couple of those and we'll see what happens at Royal Rumble. And so for now, I think I'm going to go to the top, like the top 4 events, Royal Rumble, and then of course Mania, and then we start all over again. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's a fun little break from the MMA treadmill that I'm on.
What are the holidays looking like for the Helwani family? Anything you have planned?
Well, we're in the middle of the holidays right now. I mean,
it's like, do you adopt a lot of the Christmas traditions? Is it strictly like Hanukkah that is celebrated? Like, take us into the Helwani household.
Oh, wow. This is a great question. I adore Christmas music. I'm obviously Jewish. My wife is Jewish. My kids are Jewish. I adore Christmas music. In fact, when I was in high school, I bought the Time Life Treasury of Christmas multiple CD package, and I would listen to the Christmas songs in July. I adore Christmas music. In fact, I was driving my kids today, and it's been now like 7 straight days of listening to the Christmas channel on Sirius XM, and they're like, why do you listen to Christmas music all the time? And I just love it. I love all of it. I will put on the Charlie Brown Christmas soundtrack, on the Alexa here. It puts me in a great mood. Now, I'm one of those who like come the 26th, 27th, it's time to put it away. And I'll only start really listening to it on Thanksgiving in America. And so like for that month, right? But I adore it. It's the only thing I listen to. In fact, I was doing a Peloton ride to Christmas music recently. It was like a holiday one. It was tremendous. It was like Elvis, Bing Crosby, Sinatra. It was fantastic. So we don't celebrate it. We don't have a tree. We don't have the lights and all that stuff, but I have great appreciation for Christmas. It's a tremendous time of the year. I love the movies, Home Alone, favorite movies of all time. I'm not so down with this whole Die Hard as a Christmas movie thing that people are into, but cool, whatever floats your boat. It's crazy fiction. Yeah, I don't know about that, but we are going away for a little bit, and it will be nice to hopefully be reunited with my parents, who we haven't had a chance to see very much over the last couple of years. So I'm very much looking forward to it.
My final question before we bid you adieu, Mr. Helwani, is that you might not have heard the music that brought you in here, but we have a bit of a theme for this year's Christmas show, and that is 2001 hits.
Oh.
So I want to, in a sentence or two, tell me about Ariel Helwani in 2001.
Wow, that's a great question. And why are we doing that? Because it's 20 years ago?
I needed a theme.
I like that. 2001 was a huge year for me, by the way. 2001, I moved away from home. I went to go to Syracuse University to study there. I was horribly homesick. So that was my first year living in America. In fact, exactly 20 years later, here we are, and I'm on the verge of becoming an American citizen. I had 2 oath ceremonies that I had to miss because of the MR. That's my dedication to the show. And so I haven't quite crossed the finish line, but it's like the last thing left. So hopefully I get to do that soon. And, I was, a very shy person. I was, let me tell you something. If you would have told me in 2001 that it would have all worked out like this, oh my God, I'd be over the moon. 2001, I'm in my dorm room, waiting till 3, 4 a.m. until the point where I don't hear a single person walking around the hallways just to go brush my teeth. I'm eating Blue Diamond almonds for dinner because I didn't want to go to the cafeteria to be around other kids to eat. Like that's how nervous I was around other people. And so to do this for a living now, and to be in front of people and to be happy and confident, to have 3 children, and a wife and a house and all that stuff, I feel very, very blessed. So yeah, that was a big year for me because I left home. I was starting to figure things out. I started my radio show in college, The Main Event. I had Maven on. I think 2001 was Tough Enough. Its first year. Yeah. Yep. Maven. And then the girl, the little blonde girl who didn't quite make it. She made it to the very end. You guys remember her?
Maybe Taylor?
She was on like a week after the show ended. It was a big scoop for me. And I remember sending an email to Meltzer and OneWrestling.com to let them know that I had this big scoop on the Syracuse University radio station. In fact, funny story, I had Meltzer on my show as a guest one time. And so every week when I would have these guests on, I would blast out emails to all these different wrestling websites to let them know, hey, so-and-so is going to be on the Main Event Wrestling Show. No one listened to it except for my mom and my sister. And one time Meltzer was on as a guest, and that was a big get for me. And I remember sending the email to Dave Scherer.
Yep. PW Insider. Yeah.
Previously
now
of One
Insider.
Wrestling.
Yes.
And I'll never forget, I sent him the email, hey, big show, and I would have like this whole like long thing about the show where you could listen to it, and he writes me back. And it was exciting that he wrote me back. Why? It's something of this, like in this vicinity. He's like, why in the hell would I promote on my website that you're having Dave Meltzer on as a guest? And I felt like such a jackass. I was like, that was a little bit mean. Like, you didn't really have to write it like that. But that's when I started to learn that this business is riddled with egos and enemies and jealousy and all that stuff. So it was a nice little introduction. That too happened in 2001, by the way.
Well,
what a response.
Me and Way, we will promote your show out there. We will give the love. Follow the man. The MMA Hour, Mondays and Wednesdays. He comes at you twice a week with the MMA Hour. BT Sport. Subscribe to the Substack. I love that you're doing the YouTube interviews as well. I love that you have like that kind of side as well. And don't pay attention to any of the views, man. That's like your thing. And you've had on there. Stephen Brunt is, it's number 1 for me, but there's been some great ones on there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You're probably the only one who would say Stephen Brunt is number 1. I'm very excited about the pro wrestling business, guys. I mean, you guys really, you did it the right way. You went on your own. You're the true independent heroes. I mean, I'm copying you guys, and you're truly independent. I mean, you won't work for a single soul. I know some people have tried to buy you off.
No one wants us. This is it. We've got our little
you've got a whole
edge of the playground to play in.
You've got a whole freaking network. You've got all these people working for you. I love it. And what a time. What do you guys think? Do you think AEW is I feel momentum here. I think it's true what Punk said recently. Like, there are payoffs, and they know what the fans want, and they're catering to the fans. I think WWE needs to, I don't know. I think they need to pull up the bootstraps a little bit and get the train back on the tracks. Because a few months ago, it felt like they were really rolling in the summer with Reigns and Cena. I don't know. I feel like AEW. I'll tell you what. I'm watching AEW very closely. I really do enjoy the product. I like the WWE product as well. I think the production is better in WWE, but I would say right now the storylines are better in AEW. Is that a fair statement? I think it's a fair statement.
It's fair. Yeah.
All right.
It is.
Ariel, can we predict that you'll be back in a couple of weeks for the prediction show?
Absolutely not. This is it. I mean, you use that chip. You can't. No, of course. When are we doing it? It's usually after the new year, right?
Yeah. We'll aim for about a week or two.
How come Way's never a part of the prediction show?
That's his vacation time.
I haven't really watched any MMA at all, so
you don't watch MMA anymore.
Mm-mm.
No, we lost him, Ariel. We lost him.
Done. You won't even watch like the big pay-per-views.
I mean, he watches Jake Paul fights. That's what he watches.
Respect.
He loved your work a couple of weeks ago. I mean, the outcome. I mean, we can't even get into it, but I mean, the rematch.
Wow.
I've just kind of lost interest. In the meantime, that's it. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll be back.
How long ago?
I think since we started post, honestly, even like during our final days at the Fight Network when we weren't covering it live so much anymore, it just wasn't really all that interesting to me. But again, I'll be back.
Wow. So, I mean, I get it. You're so entrenched in the world of pro wrestling. There's only so much, that you can watch, right? I mean, how many hours of pro wrestling are you guys watching a week? At least 10?
I don't want to count tabulate the hours. It's a lot.
Well, it's like 3 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1. I mean, like just with AEW and WWE, it's 10, not to mention all the other crazy stuff that you guys are watching. And by the way, let's not talk about the new Freddie Prinze Jr. promotion that's coming out soon. I mean, if I'm being honest, I felt like that was underreported. That was pretty big news. And Helwani is coming to that promotion too. We're going to take the whole damn thing by storm. So just stay tuned.
He's an interesting guy, Freddie Prinze Jr. So yeah, check out that.
You guys listen to his podcast?
I listened to the one you sent me. I listened to the
Not a
one.
fan?
No, I think he's a really interesting guy. I have a thing though. It's like when I'm not like working, I have a hard time listening to more wrestling stuff.
I got
like,
you.
It's, I do need to have that off switch of wrestling.
How many books did you read this year?
We're going to come in a little short from last year. It looks like we're going to end at around 41.
What? Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah.
41?
It was below. I wanted to hit 52. I wanted a 1 per week and I did not hit it. I had a rough summer.
Wow. Everything okay?
Oh yeah. It was more so, I told my wife, she's like, you read 40 books this year? You had a baby. I was like, well, I guess that's enough of a reason of having a 1-year-old. But, nonetheless,
last one?
It's a good number.
What's the
last one I read? You might really enjoy this. It's, The Last Good Year by Damian Cox. Toronto Star. It came out a few years ago, profiling the Leafs Kings series from '93. It's excellent. It was like a series that, like, of course, as a child, it's like a series that I remember very fondly. But it's just incredible detail and takes you right back to that time. And it's 7 chapters covering each game. And it goes into the backstory, where these players are now. Fascinating stuff. I enjoyed it a lot.
That's a great idea. I remember that series because the winner of that series went on to play the Canadians. Mm-hmm. The Canadians beat them, last Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup. Wow, 40. I'm a real loser. What about you, Wei? How many books?
Ooh, I mean, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 actually, which is a lot more than previous years. So
I like it.
I'm working my way towards 50.
Okay. As am I. I come in third on this little list. I think I read 2, but we'll get there. We'll get there. John's an inspiration. I love when he posts a pic of all those books. I mean, it's a real strong flex. John is not a big flex kind of guy, but I feel like that's his big flex of the year,
We got to be selective with them. But Ariel,
anyway, I've stuck around way too long. You guys are trying to get me off for the last 10 minutes. I enjoyed the chat. What can I say?
Ariel Helwani, the man who headlined Post Podcast Day, coming back for the big Christmas show. His first appearance on the Christmas show, Way. I went all out this year. I said, hey, we need you for the prediction show, but can you please grace us with your presence on Christmas?
For a man who is, I think, as busy with as many outlets as he is, I never hear from you that he's like, turned down an appearance.
Listen, the very first time I discovered Ariel Helwani, not discovered, first I learned of him was in 2007. And he had launched his jerrypark.com site and did an interview with Kurt Angle. And this was when I was booking guests all the time for Fight Network Radio. And I was always looking for people in the media to come on for that segment. So I reached out to him. And since 2007, I've had a very great relationship with Ariel. I consider him a very good friend. He has never once declined when I've asked him. And I asked him 4 times this year to come on.
No, it's incredible. No, we're very grateful, of course, to know him. And I'm grateful that I get to hear wrestling interviews from the guy now.
He's doing everything.
He's really good. I mean, his interviewing has always been really tremendous, but, even in a wrestling context, I think, he just has a really great way about him that he's able to get some great information while at the same time making his, subjects feel comfortable. So, I look forward to seeing a whole lot more from him, and I look forward to seeing a whole lot more from Helwani.
What a revelation in 2021. Man, he had some wars going on for a period of time this year.
Yeah, don't get on this man's bad side.
No. He will 10-7 you. But always great
to have Ariel Helwani. What a Christmas show, Mr. Ting.
Oh God. Great job to you, John, for rounding up the number of guests that we have. So many people that, we've known for some time, some new, some old, but, what a tremendous roster,
Yes. A fantastic year, a fantastic lineup of guests this year joining us here on the Christmas show. When you went to, step out after the eggnog incident, did you leave that door open?
I did. Oh shit, I forgot to close it, but, why?
I think the door has been opened.
Uh-oh.
Well, the door was busted open, everybody. It would not be the Christmas show without the headliners joining us here from Sunday night's main event, Dan the Mouth Lovranski, and a very festive Jason Agnew, who have joined us here for the post-wrestling Christmas show. A happy holidays to both of you, and coordinating very opposite schedules to join us.
Well, that's what it's like, man. It's pretty crazy here, but I felt we needed to kick in the forbidden door, man, and make this happen. So very happy to be here with you guys. I'm comfortably relaxing at home with a beverage. Jay thinks he's Will Ferrell in Elf or something. I'm not sure what's going on.
No. Listen, the elf costumes, I believe, are now a thing of the past, or we're just not at that level to bring those up. But it's amazing how many people ask me every year if we'll be donning them again. No, I'm on set here. Probably would be frowned on if I cracked open a Great Lakes beer at this point. So we'll leave it at a bow tie and a green shirt.
As we are speaking to you at this particular time of the day, is this almost the only intersection of you two that have a very, very opposite schedules, but have come here as Mouth is downing a beer and Jay is about to report on tragedies in the city.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mouth works nights, I work days, so occasionally we cross paths, but not as much anymore.
Yeah, there was a little time there when Jay was doing the really early morning radio stuff, and we were always up. We were almost up at the same time. We'd be corresponding with each other at like 5:30 in the morning, So now it's a little bit different, but it's not, crazy.
Having said that, though, when this actually goes on, because you guys are doing this on December 24, 25, I will be anchoring the morning show on News Talk 1010. So there you go. So people can listen to this and then flip on over, and I'm back to mornings. And, well, Mouth has time off at that point. So, we just don't interact at all anymore.
It's tough. It's tough.
Well, we should do a better job, all of us, of interacting, which I'm so glad that we are all together here this festive season, to chat. And I kind of wanted to just compare some notes with you guys in terms of this past year and sort of the engagement of your listeners when it comes to the major products, because it seems as much as AEW has emerged, it seems like there's so much out there that a lot of the other companies, there's a lot less interest in across the board. It's so concentrated in WWE and AEW. Have you found that the same, Jay?
I think it's so concentrated in AEW.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's a lot of that
too. With no WWE.
No, it's such a turnoff. It's a pain in the ass to watch it and cover it and know about it. It's completely illogical. It's brutal. And Mouth has the best podcast of our group because his responsibility is solely covering AEW now.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It got to the point where I'm the same way. I just have such trouble watching what they want to present as a project. And, kind of Survivor Series was kind of the whole end of the road for me with that whole 3-hour promo for a Rock movie where Rock can't even show up to be there. And we have this ridiculous stuff with $100 million egg and Vince McMahon that should not be anywhere near a TV camera anymore. I just that was it, man. As Jay eloquently put it, I think when he's talking on the other podcast with Mark Andrada, I tapped out. Tapped out.
Are you telling me if Dave McKigney brought an egg that they had a battle royal for back in the day, that would not have grabbed your interest for a whole show built around an egg?
No. You know what it was back in my day? A lot of the time, John, the promoter would say Cadillac. The winner of the Battle Royal would win a Cadillac. And to me, as a little kid, I always thought, yeah, that's cool. I would try to throw 10 guys out of the ring for a Cadillac too. Now, the egg wouldn't cut it even back then.
Plus, the bear would have eaten the egg.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
It's funny how many people that you will hear from, though. It's like they will listen to shows about WWE without actually following the product anymore. It's like a cursory, like a curiosity of what is happening, but the time commitment is just way too high of an ask now for a lot of fans.
Yeah, this really falls into the Richard Krause category, who's a movie critic here in Toronto, who says, I watch bad movies so you don't have to. And I feel like that's the service that all of us provide, is we watch bad wrestling so you don't have to.
I think with the people being interested in hearing about the programs but not watching them, I almost see it like withdrawal, because some of these people have watched WWE for like their entire lives. And I really find no matter how bad the product gets, they have trouble pulling themselves away from it. So I don't know. I always see it as some kind of withdrawal. They're trying to wean themselves off it by listening to us. And then eventually they just listen to us and they don't watch it anymore.
Do you find any sort of craving for non-wrestling content from your audience?
Much like what we used to do and what you guys would do, much like what we used to do on Byte Radio and what you guys will do in your podcast to Open. I do the midweek mark out, and the most feedback I get with Mark Andrade is talking about what we do, in different things that surround our lives. And then when we get into Raw, I mean, people tag along, but they're not as interested in that as they are in the stupid stories and stupid lives that we lead.
I think that's something that is, there are so many shows out there. I think that's ultimately what are grabbing people, are just more so the personalities. And with that, being interested in like all these different subsets, that go beyond just wrestling. And I mean, that's something that we've found like success with, is just throwing things against the wall. Not all of them stick, but it seems like we have a lot more latitude of where listeners are interested in hearing about things, whether they be Marvel related or just completely off the grid of pro wrestling.
We're still waiting to find success.
I find it, the approach interesting, because in Jay and Mark's case, you know, they don't want to really talk about it. So they're just going to talk about anything else that they can find to talk about. Whereas, you know, Joe and I, when we do our AEW podcast, we don't really do that. We dive right into the show, because usually we're excited about what the show was and we want to talk about the show. And our lives aren't as colorful as Jay and Mark's, obviously, but I don't feel I want to do that much. I just want to kind of like dive right in and talk about the show.
The thing is with Mouth, though, and with me to a degree as well, I mean, the other things that we provide, I know you guys stray off. Mouth, I mean, look at the background now. If you're watching this, the video that's posted, it's a wall of vinyl behind Mouth, and he's got his show, Dr. Mouth Rock and Roll Lunch Party, which we also put up on our Patreon. For me, I'm such a trivia guru. We put up my 3-hour trivia show on the Patreon as well, and get feedback from those. You know, if people want to dive in a little bit more and get outside this this weird wrestling spectrum, then they can find that type of thing.
So with that said, on the AEW front, Mouth, as you're looking towards like the next year, like what do you see as kind of the next steps for growth for the company, and how much it's kind of increased that footprint in 2021 with the signings that they have made? Like, what do you see in store for 2022?
Well, I see nothing but good things really for them, because I mean, they've been at it now for 3 years. They seem to have developed a steady fan base. I guess the biggest challenge, like anything, is making that fan base bigger and being able to get people outside of what you might consider an AEW hardcore audience and get those people into the seats, right? That's the one thing that critics of AEW have, is that, yes, well, the AEW audience, they're strong, they're hardcore, but how does that work in connecting with other fans? And I think that is going to be the challenge over the next little while, is trying to get a casual fan, or even someone that's just not a fan of wrestling, or someone that might happen to catch it flipping around the dial, that kind of thing. It's like, that's going to be their big challenge. They've got to try and do that, whether they kind of can infiltrate mainstream media a bit more. Maybe they can get more television time. I find Rampage at an hour just a tad too short. I think maybe if that show had another hour, that would help. But that's the challenge I see for them is, can they bring in other people outside the obvious hardcores that enjoy everything they do?
I might die if Rampage moves to 2 hours on Friday nights, but I will be a casualty for the greater good. Obviously, such a huge story this year was CM Punk coming out of retirement, joining AEW. It was such a memorable moment. And Jay, you were right on top of things, landing CM Punk, and was the talk of every single news site out there. Can you tell us a little bit about like the setup for this interview and the response you received to this?
Yeah, I asked. It was crazy. It was nuts. I had the PR people from Heels come to me due to previous connections that I've had just doing other broadcasts. When the pandemic started, I was doing other shows via Bell Media, an overnight program, so I started doing a bunch of pop culture interviews, and I was on a mailing list for when Heels came out for Stars. They contacted me and said, hey, do you want to interview someone? And I said, sure. I mean, one of the stars would be fine. Or, I heard CM Punk, Phil Brooks, has a cameo in this series. Would love to chat with him if he's available. Figuring that you guys would be there, Meltzer would be there, like everyone would just be lined up that day. And then when we got closer to it, I kind of realized I was the first one on with Phil. And then he wasn't doing any more like major press. I think he did like one other thing. Not even to say that I'm major press, but we did get major press for that. So I knew he wasn't going to reveal anything. I thought it was smart to just play along with what he said. And it was a great moment for the show. I mean, it was the highlight of the year for the show, no doubt, because you're right. It got picked up everywhere.
Do you guys miss doing shows in person, or are you very much accustomed to sort of this like Zoom format that we've all kind of grown used to?
Well, yeah, we're used to it, but yeah, I do. I totally miss doing the shows with Jay in person. I loved it. That was one of the things that made the whole thing bearable, that made watching those shows bearable. It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to get together with Jay. We're going to order like 5 pizzas. We're going to eat all of them. We're going to probably have a beer or two, and we'll just hang out and, yeah, talk about life and whatever, right? I totally miss that. I do. I thought that was always a big part of the fun. Even in that cramped little room there, Jay, at the radio station there that we had with the last run.
Yeah, I don't miss driving Mouth home from Hamilton. But there was
he lies. He loved it.
Era there. No. So this has made it a little bit easier. Doing live shows, I do prefer when a co-host is right across from me in person and when we're taking phone calls. But it was funny. The more we did live before the collapse of TSN 1150, we just continued to get Hansi every week. And it was like people weren't engaging. There was no need to just talk to Jake and Hansi on the radio every week. So now we talk to Jake on Zoom. But the interesting thing was when we flipped over to Zoom, like I'm sure you guys have found, you broaden out who's willing to interact, when you don't just base it on a terrestrial medium and people listening online with a delay. It did broaden things out for that. But the live experience doing live radio, I miss that in the wrestling aspect. I miss being able to hang up on Hansi. But at least I still get to do, my live stuff with trivia and hosting a bunch of other things. So I get that in other places.
It's good to hear those two are constants. Across the entire.
They are. They're everywhere.
Landscape.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we've lost John here for the end of the Christmas special. Maybe it's just the pressures, I suppose, of having to close this thing. But thank you both for joining us. And you mentioned a lot of great things about what you guys are working on. Where can people find both of you?
My radio show, Dr. Mouse Rock and Roll Lunch Party. It's on CIUT 89.5 FM in the Toronto area, but you can listen live online at CIUT.FM. The show airs every Tuesday at noon, till 2 p.m. And the shows are archived for 1 week, again, on that same website, CIUT.FM. And you can check out my YouTube channel. It's just youtube.com/Dr. Mouth.
For me, listen, this is a wrestling audience that knows me from back in the day and perhaps still thinks that I am Angry Agnew and doesn't care for me. It's patreon.com/SNME radio. That's where you're going to find Sunday night's main event. Lovranski is there covering AEW. If you do love the mouth, he's a very lovable guy. And for those of you that don't like me, well, you're going to get a lot less of me this year. Stay tuned for that.
Well, that was ominous.
You're back!
Dan the Mouth Lovranski and Jason Agnew from Sunday night's main event popping by on the post-wrestling Christmas show.
Stepping through the wrestling podcast. Can we retire the phrase Forbidden Door?
I said that, I think, a year ago. Okay. I said I was over that term a long, long time ago, and people just were, no, it's just such a cool phrase. And it just continued forever. I don't know that phrase.
I don't know if it's such a cool phrase. It's just like, it's the best way of describing it. I mean, can we come up with a different one?
Listen, our doors are always open for all people out there. But that's not as catchy, I guess. But I don't know if people could see it, but a very festive Jason Agnew joining us, and Dan the Mouth Lovranski, who he was so excited to come on this Christmas show. He had been waiting. He was counting down the minutes until this Christmas show to come on. He circled his calendar. He was so excited. He was ready. He's actually been just sitting in the corner for the last hour, just waiting for the call. Oh, always great to catch up with Lovranski and Jason Agnew. Yes, everyone. The world has thawed, and it is always great to catch up with those two. I hope for more in the new year.
Yeah, likewise. Honestly, that was probably one of the big events, for both of us of the past year as well, is just to, reconnect with Jay specifically and to, do things like this on occasion. So hopefully more to come. And again, check those guys out. Sunday night's main event.
Yes. Well, Mr. Ting, it is another year. The annual Jingle contest will now commence. Mr. Ting, we have done this many, many years, and we have got some fantastic entries. I think had this been a different era, you and I could have had an incredible Polytel. We could have put out an annual Post Now 1, Volume 2. We would have had the Post CD universe on lock with some of these submissions that we, of course, would retain the rights to in perpetuity from all of our listener submissions.
Well, never too late. We can fire up the whole.
Maybe that's it. We move from the cassette to the compact disc way.
Wow.
A post-Christmas, yes.
Okay, yeah. Well, good luck finding people with CD players these days, but that's okay.
Well, we've learned from the cassettes. there are very few people with cassette players out there, because I have never heard from someone that has listened to one of the cassettes. But nonetheless, it's a great memento.
I have, but yeah, I mean, most people are probably still sitting on theirs.
It's crazy, because if you had listened to the last one, I mean, there was like a shocking revelation in there.
I still can't believe it. Still reeling from it.
It's taken me all year to just react. All right. The Jingle contest, Way, we have several submissions posted on the forum. Way and I have not listened to any of these, so we are going to be hearing them for the first time, along with you, the listener. And the best one will be the annual Jingle contest winner. And Way, what are you looking for this year? What is your criteria? Because they can change. It's whatever you feel like on this moment, on this day, that is going to tip the scale in someone's favor.
Well, as always, I always just look for entertainment and reaction. If they can get a creative rise out of us, then that's usually it. What about you?
I want to laugh. I always applaud, the originality, which is usually it's a very high threshold amongst this group.
Well, what if it was a tearjerker? What if it made you cry? You're not laughing. But
I don't feel like crying at this particular moment, but
I'm crying, but out of beating.
I'm open. I'm open to all emotions. We lean towards laughter, but if there's a heart-wrenching story, it also better be really good, because I'm not going to I will not give sympathy points.
Okay. All right. You're the tougher judge, I would say, of the two of us.
I mean, what is going to be commercially viable what would be track one on the post wrestling CD?
Okay.
That's what I'm going for.
Shall we start?
Let us begin.
Okay. So first of all, we've got the Archivist who, if you have not already heard, recently released an updated version of the John Pollock Impressions compilation. This is a man who listens to every single one of our shows and mines every one for John Pollock impressions, among many other statistics, always keeping the archives, alive. So thank you, Brad the Archivist. He is a regular contributor to the Christmas contest, and he also comes with some notes about the past year. Merry Christmas, guys, Brad says. I've wanted to try this song for a couple of years, but my audio mixing skills just weren't up to task. But this year, I have given it my best shot. But first, my yearly gift of stats. 2021 podcast links. For the 4 main review shows, Rewind to Raw, SmackDown, Dynamite, and Rewind Away, 11 days, 12 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Compared to 2020, which was 12 days, 13 hours, 15 minutes, and 26 seconds. So we were really slacking this year, I would say.
Definitely. Could you imagine just getting everything over with in like 11 days and then see you next year?
Yeah, well, you can listen in 12 speed and 2 times speed, and
I wonder what the total.
Days.
I wonder what the grand total would be when we include like G1s and the new shows and all of that stuff. But I mean, that's a pretty good representation when you're taking those 4 shows that are the lion's share of what we put out.
2021 right now is over the 4 main podcasts listed above. So for new listeners, a verbal tick that we identified relatively early on that John would often use in his podcasting, in communication in general, was the term right now. Right now, such and such, right now we've got a big story on our hands, and we're going to try to, see what the results are right now. Like that sort of thing. That was a terrible example of it, but John.
I can't remember if it was Brad that first pointed it out, because actually the first time was, me doing like a television hit or something. And I feel you like pulled me aside and said, and told me like, you said it like 3 times in the
Did I?
space. Yes.
So
you
sorry.
once like took me aside and I thanked you.
Well, I think it was probably me, if not a combination of me and maybe, listeners who I think had very, your best interests at heart. But Brad has managed to, we created I think at that point eradicated the verbal tick from you, because you no longer do it. But I think in that process, we've actually created a monster in Brad, because we've created, I would term it an illness now, where he listens to the shows and is automatically aware of all the right nows, and he actually tallies every single right now across all of these shows.
I wonder if he gets like a jolt in his brain when he hears that word, those 2 words together. Like it's just like a zap.
I think like in daily conversation, he probably feels that way. Like if one of his kids starts saying the word, like he's like, let me write it down. So 2021 right now is over the 4 main podcasts listed above. John, first of all, your total in 2020 last year was 485. Okay. Just to give you a comparison, because I consider my usage of right now to be pretty average. Okay. You
had a lot last year, as I recall.
Well, my average in 2020 was 809. So I almost doubled you. So we've drastically cut down your use of right nows. Somehow, let's start with my total for this year, okay? Somehow I've just, I guess stopped using it too, because maybe I was made aware. My total was 309 this year, okay? So I've said it less than you did last year. Your total this year, John? 112.
Look at that.
How did you get away with that?
Those numbers still sound ridiculously high for a term that,
yeah,
I guess
that's really low.
Yeah. It's honestly like, not even something that like I heard and like took note of it, but I wouldn't say like actively making sure, okay, I can't say that. I can't say that. I don't even give it much thought, but it probably is just embedded in my subconscious to, go around that. And I probably say a million other things in its absence.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, what would you say? Presently? At this time?
I don't even know. Like, I so don't pay attention to, like, terms that I use, that when this is pointed out to me, it's total out of left field to me. Cause I don't listen back to myself all that often.
Well, this is certainly a bit of a bittersweet message from Brad, because he says, with the rapid decline from last year, I am officially ending my count of right now. Mentally, I don't think I'll ever be able to stop that phrase from triggering something deep within my brain.
The case numbers have gone down, and it's, you know, we've been vaccinated from right nows, and now it's a manageable ailment that it's manageable. That's the key.
It's no longer a pandemic of right nows. But Brad says, I am broken, but I hope you enjoy my song. Well, Brad, hopefully you get some healing. Thank you so much for your service and your continued service every single year in keeping the archives alive and tweeting out quotes. You can find him, of course, at archive_A_way. But first, let's hear his song. Does he win this year? That would be the ultimate gift, would it not? So, ladies and gentlemen, here it is, Brad the Archivist's entry.
You boys ready to sing about pro wrestling business?
You know we are. Yeah, let's sing it now.
Okay, John?
Okay.
Okay, Kris?
Okay.
Okay, Brandon? Brandon? Brandon!
Okay. Dynamite rating time is here. Weekly numbers to ignore or cheer. They've been good, but that can't last. Hurry, right deal, hurry fast. Want a share of the key demo? Tony will tweet out a thank you memo. The viewership spreadsheet gets a weekly update. Oh, WrestleNomics explains it great.
John, good use of the DJ Joe voice.
Naturally.
Kris, great use of that ring announcer voice. Brandon, use that wrestling promo voice. Brandon? Brandon!
Okay. A WWE earning call is near. Time for the profit of this quarterly year. Revenue is up from when reported last, but they'll make more cuts fast. Nikon announces a 10-year agreement for a large-scale international event. WWE competes with your sleep state. Oh, WrestleNomics explains it great.
Okay, that was Brad copping with Christmas 2021. Obviously very much an Alvin and the Chipmunks themed, and WrestleNomics, a song dedicated to WrestleNomics. I wonder if WrestleNomics has maybe a first.
Maybe they're branching out into the musical publishing rights game. Yes, complete with lyrics that Brad did supply in the forum. So, I mean, I always appreciate this level of taking a classic and then applying it to the world of wrestling, and any Christmas song that can incorporate WrestleNomics, Nick Khan, and earnings calls. I mean, that's a holiday classic in the making.
Just to be able to dive in on some of these lyrics, because I mean, much like the Alvin and the Chipmunks song, I mean, sometimes it could be a bit hard to make out, but specifically, Brad writes, Dynamite ratings time is near. Weekly numbers to ignore or cheer. They've been good, but that can't last. Hurry writes fee. Oh, hurry fast. Want a share of the key demo? Tony will tweet out a thank you memo. The viewership spreadsheet gets a weekly update. Oh, WrestleNomics explains it great. A WWE earnings call is near. Time for the profit of this quarterly year. Revenue was up from when reported last, but they'll make more cuts fast. Nick Khan announces a 10-year agreement for a large-scale international event. WWE competes with your sleep state. Oh, WrestleNomics explains it great. Oh, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Brad really hitting it out of the park here.
Yeah, I think the lyrics are really good. And, as Brad explains, this year he's putting a lot more editing into it. You know, in previous years, like, I think we've had, like, recordings with just Brad, like, sneaking into his car away from his kids just to record. Now he actually, like, it sounds somewhat multi-tracked, you know, he, like, sped up his vocals, like.
The man's the Swiss Army knife of our community.
Yeah.
Multi-talented, multi-purpose function. So we start off with Brad the Archivist, and now we will move on to entrant number 2 in the Jingle contest.
Yeah, this comes to us from Sancti. Or actually, wait a second. Sancti was last year's winner. This one comes from Imran. Merry Christmas, John, and Merry Christmas Way. Thank you for all your hard work and the hours and hours of content that you've given us in 2021. I'm sure 2022 will continue to see Post thrive, and I wish you all the best. One of my Post aims for the year is to try to call into a show to actually converse with the two of you, something I've still not managed to do in the years and years of following you. Time zones be damned. Anyway, here's my annual contribution. I assume over the many, many years of this contest, a version or two of this has already been done. But hey, it's a classic, right? All the best to you and your families. Imran from Huddersfield.
Yeah, shout out to Imran, who I think has submitted one maybe every single year. So Imran, we appreciate you contributing each year to the Jingle contest.
And Imran's song this year is called Walking in a Waiting Wonderland.
Perfect.
The bell rings, John is present. Lauren Ennich's class at Rice.
What? Oh my
Quickly
God.
looks round, a friend he has found. He's walking in a waiting wonderland.
Oh my goodness.
Lauren Enich.
Then they start their reviewing. Harry's crotch has them fighting. And with Unforgiven, 3 attempts is a given. Walking in a waiting wonderland. After years, the law is ending. John's his way, a new beginning. Is it the SMC? No, it's Post Wrestling. Walking in a waiting wonderland. In the spring, they'll go to WrestleMania. Spend all day together, then go home. John says, "Way, wanna hang?" He'll say, "No, man. I think I'll just go for a walk alone."
Damn.
Later on, they'll conspire to rewatch Great Balls of Fire. Its heat has no fever, it gets an amoeba. Walking in a waiting wonderland. Walking in a waiting wonderland.
And that was Walking in a Waiting Wonderland by Imran from Huddersfield.
How does it feel way for so much of your life to be known to people out there? I mean, those were some deep cuts that were inserted in there that I was amazed by.
I mean, off the top, a mention of Laura Ninich in the song.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
That is crazy. What did she teach? What was her class?
It was, like media, like she specialized in like,
law. Media
yes.
law.
Yeah.
Okay. So some media bullshit thing.
I actually remember when I had my first Fight Network contract and going to her after class to look at my contract and like, can you just look this over? Like, is this on the up and up and everything? And she actually like looked over my contract for me.
And what did she say? I'm curious now.
I cannot remember. I signed the contract. I actually remember how old would I have been at that point? 21 maybe.
Yeah.
And there was this crazy no compete clause in there. And I was just looking at, it was something like, to me, I'm trying to remember the exact term. It was something like a year that I wouldn't be able to do anything if I left. I was like, that sounds very restrictive. And I ended up, they told me, they're like, well, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't get held up anyway. I was like, well, then there should be no problem changing it, right? And I ended up getting it either eliminated altogether or something like 3 months.
Look at you. I was very, very savvy at it.
I was looking at it. I was like, if this job doesn't last and I'm like mid-20s and I can't work in this industry for a year or have to go through some legal hoops, I was like, that does not sound appealing to me.
Mm-hmm. But just to dive into some of Imran's lyrics here, I mean, if there's one thing I think I've learned about ourselves from these contests is that we're very narcissistic. So
totally.
we love hearing references to ourselves. And so, what is it? You know, we had a very infamous, argument on air about, the Austin Aries crotch, Christy Hemme thing from back then that was referenced here. Our 3 attempts at recording the Unforgiven review years ago, probably the most
Very
trying,
deep.
yeah, the most trying review away we've ever done. SMC, of course. So
You going for a walk on your own, establishing, separation. That was a story
what was that?
we have shared. I think it was in Montreal. It could have been in New York. It was somewhere. It doesn't matter. And we had been out, and then we were getting closer to the hotel, and you were like, I want to go check out this thing. I was like, okay, we'll go. And then you're like, I'm going to go by myself. And I was like,
I did
okay.
not say it like that.
You said it in a way that I was certainly not offended by it. And in fact, I left being like, that was a monumental shift to me in our friendship that we are comfortable enough telling each other, hey, space. And I love that because I am someone that, believe me, there are times I need space.
Yeah. I mean, I got the vibe you were probably, wanting some solo time as well. And it was probably more like, hey, I was going to go to this thing. I mean, you don't feel like you don't have to come if you don't want to. Like, it was more put like that. I didn't say I'm going to go by myself. Don't follow me.
I promise you I took absolutely no offense to it. And I was actually happy that, I now have this card that I can play if ever, you might not want to, go check out whatever you did check out that day. I don't even know where you went.
I don't remember, but Imran, thank you so much for, the walk down awaiting Wonderland.
A classic.
And we go up next to Canadian Bulldog, who has a song called We Wish You All the Best in ... Interesting. So here it is. Let's hear it.
We wish you all the best in, we wish you all the best in, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Bad tidings we bring to you and your fans. Tear up your new contract and change all your plans. Oh, spare us your speculation. Oh, spare us your speculation. Oh, spare us your speculation. It's probably all true. We'll blame budget cuts, a rebuilding phase, then debut in AEW in about 90 days. Creative's got nothing for you. Creative's got nothing for you. Creative's got nothing for you. Even though we just did head over to Impact or Japan for a while, then come back when you've learned our main event style. We wish you all the best in, we wish you all the best in, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Wow. Fantastic.
I mean, it kind of summarizes one of the major stories of 2021 and trying to put a holiday spin to it, which, Canadian Bulldogs certainly achieved there. I mean,
do you feel any guilt? Do you feel guilt at enjoying, such a beautiful song?
I think you have to separate the story. Obviously, terrible, all these cuts these years, but, he put a lot of work into this, even created album art for this.
Yeah, I thought that was excellent. The idea itself, I think is, unfortunate, of course, but I think executed in a very funny way. And, budget cuts, creative's got nothing for you. Some very clever lyrics in there from Canadian Bulldog.
Mm-hmm. Well, a great submission here. Canadian Bulldog, another staple when it comes to the entries in the Jingle contest.
Okay, up next we have got this.
Boy.
This is a recent reconnection, I have to say, John.
You've got to give some backstory.
Longtime listeners of our Christmas shows, really of any of our podcasts, will remember a certain contest entrant who really I would say was the most infamous one. He entered several of our contests in the past, and I think even won one of them. It was like a rap lyrics contest. And then like really good rap, like written down. And then a listener discovered that sounds familiar. And then it turns out he directly ripped off this rap from like a John Cena, segment on TV or something. And none of us realized it. And the rule was this was supposed to be original. So we ended up disqualifying him. And then he's like, you guys caught me. All right, whatever. Good try. So then we have another contest years later. And then, he submitted another one. It might have been Christmas. It might have been another thing. Anyway, he did a really good song. So then, we put it up to audience vote on the message board. And, he ended up winning, I think pretty decisively. And then I decided to go into, something kind of compelled me to cause I'm the moderator of the forum, so I can check out all the IP addresses. And it turns out this dude created something like 10 accounts, to vote for himself. And at that point, it's we can't even get that angry because it's so funny on a wrestling podcast contest to go through that level of effort.
There was both a level of shock and begrudging appreciation that someone would go for such lengths to win this contest, as Wei ends up playing a role on Mr. Robot as he is detecting this potential fraud.
So the legend of Gaurav simply grew from that point on. And, he was a pretty constant, I would say, for at least these Christmas contests until recent years where he's just completely dropped off. So we didn't know where he went on, where he went to until we started doing our daily post news updates last month, John. And then
he lives in India, or at least did. So
Portugal
I would
or something.
Okay. Well,
we actually have an update from Gaurav.
Okay.
But anyway, so it wasn't until we started doing those daily news updates that he suddenly popped up in the chat. And then from that point on, he asked hey, when's the next contest? And I said, Christmas is coming up. So here we have it. A reunion from Gaurav Kumar with the post wrestling / live audio wrestling audience. And he says, hey guys, good to see you again. For old time's sake, I thought I should make my return to the Jingle contest this year after a 3-year hiatus. I wish you both a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Stay frosty. Gaurav Kumar from Vienna, Austria.
Oh my goodness. World traveler, Gaurav.
So he says. We can never be too sure.
He's in Brampton.
It could be. Here it is. Gaurav Kumar from Law to Post.
It's been a while, John Pollock, and waiting. How have you been? Let's talk some wrestling. I've missed you, you've missed me, and that is a fact. My 49 accounts are still intact. You broke my heart when you left the law. You might as well have slit my throat with a chainsaw. But it's okay, cause now we have a post-wrestling class. You kicked Anthem in the ass. Now we have AW to look forward to. So fuck Winnie Mac all the way. The wrestling wars are back, bigger than Dewdrop's crack, and they are here to stay. I've gotta go, the cops are at my door. This is me breaking wall number 4. I'm leaving this Jingle contest in a mess. See you next year with a new IP address.
Okay. That is the most messed up jingle we have ever heard. That probably requires a parental warning before listening to. Gaurav is back, and that was either delightful or frightening, depending on your interpretation.
Yeah. Okay. So it details the story of I think his history, and specifically his history with the law and post wrestling, of course. Definitely, more of a PG-13 rating for that one. A man not without controversy, for any of his entries. Any other highlights that you'd like to point out, John? What did he say?
historically. I mean, covered bases there. Seems like he disappeared without realizing that we had restarted almost immediately, but did kind of piece that together in the middle there. I don't know. I wanted a little bit more on his absence. Maybe some hints, maybe some clues. What had happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. But let me also say I've always been impressed, not just at his ability to put time into these contest entries or voting for himself by creating multiple accounts. I think his vocal performances are always pretty good. I think that he's very charismatic on the microphone.
Yeah, I mean, when we have the Miz out there looking for, hey, vote 8 times and tell all your friends to max out your votes. I mean, that the man is utilizing the acceptable forms of spamming the machine to ensure victory.
All right, our final entry this year comes to us from Sancti from the also known as Ian from the Best Film Ever podcast. He says, in 2019, it was too much wrestling. Yes, I remember that song. In 2020, it was the Rumble in the Thunderdome. I don't remember one as much. Do you, Don?
No one remembers 2020.
Okay. But in 2021, I want to strip back the bravado and give a very sincere thanks to John and Way. I immigrated to the UK from Canada about a decade ago and have relied on Post Wrestling and the place before that to keep, you can mention the law, Garage did a whole song about it. We're not shy about that, to keep me informed with the goings on in wrestling and beyond. As daft as it may sound, it's a small, daft. So this is how you can tell a man has lived in the UK for 10 years. He uses words like daft. As daft as it may sound, it's a small comfort to know that there are friends who remind me of home waiting in my phone every morning for my commute to work. Thank you, gentlemen. With no further delay, I drop 2021 submission. John and Way in the morning.
Now Monday night has come again, 3 hours to play, I feel dismayed. I skip, I can't watch Raw this way, I'll catch John and Way in the morning. CM Punk's in the ring again. He signed today with Tony K. I hope ice cream bars are thrown my way. I'll share with John and Way in the morning. Another talent really swayed. So many wrestlers been betrayed. What explanation can Nikon say? I'll catch John and Way in the morning. It's the Dragon versus Hangman Page. Their first one's up now with no delay. Leave my thoughts on the feedback page for John and Way in the morning. Now Kevin Owens is gonna stay. At least he'll be with Sami Zayn. No Mount Rushmore, how is this explained? I'll catch John and Way in the morning. It's time to end my communique. 90 seconds gives a lot of sway. Thanks for what you do every day, so we get John and Way in the morning.
Oh, man. It's, I'm updating my criteria because promotional material, it definitely plays a factor as well. A wonderful voice on top of it. He has been, again, these are regular contributors that we have gotten throughout the years. That was tremendous. That was catchy.
I feel we can use that as an ad.
That could be like a 30-second jingle that we put out. John and Way in the morning, like Danny Tanner and Rebecca Donaldson.
Exactly that.
Wake up, Toronto.
Sure, yeah. So wait, so was this like a original, or was this based?
I mean,
off
it's
of
in the like Christmas Day in the morning.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
It was like original lyrics, original. He borrowed in the morning, but I would say it was more so contributing.
Did he play it sounded like he played the guitar himself.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt that he did. That would seem a little tricky to do separate, no?
I think so. I mean, certainly maybe not a requirement, but I do think we should give bonus points, for somebody
I think legit
who plays the instrument themselves. So really, great. I think lyrics, well sung for this one. Very current, he even mentioned Kevin Owens staying. I mean, probably wrote this Last week.
Yeah.
So, very well done. And everybody, I thought this year, keeping within the time as well, the 90-second or roughly a 90-second limit. So just to kind of recap everybody, we've got Brad coughing. Let's start from the bottom to the top because I always feel kind of bad for the people, who submit early. But of course we've got Sancti, John and Way in the morning. We've kind of heard it. Here it is. A little bit more.
John and Way in the morning.
Okay, you guys just heard that, so you don't need to hear it again. And then, of course, we've got Gaurav Kumar from Law to Post.
W to look forward to. So fuck Winnie Mac all the way. The wrestling wars are back because the dewdrops crack.
Did he say?
Did
he say Winnie Mac?
Yeah, well, I mean, he lives in Vienna, which you kind of replace the V's and the W's.
I like it, like Winnie Mac.
Winnie Mac, I like it. All right, so that was Gaurav's entry from Law to Post. The next one is Canadian Bulldog, of course, who's wishing us walking.
Your speculation, oh spare us your speculation. It's probably all true. We'll blame budget cuts, a rebuilding phase.
So this song is called "We Wish You All the Best in Your Future Endeavors." Very good from Canadian Bulldog. And then we've also got from
Imran,
Walking in a Waiting Wonderland. Of course, here's a bit of that.
Walking in a waiting wonderland. After years, the law is ending. John's his way, a new beginning. Is it the SMC? No, it's post-wrestling. Walking in a waiting wonderland.
Okay, so there's that one. And then lastly, we have the Archivist, who also has this year's song. Let me just see.
We will tweet out our thank you memo. The viewership spreadsheet, it's a weekly update. Oh, WrestleNomics explains it great.
John, good use of the DJ Joko voice.
Naturally.
Chris, great use of that ring announcer voice. Brandon, use that wrestling promo voice. Brandon?
WWE earning call is
okay.
Is anyone else picturing Brandon in the form of like Elvin wearing like that long red like one piece with a B on the front? Can you imagine Brandon as one of the chipmunks?
And who's supposed to be Simon? Like who are the rest?
I guess sure.
So those are your entries, everybody, for the post-wrestling Christmas contest. Now, John, this is the toughest point. This is us now, where we have to decide on a winner, and we have to try to think of one unanimously.
Well, I've narrowed it down to my two picks.
Okay, two picks. Okay, so let me make my two as well.
Let's see if there's.
Tell me through your thought process.
Okay, so I definitely I should after I listen to them, then I realize what I'm looking for, and maybe that's the best way to go about it. Like what hits you? That's ultimately what you're going for. Make me feel. So number one, I think that it definitely helps when it feels timely, that it feels like this kind of encapsulates 2021, and in that sense, Canadian Bulldog, like a very relevant story from this year. But I thought the submission from our pal Ian, this was a tremendous voice. I love the lyrics, and that's where I'm kind of at as well when it comes to Imran from Huddersfield, which had to be the most post-wrestling centric references for longtime listeners that would get some of these. And Laura Nenich is the criteria that I did not bank upon giving extra points for, but certainly achieves them with this. So I'm debating here between Ian and Imran as my two.
Yeah, my thought process is very similar to yours. I mean, I think if you listen to our reactions, there's one that we probably reacted to a bit more than some of the others. But let me just kind of go back and give my thought processes, for all of them. I really enjoyed Ian, John and Way in the morning. without even knowing the original. I just was, again, impressed by the performance of it, but also some of the lyrics. Very well done here. I even like Gorov's, like it might not be, like a song I would play for kids, but that's not part of the criteria. It fits his style. It's part of his personality. So I'm really glad that Gurov returned. However, I also don't think I reacted the biggest to either of those two. So I don't know if I can say, either of them would be my pick. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. I really enjoyed as well. Lyrically, I think it's very good. And again, very timely. You can
probably the most well-written one, I will say, in terms of like matching the tone and, I thought, Canadian, I will say this, Canadian Bulldog, this is definitely his best submission he has had.
Okay. Certainly a contender. Brad the Archivist, I think definitely gets points for putting this one out early. He released this one 11 days ago when it looked like nobody else was going to, like for a while,
Trust me, I very much appreciate the early entries into this because every year, once we get closer to it, I'm always on the fence if we are going to continue this contest or not.
And a man who obviously appreciates statistics, writing an ode to the show about statistics in WrestleNomics, I think that's fantastic. But again, we're very narcissistic on the show. All the songs must be about us, and the more they could be about our personal lives, the more points you get. That's what I'm learning about myself. So I think we've come to a unanimous decision, John. This year, I am giving it to Imran from Huddersfield from the first line. You mentioned one of our professors from university in a Christmas song. It's probably not something we should encourage, honestly. But, in terms of references to, I guess, our I don't know, things we previously discussed on the show, I thought it was really funny. So,
yes. So next year we look forward to maybe some, air traffic.
There's your
reports.
social security number in a song.
Oh, I was hoping for like a sampling of Russ Holden on CHFI.
Oh, that'd be great. But yeah, congratulations, Imran from Huddersfield, for walking in a waiting wonderland.
Congratulations, Imran.
I'm pretty sure Imran has won before. So clearly a man.
That's okay. That's
very
okay.
talented.
Every year it's a new slate. As soon as the bell rings, you are no longer the champion. You've got to defend your title. So everyone starts on equal footing each year.
Yeah. So I let me just try to figure it out when he's actually won. But I'm pretty sure he won in 2018, I want to say. When else has he won here? Let me see. He's also, this is not that exciting to listen to, but anyway. So at least he's won one time, if not more.
There you go. The trophy's in the mail. Congratulations to Imran, and thank you to everybody that submitted your jingle contests. I always enjoy this contest each year. It always brings out the most creative folks out there. And the Christmas show is winding down. We got to have a ton of great guests on the show. I really enjoyed this year, where I think it really does show just so many of the great people that we have on the site who, personally, I really enjoy like these shows where we're just having on like so many great people, our friends, and not so much having to reach out and grab strangers who have no idea who we are or that are not familiar with the site. I think that this crop is like so much more enjoyable to talk to on a show like this, where they know who we are.
Oh, no, it's great reaching out to maybe people we aren't very familiar with too. But I'll say, like, there's definitely something special about, being able to speak to friends and people that we already have a rapport with. But it also gives us our opportunity to reach out to people that we otherwise might not necessarily have reason to, bother. People like Denise, who was wonderful to connect with. And of course, to reconnect with many of our other friends, including Ariel, Damian, to talk to Karen Peterson on the phone for the first time, or through Zoom, of course. Braden and Davie, shout outs to those guys, our brothers, of course, Phil and Eric, Jordan Goodman, Andrew Thompson, Dan and Jay, reconnecting with those guys, Brandon and Kris. We've got all the people that sent in audio that we didn't necessarily get to speak to, but nonetheless, we're really appreciative of their, appearances on the show and also on our network as well. And of course, John and Kate from John Siino from New York and Kate from Montreal as well. And how can we forget Mr. Positivity himself, MJF, gracing us with, some kind words on the introduction.
I still don't know how all of that happened. But yes, thank you to all of those people for joining us, all the great people attached to the site out there as well. I also want to just quickly give mention to some people we did not get to hear from today, but did contribute on the site this year, including John Pine, Mark Buckledy, the Cubs fan from Lucha Blog. I'm very, very happy with the state of the site and just how many different voices and people that are regularly on the site contributing in many, many different ways. And if we learned one lesson today, it was that 2001 was what a year, Way. And I want to give a special shout out to all those that also made their presence felt, from NSYNC, Cosmic Gate, Biff Naked, Andrew WK, Craig David, POD, Dream, Basement Jaxx, Dr. Dre, Wu-Tang, Daft Punk, Mary J. Blige, Missy Elliott, Bran Band 3000, Creed, and Blink-182. What a year it was, Way, in music. But we are going to say farewell to everybody by not going back to 2001, but rather hearing from the man who was rudely interrupted at the beginning of this very show when we started all those hours again. His annual reading of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas completely ruined, but we could not end this show with a better representation of post-wrestling than the great Neal Flanagan, our man who is not going to present 'Twas the Night Before Christmas. Instead, he is going to provide us the song that defined post-wrestling in the year 2021. We say goodbye with a dramatic reading of Crack Addict by Limp Bizkit.
You're kidding me. Wow.
Right about now, it's time to get busy. 1, 2, 3, shut the fuck up. And bring that ballistic, riff from the Bizkit, straight through the speakers with the hey, hey. Check this future shock of rock, revolution, punk. Oh my god. Here it comes, so shut it up. You keep on talking, we're going to shut your ass straight the fuck up. Call the cops, look up into the stands. Got another riot on our hands. I pull this mic straight out my toolkit to fix you wannabes that ruined all the music. But never mind, those phonies never get it. The phonies just deny it, 'cause rocking ain't a diet. Apocalypse now. Who's talking shit now? Give me the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Here we go again. Right now, let's go. Me and you, toe to toe. So we can rock, we can roll. Here we go again. Right now, let's go. Me and you, toe to toe. So we can rock, we can roll. I want to tell you to your face right now. Not really sure I know how. Gonna try, give you a piece of my mind. Gonna try, and I hope you don't mind. I'm a crack addict. That's right, I'm a crack addict. You heard me, I'm a crack addict. I'm addicted to cracking skulls when punk starts static. It's time to panic. I'm addicted to cracking skulls when punks start static. It's time to panic. I'm addicted to cracking skulls when punks start static. Here we go again. Right now, let's go. Me and you, toe to toe. So we can rock, we can roll. Here we go again. Right now, let's go. Me and you, mistletoe. So we can rock, we can roll. I don't give a fuck who talks that shit. Fuck your fake ass, all talk and no action. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Mouth had forgotten, I think.
Yes, he did.
At least he was at home.
It's okay. Let me.
Somebody should text him.
Yeah, exactly, right?